We are live.
All right. Welcome all. Welcome to everyone now just watching or tuning in. This is Hoshido Eternal podcast. Today we will be talking about today's society and its political world. I am your host, and I am joined today by Goku, our director, producer, manager, and I'm just gonna have everyone else introduce themselves who are here today. So we'll start with Didi. Go ahead.
My name is Didi, and glad to be back. Glad to be this podcast.
All right, and then we have Los, our newest member to our team.
Hey, yep, I'm glad to be back. Heard we have a very charged episode today, so we're gonna see what happens. My first
Uh,
time on this type of time. Yeah.
and Falcon. Go ahead, introduce yourself.
Better not be playing games again.
Falcon in the house.
Go ahead, Falcon. Reintroduce yourself there.
This is Black Falcon in the house, the blackest.
Oh, Lord.
Okay, so
It fits into
Arachna,
there.
go ahead and introduce yourself.
Arachno here.
All right, so we got everyone here. We will soon be joined by our other co-host, Rin, who's running a little late, and eventually Gemini. But we'll start the swing of things here. So we'll attack these questions one at a time and break it down. Just for a fair warning, for those that are coming in and now watching, we have a little bit of you know, controversial hot takes and a lot of questions that are, sometimes hard to answer and whatnot. So we'll just go right into the fray of things. So for our first question, is critical race theory beneficial in our education systems in the United States? Anyone want to take a crack at it first?
Um. I think a kind of good place to start would be somebody who you guys have had this conversation before, right? Like
Mhm.
you
Yeah,
guys have
it's a
talked about this.
returning question. Yeah.
Okay, for the person who feels like that they can wrap up everyone who's had this conversation before his opinion, explain exactly what critical race theory is. Exactly what it is from like just in like exactly what you guys unanimously say that it is. So we don't start crossing words and then come around to a loop and say we're all talking about the same thing. Like, all right, like someone actually explain what it is from the group's perspective.
All right. So let's take yeah, and I agree with that. Let's take a crack at it and step by step here. So we'll start with Arachno. Do you want to take a crack at it?
I I don't have a strict definition of what critical race theory is. It keeps on changing from to person I interact with, to be honest.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
And that's real. That's why I asked the question because I have a feeling that we're gonna kind of see a lot of that.
Okay. But what do you know? Okay, so for you, what do you know is critical race theory, Arachno?
From what people have told me and where the lot of disagreement it lies is the whole teaching about there being an oppressed group and the oppressor group, and for some reason that teaching the way it's executed a lot of people disagree with, from what I understand.
Okay,
Okay.
so let's
Okay.
tackle that too. What are the disagreements that you're hearing?
um, a lot of people feel that when it comes to how they teach the the oppressed group, they say it in a way that is very I guess, how do I say this, direct to a certain demographic, and a lot of people argue that this can be subject to change over time. So for it to only target a certain demographic is where the disagreement lies.
Okay.
Okay.
That and also the fact that they don't. Some people disagree with the whole thing of being categorized as an oppressed group, thinking that it promotes a victim mentality, from what I understand.
So group labeling and education. Okay, so that's all right. Um,
How about you,
okay.
Falcon? The question now goes on to you. What do you know is critical race theory? By what you hear is the definition.
Critical race theory, basically, from what I've observed, is the social theory where people have to look at the world through a lens of race. And whether or not you have power is based off of your skin color. Sedentary Marxism.
Okay. And then we'll
It
go
also
to
has a
you.
goal of teaching Marxism
It has a goal of teaching Marxism.
through
What do
a
you mean?
race-based.
Oh, okay. So it's you're saying it's race based. What are you saying for what critical race theory is?
Yeah,
Okay. And how about you, Los? What is your definition, or what do you know is critical race theory?
Um, from what I understood it was supposed to be about teaching about social systems that target individuals based on their race for exploitation. And what's kind of interesting about it is I think although I don't see many people talking about it in this light, to be fair, because it's not really politically charged in this way. But when looking at the discussion that me and you had, a couple weeks ago, and then you look into it, it seems that it focuses on, this system exists to exploit these groups of people based on, and race is a very interesting term because it's changed over time, but I feel like it more falls in the line of race and culture, and it's not just necessarily exploitative of skin tone alone. And I think that I don't particularly agree in it being taught in education because how many people in education are teaching people of the same race and culture as their own where they can understand it?
Hmm.
Um,
Okay.
and I feel like that you kind of see this in the inner cities, especially where you have a large amount of non-minority teachers teaching minorities, and then you'll have minorities come home and say things like Martin Luther King Jr. freed the slaves. And they've been like, and this is a concept that's like they really believe like Martin Luther King Jr. Like he beat racism. Like racism no longer exists in any facet. There's no racist groups. There's no racist people. Martin Luther King Jr. freed the slaves, and you kind of see that kind of stuff going on. And I'm using that as an example because it's like it like really drives home what happens when there's a disconnect between the education system and the people that it's servicing. And so I can understand why people wouldn't want critical race theory being taught in schools because the critical race theory that applies to me may not apply to you simply because we come from different cultures. But that doesn't mean that the idea that there's systems that are developed to keep me oppressed and you oppressed based on our culture alone exist. And I'm not saying to have a defeatist mentality about it. I'm just saying in a general sense that Jim Crow laws existed, racism existed, and those laws primarily, and it still exists. I mean, Jim Crow, they just passed a Jim Crow-ish law in Mississippi recently. And it's one of those things where it's like that law, of course, they're going to focus on it being based on skin tone, but in reality, it's based on almost anti-cultural diversity. Like, okay, how many Asians are affected by that? How many Middle Easterners? How many African Americans? How many Africans? How many Hispanics? Like that's the whole thing. I think that people start to really, when you start trying to paint it black and white instead of a cultural diversity thing, it's like I think it exists, but I think that teaching it in school becomes a really, really tricky situation. How many teachers have the background to be able to really handle that subject? Right? Like how many teachers are sitting in a
So
classroom with 50 students and
you're
they're really
now asking
diverse,
about
right?
qualifications, is what you're saying. Like for
Yeah,
the
and it's
professor.
yeah,
Okay.
And you know, and it's not to say that, would you trust someone to teach you math if they didn't have a math background, or someone to teach you science if they had never taught science before? I mean, it is a subject of study that is blown up in the political world because it can be easily ripped into a them versus us thing, which becomes always popular in politics. But you know, I think that I don't think it should be taught because it's too dangerous to let teachers who can, we don't even trust them to teach our kids to read or write or do many other things correctly. We have to pick up the slack for there, and then they're going to come and teach kids of different cultures and different races and all different experiences and backgrounds about complex systems that they themselves don't understand. A system may be exploiting you but not exploiting me, and so I'll look at it and I'll say, well, you that's not true, and then vice versa. You know, it becomes a huge issue. I think it's dangerous. Like,
I actually agree with you there.
I agree with you too.
Yeah, it's a very dangerous thing because it'll create that mindset there, and no one knows what to do with that kind of mindset. Let's say there's a collective of people with that same mindset, and you know how do we go forward with that in the future? You know.
yeah, that's exactly right. And you have a group of people who are sitting there, and here's the crazy part about it: the oppressors can tell the oppressed that they're oppressed, and then the oppressed will sit there and say we're oppressed, and the oppressors will turn around and say, no, you're not. And then it's like, what happens then? Because oppression definitely existed in this country. And so, you know what I'm saying? This becomes a whole nasty issue that I think it should not be approached in, you know, typical K through 12th grade schools. Like, we don't even let our kids learn how to drive from the high schools that they go to. They have to go to an outside school that has a program for them to learn how to drive. Why would I trust someone to teach someone about critical race theory when I wouldn't even trust them to teach someone how to drive?
Huh, that's a
Yeah, no,
great
you have a really good point with that
yeah.
because it's all about the qualifications of the teachers that teach it. You know. So
Yeah.
if we start giving it to people that just as you said, if we start giving like for example English teachers to teach math, but they know nothing about the math that they're teaching, it'd be stupid because then they can't really teach a student. They're just going to be following like a packet, and they're just following isolated directions on how to solve the equation when they don't understand it. So
That's exactly right.
yeah, and it would be really stupid because they don't like. And then again, like we're dependent on these teachers to teach the kids what we would perceive is the correct way. So if it's not the correct way that we're perceiving it to be, then these kids are not going to be taught right, and they're going to have the wrong mindset going forward. And yeah, that's dangerous.
Yeah, it is. And you know, it's funny because when you look at science and math and stuff like that, look at how things change over time. Some of the scientific principles that were like they hardcore 50 years ago, they were like, this is fact. And then today they're kind of like, maybe we kind of got that a little off the mark, right?
Right.
And it's like you know that's dangerous because science and our world and how we interact with reality, but things like critical race theory interact with reality in a mental sense. Like that's really dangerous to spread a narrative, create a narrative, perpetuate it over generations, and then turn around and say, you know what, guys, we were wrong. Like, how do you undo that? You know, it's like I tell you, it's a really, really dangerous thing. I think exposing children to anything that comes from that higher school of thought is very dangerous. Not to say that kids can't understand it, but to say that they haven't really lived enough or experienced enough to be able to really listen to someone and say, you know what, that's not a reflection of my reality, and so I shouldn't actually take that in.
Okay. And the question will go to you as well, Didi, and we'll get to you last, Goku. Didi, what is your uh, definition of critical race theory, or what do you perceive it to be?
I feel like for critical race theory, it's I never really truly understood it. To be honest, because I've more on the like is more towards how would you say? Well, let me ask you this. Obviously, well, racism and critical race theory, they're two different kind of thoughts, right? Or is it the same? That's my question. They're two different things, right?
What are you saying?
Um,
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, racism versus critical race theory.
With
Okay, go
racism,
ahead.
it's basically when you're prejudiced against someone because their skin color is different from you. With critical
Mm-hmm.
race theory, it's you can only be racist if you culturally have power.
I think
So if you don't have
critical
that
race
cultural
theory is the
power, you're
study
not
of the
racist.
systems. Yeah, I think that critical race theory would be the study of the systems that
Mm-hmm.
perpetuate racism, while racism is the actual ability to perform oppressive feats against people who are not of the same race as you. Because racism can exist not based on skin tone, and
Mm-hmm.
David can tell you about stuff like that from the East, where you have a whole country of people or a whole bunch of people from different countries and their skin tones may be similar, but it's the cultural difference that says you're not my culture, and that's where the racism really hones in.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's true.
At what point does it
Yeah.
become racism or just prejudice?
Well, like I said, prejudiceness is looking at someone and saying I don't like them, but like what are you gonna do about it? Racism is looking at someone saying I don't like them and I have power and I'm going to crush them because I don't like them, and my motivations for not liking them are literally just because their culture is different than mine. I can be prejudiced on someone for a lot of reasons. I don't like you because you're too tall. I don't like you because you're too short. Blah blah blah. But with racism, the whole point is it's anti-cultural. It's to say your culture is not my culture, and my culture has more power than your culture, and we're going to suppress you and oppress you using our power and dominance over you.
Okay, that sounds more definitely. Okay.
Okay, Goku. Same question goes to you as well. What is critical race theory, by your definition or from what you heard?
I have no idea. uh, I mean, I don't really know. I feel like it's just something. What did it come out like? A bunch of legal people got together a long time ago and started coming up with this like civil rights movement, I guess, to go across like the nation and this like society and its institutions about the what was it like color being colorblind and stuff like that. I really don't know too much about it. Never really get into this stuff too much. I don't really have
Sorry,
a
I'm
good
shoving
question.
like an Oreo in my mouth.
But that could be critical race theory, right?
Well, that leads back to the main question at hand, and this goes for all of you. I know Lois already answered it fully, but this is for the rest of you that didn't. Is critical race theory beneficial in educational systems in the United States?
It's not.
Oh, welcome, Gemini.
Hi.
I guess this question will go to you now. Um, is critical race theory beneficial in education systems in the United States? But before you answer that, what is critical race theory by your definition?
Uh, that's for me that I feel like that's a hard question because definitions can for each person something that definitely defines something can have a different definition for somebody else. So I feel like critical race theory kind of um extends the arm of racism or prejudices. I feel like it it makes people in a way feel like, and not just people, but it makes people who are already like questioning, the type of people in the school system who saw what like white Americans and all that stuff what they did, and they already feel guilty about it. It makes them feel worse about it. Um uh and it makes the minorities feel like, well, yes, we should be able to call these supposed oppressors, you know, uh, even though they may not be, oppressing us, because hell, they're, we're not our ancestors, but we should be able to oppose the opposers, basically.
Okay. But so do you think critical race theory is beneficial in our education systems in the United States?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I feel like it leads to a lot of hate. It leads to a lot of people just hating each other.
Okay. I think we all pretty much summed up what everyone sees what critical race theory is. And I think this will go to our next question. And mind you, it is the rest of the questions going forward will start getting controversial and hot. So here goes. Are African Americans really suffering with less privileges and rights than any other ethnicity group in America? If yes, explain why you say so. If no, then explain that reasoning.
Mhm. Okay.
All right. So
Hmm.
I'm gonna randomly select one of you to go first and tackle this.
Roll
And
dice.
Roll a dice. Who gets it?
all right, Arachno, do you want to go and take a tackle at this?
Mm, what was the question again?
Are African Americans really suffering with less privileges and rights than any other ethnicity group in America? If yes, explain why you say so. If no, then explain that reasoning.
Legal or social?
Both.
Socially, I think yes.
What about the legal part?
Um, I'm not that educated to come up with a steadfast conclusion.
Okay. Falcon, you want to give a go at this question? If you want, I can repeat it for you.
Oh, I heard the question. For this one, I'm going to go with the cultural aspect. Culturally, African Americans dominate in the American culture sphere.
Okay.
What about
Um,
criminal? What about the criminal justice system?
Oh, that's just social behavior.
You're talking about fucking Law and Order SVU.
Yeah, pretty much.
You
all
already
right.
know my view on African American social culture.
Dee Dee, this question will also go for you. If you guys let me know if you need me to repeat the question, I'll
Yeah,
repeat it.
repeat it one more time. I just want to make sure.
Are African Americans really suffering with less privileges and rights than any other ethnicity group in America? If yes, explain why you say so. If no, then explain that reasoning.
Yes, they are, because, well, if we're looking at the history in America, statistically, I'm pretty sure that they get targeted a lot. And even now, I mean, there were situations within, from, what do you call, me and you, DJ, during that time. Prime example was, shout out to our boy, to Derek. He felt he was always targeted, a little getting pulled over by a cop, possibly by the skin of his stone, by his skin, literally. So, it, I don't want to truly believe in it, but just statistics just show that they feel like they if I don't know if it's less privileged, but if anything, they do get like attacked a lot, like more than the other ethnicities.
Uh, and this This goes to Los as well. Would let me know if you want me to repeat the question.
Can you repeat the question?
Yeah, sure. Are African Americans really suffering with less privileges and rights than any other ethnicity group in America? If yes, explain why you say so. If no, then explain that reasoning.
I think I think it depends on exactly where you're looking, like what exact part you're looking at. When you talk about the discrimination and the racist aspects of it. Like Falcon said, African Americans dominate in the American culture sphere. Absolutely wreck it. Because and I think the reason why is because there is no home-based country for an African American except for America. And so when you look at a group of brown, black people, they all get lumped in culturally from a majority perspective as black culture, like black Twitter and other things. But how much of that culture is specifically just black? And a lot of it comes from island cultures, some of it comes from Latin America. It's a hodgepodge. And so using the umbrella term black and you throw the culture in there, you get a minority culture that is just dominating everything and it's influencing the entire world, and it makes the black culture look like this really massive powerhouse because you're like, like he said, it's true. Black culture dominates culturally in the West. It influences fashion, it influences music, it influences art, it influences,
Sports.
political movements, sports. It truly does. And even
Yeah.
when you look at the fastest man in the world, you say Usain Bolt, you'll say, well, that's a black man, and it's like, yes, but he's not African American. He
No.
is black, but he's not African American.
It's
And
also very
so
yeah.
yeah, and so the term black begins to encapsulate everything. And there are certain areas where I think other groups really do suffer more in general. I think that if you're an immigrant, obviously the immigrant policies that are targeting you are going to be much rougher. I think that Mexicans get hit the hardest among
Oh,
all immigrant groups when you talk about immigrant policies, including black immigrant groups, right? And in that spectrum alone, I mean, it might seem silly. So African Americans are African Americans, right? So it's like, why would those policies affect them? Well, I work, with the city, and when you talk about giving out food, there are a lot of places African Americans cannot get food because they are not considered immigrants, and that's kind of weird. I get it, like yes, the food is designated for immigrants, but in the city of Plainfield, there are more places. In fact, I think there's only two places that African American can actually go and get food. And it's funny because the counter to that would be, well, there's also only two places that a white person could go and get food, right? And so in that case, it's like in those situations, are African Americans less privileged than other people? It's circumstantial, It depends on what you're looking at. I think socially, I think we are used socially. I mean, I don't want to curse, but milked aggressively for any political reasoning, anything. We're pitted against other minorities at the drop of a hat. We are used to start protests and riots. We are used to start any kind of controversial debate. I mean, really go and look on there and just it's insane how they'll throw black African Americans, they'll just throw it in the ring. There was a school shooting a couple weeks ago, and one of the headlines from it was one of them, New York Times or something. It was, school shooter, person, school shooter, blah blah blah. And then right underneath it, it put an addendum that said fourth black school shooter in history. Because it's clicks. We're clicks, right? It's like there's look, fourth blacks, and then that starts a rhetoric, that starts a conversation. We're socially milked. The criminal system is insane. We make up so much a large percentage of it, and so many of those cases get overturned so many years later, right? And it's like it's just the whole thing is just crazy, man. The whole thing is just crazy. For a long time there weren't equal property ability for purchasing. It was much harder for African Americans for many years in order to get credit because here's the thing, right? What is credit? Credit is based off of assets. If you come from a foreign country, you actually can have assets. That doesn't mean all of them do, but some of them, they have homes over there, they have businesses over there. They come over here, they can wage and leverage that. Their families might be larger. You know, you scratch my back, I'll scratch yours. I know people over there that can make stuff for you over here. You give me money over here, we can build stuff up. Once again, there's no home base of operation for African Americans except for this country. And so it's like we don't have those external assets that culturally we can reach out and grab and say, hey, let's start waging this for power in this country here. No, whatever was taken from us or destroyed or whatever, it's just gone. And I think, all of that plays a part in it. I think that in a lot of ways we are, but that doesn't mean that we always are, right? Like it's like the systems absolutely, like some of them are absolutely built to exploit us 100%. But then again, they try to use that exploitation to overshadow like what was going on with Asians. That was a big one. And people bring that up. What happened to the Stop Asian Hate? It got overshadowed probably by something that was much more polarizing, black and white, something like that.
Yeah, no, I was actually about to mention. I'm actually grateful you mentioned that because that was such a short-lived movement,
Mm-hmm.
and now it's overshadowed. No one even cares about it anymore. But
Mm-hmm.
there were a time that just people randomly started attacking Asians. I think people even forgot about that, and specifically the elderly that are just walking on the street.
It happened a lot in New York.
New
Yeah,
York and
and
Cali, I believe.
yeah,
Yeah.
and these poor elderly are just trying to get home, and then they just get run up and bopped in the
Assaulted.
back of the head.
Literally assaulted right there at the spot.
Yeah,
And
and
in literally in right out, like in the middle of the blue, literally.
Which was weird because
Mm-hmm.
there's nothing that could have been a catalyst for it. There was like no mass migration of Asians into America that would have caused that. So where did it originate from?
well, that's an interesting thing you bring up because we don't know.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of a thing that just spawned out of nowhere where they just decided to attack Asian people. I don't know why. We don't know if we don't even know if it's racial motivated, but um,
But it
It could
became
be biased reporting,
yeah,
right? Yeah, it could be biased reporting. Like, okay, let's shine a light on this over here. Because, like I said, man, I'm telling you, bro, it's exploitation, right? I
yeah,
remember with the Stop Asian Hate, one of the things that they really hyped on was the fact that they were like, African Americans are attacking Asian people, and I
yeah,
remember that headline.
oh
No, go ahead.
yeah.
I remember they were
Oh
highlighting
yeah.
that, and that was actually
Yeah.
spreading
Hmm.
anger to Black people. And I
Hmm.
was
There's
like,
a
there's
cultural
always
rip.
two sides of the story here, and we got to look at the full picture without feeling angry. You have to we all have to come from a good place at heart because not every single human being out there is born evil or and whatnot.
No, definitely not. No.
So
Mhm.
I mean that's what I'd like to believe. Like no one is inherently evil,
Mhm.
and
And I
I
mean,
like to
criminals,
believe.
criminals are criminals.
Well, we
They
are born
might not have,
inherently
that's what
selfish.
they
Then we
do.
learn to be selfless over time.
Hmm. Let's see, Gemini. Uh, if you want me to repeat the question to you again, because I know we went on a rant there. Uh, what do you think about that questioning?
Um, I think my answer would be kind of similar to Lowe's. Uh, that's pretty much all circumstantial. I In this day and age, I would like to believe that um, African Americans aren't targeted as much, or they do have the same amount of privileges as everybody else. Um, uh, but I do feel that is certain aspects. It depends on where your environment is and how you grow up and sometimes that affects how you're treated by other people and how um, the system or our system, views you and just everybody in general. Like it's very skewed because you should more be judged on your character than just skin tone. Like Martin Luther King Jr.'s message, but um, it does suck. It does suck that I because I don't feel like it's just one ethnicity group or one racial group that has less privileges than the other. Because if we're talking about one, then we also have to talk about the rest of the minorities that also feel less privileged. Because it's not fair to single one out and just say, oh, hey, these guys also have the best of it. Because as Los mentioned, that there was the Stop Asian Hate thing where it showed, oh hey, it kind of reminded everybody that, oh hey, Asians are minorities too, but then all of a sudden that was just like it was a short-lived kind of thing. Um, but like we never had we. I feel it all depends on what the media is trying to push because there's so many things that can happen during the day, like crimes and this, that, the other thing, that it never makes it to the media. Uh, they only pick and choose what will look good for the headline and what will control their narrative. And in a way, what will control the minds of people in a way to think, you know?
Okay. All right. So we have a couple of questions that were highly requested from our past episode podcast. So we're gonna go right into those. Let's see. The first one is why do businesses label their shops or marketplaces as black owned? If there is there any benefit for declaring what type of ethnicity that owns the business? And do you think it's racist? Please explain.
I
I
don't
don't
think
know.
it's racist. It's how do I say?
Okay.
Personally, for me, as someone that grew up as a minority, that's just like a signal for other people within that community to uh give an incentive to help the other. And it's like, what kind of motivations would that have besides racist? Well, how would I say this the right way? Um, Especially with people that are going through intense discrimination. And depending on the area you live, sometimes the best method of survival is to group up and form a strong community, especially when you and these group of people are encountering either discrimination or an extreme disadvantage within that society. So that's my stance on that.
Okay. We'll go right to Los. How do you feel about that question? Do you want me to repeat it? Los?
Uh,
Oh, guess
I'm
you
not
went
sure if
temporary
it's there.
AFK there.
I'll answer it if you want.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so in regards to that, I feel like when it comes to that, oh, there goes Lou.
Don't worry about it.
Okay,
Okay, go ahead.
but in regards to that, in regards to
No,
that,
go ahead. Go ahead and complete your answer there, Didi.
okay, so in regards to that, if when it comes to if we're talking about specifically, if it was in the title that was like it was race owned, right? It will leave like a to like some obviously some kind of feeling which they feel like people are gonna feel some kind of way about it because when it comes to food, it's more to culture, so it should be named for their culture instead of their race per se. So it's really hard for me to explain that.
I know what you mean. It's a
Yeah,
like
it's a culture thing than a race.
I think
If I had to say,
they're labeling it
I
just
agree.
because like visibility and support, like identifying like a business as a black owned,
Y-
probably helps to
yeah,
increase the
yeah.
visibility of like
I,
African American communities.
I guess so, yeah, but I feel like that could also bring like possible like a lot of negativity
It's like
to that kind
yeah,
of as well.
I can also see the downside of that as well. I see
Of
what you're
course,
saying there, Didi.
yeah,
Because
yeah.
like like for example, like I know there's abundance amount of Chinese restaurants out there, but you don't,
Mm,
and obviously it's Chinese,
yeah.
but you don't see them labeling it Chinese owned.
yeah, yeah,
No.
yeah.
That's not.
Well, it says made in China though.
Wait, I'm gonna stop you for a second because, okay, like I'm gonna use my life experience. Take for instance, I'm Hispanic, right?
Mhm.
We don't
Okay.
necessarily say like advertise ourselves to the public as a Hispanic-owned businesses, right? But especially within the community, they talk within themselves as like, hey, that store is owned by a Mexican family. So if you apply there and you let
Ah,
them know that you're Mexican, the chances of you getting hired are probably more likely than compared to um, this other company, depending on, like, let's just say you're unfortunate enough to live in a very um, discriminatory city. So it's more of a signal system for communities to help each other. I see it more as a survival um, signal, more so than a, oh, we're just saying this to be racist and nobody else should apply to our jobs. No, you can
nope.
still apply to these jobs. It's just that specifically with the Hispanic community, it's typically a signal, especially for immigrants coming in to help each other.
Okay. Wait. Before we go any further with that, Los, the question also falls to you. Do you want me to repeat it for you?
No. I'm it was about black owned businesses, the term, right? I mean, I'm gonna be real, man. It just comes down to marketing. Like
It really
it's
is.
just
Yeah,
marketing. It's just marketing.
that's what I also
Yeah,
feel about
it's just
it.
marketing. Like here's the thing, right? And Arachno, she's absolutely 100% right. A black owned business is only saying it's a black owned business because it's competing against other businesses, and it's like, hey guys, I'm over here and I'm black and we need to support each other. And that's a big, it's like and this is what I was talking about when you say like black, the umbrella term, it encompasses more than African Americans. And so it's kind of like, okay, and this is why I said racism isn't about just race but culture. Every type of person, whether it be Asian, Latino, Black, European/white, there are levels of racism amongst the cultures themselves. Where it's like all Latino cultures don't sit there and say that's Latino and I'm a Latino, we're gonna support each other. It's like, well, exactly what culture are you when you say it, right? And
Right.
then there's a bunch of stuff that goes into it. And so when people say like, oh, black owned businesses, originally it was this thing that was like, hey man, I'm black, I'm black, and it's like, oh, African American, oh, you African American, you own that business? Yeah, all right, I'm gonna go support you, bro, because we want to see more of us out there doing it. And then it's like, as time moves on, you're kind of looking, and you're like, when someone says it's a black-owned business, do they mean African American? Do they mean Jamaican? Do they mean Nigerian? Should it
Yeah,
matter?
no, I see what you mean there, and yeah,
You know,
and that's a very it can be very confusing, because when you say black, what does that
very
mean?
it's
Because
like very
there's many
general.
people around the world that are black but are not African. People forget that, in India they're dark skinned too. And are we
Yeah,
going to take
that's
that away
true.
from them as well? Yeah. So I understand what you're saying. It's an
And
umbrella.
what's gonna happen, and what happens with people who are part? So it's like, let's say you got a Indian parent and then a black parent. Can that person say it's a black owned business? And at what point will it be that every business will be partially black owned business because America's a melting pot, and so eventually all that DNA is gonna go everywhere, right? And that's why it's just a term for marketing that is kind of a flag that says, hey guys, I'm like you and I'm doing these things and you guys might not know it, and I might not have the powerhouse to market myself or visibility any other way, but I'm here, black owned, me, and other people are like, oh, okay, it's black owned business. I want to support that. Um, I feel like it's like it is. I think Arachno is absolutely right. Like,
Uh, do you want to add on to this?
Concerning on reasons why an individual may label their business as black owned is, let's take the Summer of Love for example. During highly racial motivated riots or protests, if you label yourself as black owned, it's like putting the blood of the lamb over your door, letting them know, hey, don't attack this area. It's black owned. Even if it's not black owned, you're better off just
Wait,
putting it
what?
on.
Oh my god.
okay, so I kind of want to, I just want to kind of want to make a little bit of point about that. Is that one of the biggest criticisms for, especially the protest, like, and I know it's like, I keep going back a little bit, but like one of the biggest criticisms for riots that happen is a lot of times they only end up happening in the neighborhoods of the people that live in the neighborhoods. And so black owned businesses do get destroyed. I mean, in the riots and stuff like that, like just because something says black owned doesn't mean it's not going to get looted, pillaged, because it's not like every protester isn't going to be a black person. And anarchy groups around the country oftentimes use those giant riots as an opportunity to run in, take what they want, and then leave back to the Midwest and stuff like that. So I understand what he's trying to say, but just like in the 1980s when they burned down, I forget where it was. I don't know if it was. I know they did it in Newark, but I don't know. I'm sure they did it in other places. They burned down neighborhoods, and everybody's like, "You guys burned down your own neighborhoods where you guys own stuff, and how is this supposed to affect everyone else?" And so I understand like what he's trying to say, but I don't know what portion in reality of that is actually effective. Like maybe that could be a motivator, but I've never once seen or heard someone be like, "That's a black-owned business" during the middle of a riot. We're not gonna rob it. We're not gonna no. Like I think if a person's there to rob, they're gonna rob. If a person's there to burn something, they're gonna burn something. They don't care, right? Like they're going down there for destructive purposes. They're going to destroy. So, but I don't know.
Irregardless of if it works or not, the hope is still that if you put it up, they won't attack you. There are people who are doing
Have
that in
you?
hopes that their businesses don't burn down.
Can you show me an example of someone who has openly stated that? I'll take a tweet, anything that has stated that sentiment.
All right. Well, we wait for Falcon to provide that source. Gemini, would you want to tackle this question as well?
Sorry, I had a cough there. I'm eating Pokeball, but I feel the whole thing black-owned businesses. I feel that's more of a definitely shouldn't be. I feel like it definitely shouldn't be more about race. I feel it should be more about ethnicity. But like Los was saying, it's more of like a cultural thing. Same thing with the way Arachno was saying. It's more of a cultural thing. It's a way in their eyes. And I guess that kind of sounds bad, but in minority group and people who feel like they're minorities and they won't be able to get a job at what they perceive as a white owned business, right? Because a lot of businesses around the country are majority owned by white people. That's not to say that some of the bosses or some of the people in those businesses could be different ethnicities or different minority groups. But as a support tactic, it's more of like, hey, I'm here, I'm doing my thing here, if you guys want to come in, support me, I would love that. It's kind of like you're punching up to who you feel is oppressing you, to other like big businesses that you feel would be the oppressor, and you would have more people around you. And if you do have um, people culturally with you, you can say, "Oh, hey, these guys are hiring this, that, the other thing." It's a lot easier for that because you have this cultural background. Um, but I can also see the downsides to where if it says black owned business and let's say you're, somewhere else around the world or something like that, people won't really understand it because it's more of a American problem. It's more culturally here than anywhere else.
Yeah, I
And
can agree with that. Yeah.
and some people may this isn't everybody, but some people may look at the sign and they think, well, they're gonna look at the sign like black owned. Like, does that mean like I'm not allowed in there? Does that mean, like, so that's not everybody, but yeah, that yeah, that's really it.
Anyone else want to add more? All right, we'll go on to the next. We were just talking about it briefly, so ironically enough, this question requested by the audience. Do you believe the political riots of looting and destroying businesses brings any beneficial point to their political cause? Explain why you would disagree with this or why you would agree.
I don't. I can tackle that. I do not see any point in it. I've never understood it. I know my mother wasn't a big fan of it in the 80s. She never understood it. And the original implication was supposed to be like redistribution of power and wealth. But in this country, it doesn't really work that way. Like, okay, let's say you burn down a building. That owner who owns the plot of land still owns the plot of land. The business owner still owns the business. And there's insurance on all the stuff that's destroyed. So they get a big payout. I've never understood that. If anyone can explain the rationale behind that, I will gladly take it. I've never understood that.
What
The
part do you not
destruction part.
understand? The
The
destruction part,
destruction
or
part. Yeah, the
oh,
destruction part. I've never
It
understood
may
that.
so
Isn't it
I will
usually in
say
their own community too? Why do they destroy their own stuff?
wait. Okay, go ahead, Didi.
yeah, I'm kind of going along with you, Los. It doesn't make sense, but it could be just like it could be possibly like a marketing ploy, just to feel like try to garner some sympathy from those people. I'm assuming that's one aspect of it
Yeah,
to think about, to really think about, if
yeah,
that's their
you're
way
right.
of
I
thinking.
never thought of it, but that is true. That
Uh,
could be it.
yeah,
Um,
so it's like that could be one way of doing, if we're thinking about kind of the business sense. The personal and the social, I don't know if it's really too worth it to possibly, but
like
that's
I don't,
on you.
I don't know what it does. I've never understood. But you know what? One thing I will say though, destructive protests have a lot more numbers than non-destructive ones because people like to break shit.
Oh, of course,
So that could
yes.
be another reason too, right? It's like, come on, guys, we're gonna go protest this thing, and you're like, whatever. But then you're like, come on, guys, we're gonna go destroy this shit. And they're like, fuck yeah, Right.
Like
Maybe
literally,
that's it.
Yep.
it may cause other stuff to happen too. It
That's
may be
for
just a
social
fuel.
media too.
Yeah, it just
Yeah.
adds.
Mhm.
Yeah, like I said, it could either garner you social media attention,
So
or it just you want to start a movement, start something up, and you need a catalyst. There you go, burn the building down of your own, and then start some
Yep.
shit, start some propaganda, baby, and then let's go
That's
start it.
true. And
Literally.
propaganda machines are crazy, man.
Oh,
But what?
oh yeah, without a doubt.
And then and you know what? That's interesting you said that because what wasn't someone doing that with art recently? Like they were like taking stuff and like putting it on paintings, tomatoes or something like that. I don't.
Oh, when was is this recently or is this like back then?
Yeah, I no
Hmm.
no. Recently, I think there was a group doing that. They were protesting stuff, and they would like. I think they were pouring like that sounds crazy spaghettios on art pieces. Like I don't know. It's like really weird.
Wait,
Like I don't.
what?
Yeah, I don't know. It was something recently though like that, and it's just like maybe that is the approach. Like it's just attention. I don't. You know,
Oh my
like I
oh,
said, I never.
that's for like the climate protesters. They're the ones throwing food at art.
That's them. That's them, right? It's the climate. There you go.
Yeah,
The climate.
why?
Like I said, why? I don't know. What did the art do to you?
So
I'm sure the art did something,
it's a
but
trend.
I don't know what it did.
Wait,
Yeah,
what?
just the
Wasn't that
trend, right?
art from like Picasso or something, and they just destroyed it?
14.
Yeah,
Yeah, they
yeah.
put tomato soup in sunflowers.
Why would you
Oh
do
my
that?
Yeah, they were destroying all
That's
these
a
paintings.
historical painting that's worth like probably billions.
Well, now it's not gonna be worth anything because
Yo, they
it's
should be
literally
arrested. They should.
of course. Well, of course,
They
yeah,
threw
but
they threw what is it, mashed potatoes in the Ginsburg. What the heck?
oh my
I
goodness.
feel like all that comes from the same place though.
Oh,
Attention, marketing,
Yep.
social media attention. Because otherwise, I don't know.
You know that the
yeah,
ones that started
there
that,
really
it was a
no.
German group that actually started that called the
That's,
I'm probably saying this wrong. Let's say generation. Let's say. I don't know.
that's insane. I did not
Uh,
know that.
Falcon, do you have anything to add?
What was the
Falcon.
question again?
Okay. Do you believe the political riots of looting and destroying businesses brings any beneficial point to their political cause? Explain why you would disagree with this or why you would agree.
Yeah, it doesn't bring any points to your political cause. What it does though is that it shows people that you just want to be violent, which puts a lot of people off.
I can agree with some part of that. Yeah, there are some that can be like that.
Okay, I see where he's going on with that. How about you,
Oh,
Gemini?
As far as uh having a riot due to pushing a political cause or anything, I don't think it garners any points for that. Like, the looting, the rioting, um especially if you're doing it against the people that you're supposedly supporting, like, well, that the movement is for, it kind of goes back to Loz's point. Like, people are just gonna like want to destroy shit just because they want to destroy shit. Um, and like there's really no other way. Like, I guess in their minds they're thinking, oh, this is going to take away from whatever it is that we're against right now. But in all reality, it's not going to do a damn thing against them. Um, and that's where I feel like more like it's so much easier to lash out and scream and have your emotions get the best of you, but I would say it's a lot harder, and because that's the easy way out. Um, but it's so much harder to have a peaceful protest and still try to get that message across.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. It all depends on how. Sorry to interrupt, Gemini. It's just a matter of like how you want to get your message across. And obviously, it to some to their beliefs that it may come down to violence, possibly, and some very heavy protest, like really harsh protesting.
Yeah, because I still feel like peaceful protesting's a lot better, and it would put that political movement in better eyes because you're peacefully protesting. You're not taking a brick to someone's house or business and just, doing that. Because I mean, like, yeah, lashing out and everything and destroying property does get the attention of people, but it gets the it gets the wrong kind of attention.
Of course.
It makes people ask why. It makes people think that you're doing this for the wrong kind of reasons. Um, that's
Well,
my stance on it.
Well, Gemini, in that, in my sorry, I just want to respond to that. It just, it's just, I feel like for them, if they were to question it, I feel like the people that have good speaking skills to speak out and create these kind of things, I'm pretty sure they know how to manipulate the situation. So it will depend
Uh,
on
do
them.
do you mean like journalists and uh,
Yeah, in political sense, yes, yes,
yeah,
journalists,
like people in the
propaganda
news
too.
and things like
Yeah,
that? Yeah.
yeah, news, propaganda, literally those
Because
kind of things.
if you're doing something negative for a political movement and then the news sees that, they're just like, oh, we can spin this any way we want. So
Exactly.
yeah, because they have a detachment from it, so it's easier for them to do that.
Of course.
Okay. Arachno, how about you? Do you want me to repeat the question for you?
Um, my stance on riots in general.
Do you believe the political riots of looting and destroying businesses brings any beneficial point to their political cause? Explain why you would disagree or why you would agree.
It's not supposed to be beneficial. It's a last resort of pent up frustration by a community or group where they tried using the legal means and it didn't work. So they riot. And I think most people that, especially when they're rioting for a cause at that point, they already weighed the consequences. I mean, a lot of people that go out and riot are already 100% aware that they're probably not going to come home that night. They're probably going to prison.
Yep.
So for people saying, oh, that's not the right way, or like that's not going to get the cause gone, I will say they don't care. It's writing is like one of the most human and ironically enough, the most effective method in regards to, oh, you're not going to pay attention to me and this plight? Well, you're going to pay attention now. We don't care if it's negative or positive. You're going to listen, whether you like it or not.
To get a message across.
Okay.
And yeah, that's my stance on that.
Okay.
I definitely agree.
We'll go on to the next question that was requested. There are Black Americans that believe they are owed reparations because of their past ancestors and the plight that they went through in the past, which became part of American history. Do you think that current day Black Americans are owed these reparations? Explain why you think so, if yes, and explain why you don't think so, if it's a no.
No, because A, too much time has passed, and B, it was already paid in blood through the Civil War.
How would they even do it? How would they even pay it?
Yeah,
How would you
that
know who to pay it
we're
to?
talking about hundreds
Yeah.
and thousands of years. It's like it's really hard.
Yeah, and
23andMe.
then it's
It's a
like,
debt for like your it's like literally your down your generation. They're gonna be literally crucified like by this kind of stuff.
Yeah, I agree with that. There's no way you can
You
pay those
can.
reparations. There's
Like,
No,
it's
not in
impossible.
one, not in one's lifetime.
How do
No.
you
To believe in
how do you
reparations,
even
you'd have
divvy
to
it up?
believe in the sin of the father.
It's not that difficult. You just have to pull up your genealogy. I personally think that if you are a direct descendant of American slaves, I do think that you deserve some form of reparation, specifically reparations from museums or public establishments that are still profiting off of the history of slavery. I do believe that direct descendants of slaves should get some form of
Then you're financially
reparation for that.
incentivizing museums to not talk about
But
African American history.
but
Wait,
I want to do.
hold on, one at a time. Falcon, go ahead, continue your thought.
If museums have to pay basically because they're talking about African American history, then they're incentivized financially not to talk about African American history.
All right, Didi, go ahead.
I just want to say, well, the thing is that if one keeps doing that, wouldn't be pretty much going back and forth later down along the line because no one's going to come to agreement or just like settle it peacefully or just try to move on from it because that brings a lot of hatred even down along the lines even after once we pass away.
Can't we
So-
all just get along?
Exactly, Goku. Literally, that's literally it.
Mm,
Yeah, go ahead,
See,
Gemini.
my thing.
But that's easier said
So
than done.
Wait.
No,
Okay, hold on, one at a time. Lois, go ahead, and then Gemini.
yeah, I was
Oh,
going to let
okay.
Lowe's have the floor.
I was just gonna say, like, when I say how do you divvy it up, like, I understand the concept, right? Like, you get a pot and you give it to people, but when you start talking about percentage wise, when you start talking about what point every person, how much African American person, like, okay, let's say that,
I'm
let's say that
talking
two people
about a
meet.
very specific people that can prove that they have a genetic lineage to African American, specifically African American slaves.
No, and I understand that, but I'm saying that's any person that is mixed with African Americans, correct? You would count all of them.
If they can prove they have direct lineage, yes.
But that's why this is
Okay.
that's why it's really difficult, Arachno. Like that, what they're asking for already is near impossible. That's going to be difficult to
See,
do. It's not simple.
See, I agree that if you're gonna talk about reparations as far as like a holistic change of things, like maybe some of these institutions that have benefited off of this history and this stuff should give up a portion of the funds that comes from that part to help a issue, help a cause, stuff like that. I agree wholeheartedly. But I think once you start handing people money as individuals, you start muddying the waters of, like you
It could
said, all
just
right,
be
let's say
more
we
than
prove
just
that.
money. There's various ways to give out reparations. Sure, we can make the argument that money is not an effective form of reparations. We can say that an effective form of reparations is something to what we have right now, which is training programs to help people that, you know, are essentially, because I don't know about you guys, but looking through how public schools, especially public schools in very poor districts, work, I do believe that there should be some incentivization to at least allow these people that are direct descendants of slaves to have some sort of social mobility chance in order to navigate out of their situation. Because I don't know if you guys participated, but if you ever went to go to a public school of a very, very poor district, the chances of you getting out of there are,
It's very low.
yeah.
It's very. It's
I
in fact it's almost non-existent. Yeah.
it's done. Sorry.
Go ahead, Didi.
No,
Mm,
if you have something to say, I'll still
Go
listen.
ahead. You have the floor. Say what
Okay,
you need.
so in regards to that, I just feel like I think the reparations that they should be able to get for the ones that were enslaved in their ancestry towards their history,
Yeah.
they should be able to at least I know is within museums they may some have some artifacts from their past ancestry that may belong to them. I believe they may have it, but that's gonna be a fight though between them and the people in charge of those museums and such to like even see if they're able to possess it. Who knows? That's
Oh,
one
that
thing I'll give it to
reminds
them.
me. That reminds me.
Mm.
Shout out to the UK museum. Just returned the fucking body of the Hottentot Venus to the tribe already. Jesus Christ, dude.
Yeah, yeah, I know. You know, and I mean, you know what though? What Arachno is talking about, and when you talk about reparations in that regards, that's when I 100% support that,
Yeah, same
right?
here.
And that
Honestly.
and that I just want to say that is how politically charged everything is around that stuff. When I hear reparations, I think of the suit in California where everyone wanted like $2 to $15 million, right?
Yeah,
And
no, I was
I
thinking more of the money.
yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah.
yeah, but she's right though. She's right. If we're talking about those type of reparations that give opportunities, I grew up in
Oh
Newark.
no,
I
I
lived in Newark for 60
wholeheartedly agree
years.
with
Like,
that.
yeah,
No,
like
like I agree with you guys there.
yeah, like I mean,
But
I think we went like 6 years before we got a trip to a museum in our own city because the school was so poor. And it's like our own city had to offer like, yo, listen, you guys can just come in for free because you guys are still like, come on, like they like imagine walking past a museum every day and you cannot afford to go in, and the
but
school can't afford to pay.
but if we talk about money, there are things I would like to add to that. Like, and if we're gonna go into
Same here.
discussion with money, and this is targeted towards Arachno here, then we're owing a lot of people, not just black people, money. We're owing the Chinese, and that built the railroads and were whipped by white people. Let's not forget that. And they were also forced to fight in World War II that no one was even talking about. We also should
Obviously,
pay
with
back the
schematics.
Japanese that were thrown in internment camps. And
Yeah.
no one even knows this too, but like the Italians were also abused over here
The
when
Irish.
World War II happened.
Of course,
Because
Yeah.
they
yes.
thought, just like the Japanese, they thought the Italians were traitors.
I mean,
So
that's why personally for me, I'm a big advocate for programs such as Job Corps that is run by the government. I am such a
Yeah.
proponent of that, and I believe that it can be perfective. Like obviously, if anyone's been in that Job Corps, you obviously can notice some flaws, but I do believe it's the step in the right direction to at least give a chance to the youth of not only minorities but poor white people as well. It's supposed to give
Immigrants.
youth a
Yep.
chance to get out of their situation, but not a lot of people are even educated about these programs. And
Yeah.
so like with forms of reparations, yeah, you can say that it's not the most effective to just give money, but it's like we still need to give something to help at least the youth.
no,
Uh,
I agree with you, but that's even harder to identify too, because like if you're placing that restriction of if they can prove that they, are descendants of these slaves, right?
yes.
You would have to identify every single one of them by going into their genes and whatnot, and that's really difficult to, you know, narrow down. That's so like either way, that's gonna be very difficult to do.
Well, who says
Um,
that the government has to go out and find them? A person, they can just say, "Hey, these are the requirements to prove that you are from, um, like a slave, ancestry." Like, go get, go get this. I mean, for instance, you got that whole 23andMe. Anyone can go get that 23andMe. Um,
But people will take advantage of that.
Yeah, and that information goes
and
straight
just
to
to
China.
introduce
Uh,
this is Hikara that just entered the speaker zone, so you can
Hello.
yeah.
introduce yourself.
I,
And Gemini, go ahead and you can now speak.
Oh, I'm not done
uh,
yet though.
okay.
But
Oh,
as I
okay,
said,
go ahead.
there's multiple ways you can do the 23andMe. I'm sure that there's other, there's a shit ton of DNA companies. There might be some that the U.S. government can affirm to be more reliable than others. And let's just say, okay, on the U.S. government, you need to prove that you are a person of slave ancestry. You need to go get a DNA test from any of these reputable DNA testing companies. Another thing you can do, and alongside the DNA testing, you need to show some form of evidence of slave ancestry, like for instance a picture of your grandparent, that you can look in the genealogy records to show that, hey, this person was a slave and they were exploited by so and so family.
I disagree.
I know you disagree. I'm just
Oh.
explaining the process.
Oh, okay. We'll get to that in a second. We'll go to Gemini first, and then we'll go to Hikara.
Sure.
Okay, so go ahead, Gemini.
Okay, so to answer the question as a whole, should African Americans get reparations for
If you want, I can reread the question for you. There are Black Americans that believe they are owed
yeah.
reparations because of their past ancestors and the plight that they went through in the past, which became part of American history. Do you think that current day Black Americans are owed these reparations? Explain why you think so, if yes, and explain why you don't think so, if no.
I think that's a very tricky. It's like a tightrope, right? Like on one side you have on one side you have people saying it's all right, and then on the other side you have a lot of people saying that it's all wrong. Um, the I feel like a lot of the modern day, and I'm not saying the majority, I'm just saying I feel a lot of the modern day African Americans, if they do identify as African Americans, if they they just, in a way, it feels like they kind of piggyback off of what happened years and years and years ago,
Yes,
and
that's also could be true. Yes.
they demand reparations while having no idea if they are related to any any people, like, because we're talking about hundreds of years ago at this point.
I
um
know I'm not related.
and
Okay.
because we're talking about a time and a place where it was Americanizing was a thing, colonialization, all of that stuff. There were cotton fields, all that stuff. And we usually forget that it was a time where the Europeans went to Africa, took them, and then since they knew that they had when they were more on peaceful terms with America that just formed,
Mm.
they traded them to these people. And I will say that some of the people over there didn't really treat their slaves great, and some of them did. Because if you were in the house, you would want to be in the house more than outside picking cotton or anything like that. So some of them did treat their slaves better than others, but not all masters were the same. Like a majority of them were terrible. Now it was also, as time moved on, it was a mixture of people who were slaves. A lot of people just think it was all African Americans. It wasn't all African Americans. There were a hodgepodge of people.
Yes, including
It
the Irish.
was it was
You know what?
Irish, Italian, Chinese, um, just a hodgepodge. And with since that was hundreds of years ago, I feel like it's very hard for something as you can say it's something simple like genealogy,
Mm-hmm.
but you would have to look into literal places that have records of these people
Yeah.
that are related to you. You yourself would have to do the research because the genealogy places, like 23andMe, is very health oriented. Ancestry only shows you where you possibly have genealogy in, and they change a lot of the times because they your genealogy is different, your ancestry is different everywhere. So it's very hard to if someone feels like they had ancestors who were slaves back then, it's very hard to pinpoint that. And a lot of these people who probably do feel like they had ancestors who were slaves, they probably don't even have the records to even prove that.
That's also true.
All right.
May I interject?
Yeah,
Yes.
go ahead, Ikara.
All right, so before I actually answer the actual question, I want to go back to what Arachnoplex said about the DNA testing, and I'm going to say absolutely not, because people will take advantage of that. Not only will they take advantage of that, but also, and as Gemini specified, it's not even 100% accurate, and then the underlying conditions to even get those DNA tests, you are agreeing to sign any health records if you go through 23andMe, or any personal information about yourself to these companies, which they can then use to do things for the government that you
What do you mean
wouldn't
has already
already
been
want.
caught selling people's information?
Like,
Okay.
like those, I
Like
paid
trading one thing
way
for
too
another.
much attention in government class to know that while we're already being listened to and heard, um that just is literally saying, "Hey, I'm a free target for you to do whatever the hell you want to my information and sell me things that while I possibly may want, I
Mhm.
also probably can't afford right now."
That's the worst part.
Um so that's why I disagree with that. It in retrospect, it is a good idea, but there's too many cons to it to be a pro.
Yep.
Yeah, I agree with
I would
Hikaru.
buy
So-
stock in 23andMe.
Yeah,
I,
but to
I was
say to do nothing is also not effective as well.
No one's
Uh,
really saying that, but it's just there's no straightforward solution.
And
Okay.
actually, I wanted to say something else because something made me realize something. Why don't we do something easier instead of finding out who are the descendants of people from the slave years? Why not the descendants of people that were affected by the uh segregation or by racial lynchings that happened less than a century ago, or
We got a lot of records and
victims
logos.
of people that were
Now,
actually affected by the
wait, hold on.
experiments that the government has done to specifically Asian, Black, Latino communities to test them for STDs. Those are less than a century ago and maybe are way more easier to track than slave years.
Question. So just hi there, Rin. 100% Stockholm Stunner. Just joined in. I'm assuming we're talking about reparations.
Yeah.
I can read. Wait. I can read you the question.
I
There
still
are
haven't
black.
answered that question yet, but
Yeah,
I
yeah,
will
yeah.
answer it after you read it.
Okay. So, Rin, here's the question for you now that you just entered. There are Black Americans that believe they are owed reparations because of their past ancestors and the plight that they went through in the past, which became part of American history. Do you think that current day Black Americans are owed these reparations? Explain why you think so if yes, and explain why you don't think so if it's a no.
I'm going to say absolutely not. My reason why, it's been far too long, and it's yeah.
How?
All right, I'll actually
Mhm.
answer the question now that
Okay, yeah,
yeah.
go ahead. Go ahead, Ikara.
So I believe that it is circumstantial. I will say that in a sense, yes, they are owed reparations, which, by the way, I'm just going to throw this out there. My vocabulary is very limited, so somebody please tell me what that word means.
What
reparations?
Yes.
It's repay essentially someone.
It's
Or just
basically
to
it's almost like repaying a debt. So
Compensation
yeah,
for past
compensation.
Yeah, compensation.
There we go. That's
Okay.
better. Yeah.
All right. So I say it's circumstantial. I will agree that yes, African Americans are owed reparations, but not in the way that they think that they're owed it. I know that, and I'm not saying everybody, but I do know some, human beings who believe that they are owed money reparations, and at the same time, that's probably not what everybody wants. If I were to really put like where they're owed it, they are owed respect. They are
Of
human.
course.
They are human beings. Everybody is a human being. Italian, Asian, Black,
When
Latino. Every
I
everybody is owed respect. Everybody is a human being, and you know, back then,
That's fucking good.
it was ridiculous. Like, to put it in a more nice way, saying it's ridiculous because, you know, and I saw this in a video once, is that, and I'm going to get a little religious for a second. Um Religious figures are portrayed as white, but they're not. They weren't. And when I think back on how the Europeans, so white people, treated everybody who disagreed with, God and Jesus and all that happy fun stuff, they literally should be hating on themselves because like religious figures were people of color. They're not white people. Like I hate to say that to the religious people who believe that, but they weren't white. Um and the fact that they went and treated other ethnic groups, so black people, Asians, Indians, even like Native Americans too. Because they treated them that way, it's disgusting.
will.
Oh, and
Actually,
I would like to announce thank you for coming into the podcast, Inari. You can introduce yourself.
Hi.
Hello,
Uh,
Inari.
would you like to answer the
Inari.
question yourself, Inari? I'm sure you heard it multiple times.
Yeah, I just want to let Rich finish. I think he was finishing a
No,
thought.
go ahead. Go ahead. Say
No,
what
no,
you
no,
have to
no,
say.
no, no.
Yeah,
You just joined in, so
you
yeah,
just joined
it's
in,
your
so
floor.
go ahead and.
I mean, my answer is honestly kind of quick. I believe if there is property or items slash artifacts and balls, those should be returned to the families of the
Artifacts and
descendants.
That's what I was going for. That was literally
Yes.
what I was trying to go for.
Property, housing, if anything was stolen from them during that era, I think that
Wait,
definitely
wait.
should be
What did you
returned.
say after artifact?
What?
What did you say after artifact?
Property.
Property. That
Okay, I
one
could have
Land.
belonged
sworn
to
I heard him
them.
say artifacts and balls. What?
No,
That's what I thought I heard.
Okay, all right.
I said
Let's move
land.
on.
Okay,
Let's move
Land.
along. Let's
but
move along. Let's move along.
yeah,
Yeah,
Okay.
so basically land is what I'm talking about. Land or artifacts. If that stuff was stolen, I think that should be returned. When it comes to money, I
no,
don't know, man. It's been
I can't.
like, hey, Peruvians were enslaved, and we're not looking for repercussions either by Brazil, So like, I don't know. It's like a lot of people said it has been a long, long time. It's almost impossible to track every single, family that would be affected by this.
I would also like to say something. My country was actually affected by America. People don't actually know this part, but the Philippines was actually at war with America at one point in time, and
And fuck
yes,
America.
America took over Philippines for a good amount of time, and there were a lot of deaths on the Filipino side. So if that were the case, I think Filipinos also deserve reparations if we're going this far.
So, I have a
Sure.
question. And I guess this question will start with like a analogy. Well, not an analogy, but
Wait,
like
wait, hold on, real quick, Ren. I just want to
Sure.
say, before we move on, I agree with Arachno, like about investing money taken from a lot of that stuff into programs like Job Corps. And I think that programs like Job Corps actually universally solve this discussion where it's not specifically targeting African Americans as much as it's just universally helping people who
Yeah.
are in an unfortunate circumstance. Yeah, I support that completely.
Yeah, and
Um,
that's where I was getting at, that I feel like the best form of reparations is programs that help lower class youth to get some form of social mobility, or even and if there's still more money to spare, not just the youth, but anybody in the lower class trying to seek ways to elevate their situation. Because, for instance, we have a skill gap situation. We can, because like these programs already exist for the youth, you can give these programs to people that want to look for these opportunities and pull themselves out of the ghettos, but don't have the financial means to do it.
I agree with that.
And not only that, we can also argue that trying to help for class mobility is a form of reparations itself, because what is history but not people from the top doing some sort of invisible hand to manufacture marginalized groups into the lower class?
Well, sorry, right now, but like there are, but you with the upper class, well, they do give way to charity and philanthropy. So there are some this is great. There are nice people out, especially that are more fortunate than others, that can give out, that actually give like their own time and money to the less fortunate. So
Yes. I'm not saying I'm not going with the whole rich people bad. I'm saying that historically the elite, and and when I say elite, I'm saying powers of authority that just so happen to be wealthy, but that comes with the position, will manufacture situations to put either political opponents or ethnic groups or races they just don't like, and manufacture it in a way so that they're thrown into poverty.
Rich
And
people are still
the
bad.
best way of reparations, in my opinion, is to allow some form of class mobility opportunity.
You could also just throw a tax bracket, like a tax break.
I could see that.
Revolutionary, isn't it?
The way that you had stated it before, at least to me, or at least the way that it came off as, is like I mentioned earlier, like a money type dealy. And while
Everyone always assumes that it's money that I'm talking about when I say reparations, so yeah, it's fine.
yeah, that's why I asked what the definition was.
It's
I mean, it's
I-
mostly the general idea that
Well,
immediately comes to mind. Reparations, money.
Yeah.
That's the first thing the news talks about. Any
Yep.
type of media
And
does. It's
yeah,
always money. So
that's
you're
true.
not wrong for thinking that. To be honest.
When
But yeah,
you
just so but just
Go
to
ahead.
be clear, so that no one's assuming at this point, when I'm saying reparations, I'm saying some form of class mobility.
Yeah, when you phrase
yeah.
it that way, then yeah, it's a little bit different. Though, again, I will state that people will still take advantage of that.
Yeah, that's
I
the
do agree
point.
with that.
That's the point.
No, I mean,
Well,
No,
people
that's not what she's trying to say. She's saying that like
abuse
take
it.
advantage of it
malicious
in a bad
advantage
way.
of it. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And like, you have the genuine person who's like, oh yeah, I want to, make things better for myself. But then you have the people who go, well, how can I manipulate this into people feeling sorry for me?
yeah, manipulate the system literally. That's
Yeah, so like I said, there's good and bad to what you're saying, but there's too many bad things about it for it to be good.
Yeah, I agree. I can
So
agree
what's
with
the bad of Job Corps?
I don't know what Job Corps is, to be honest with you. You would have to tell me what it is.
It's a government-funded vocational school.
There's
where
nothing bad about that.
There's a whole, and the
Okay,
thing
then
is,
there you
What kind of
go.
skills do they give a job corps?
concept,
I'll take a few skills.
yeah, the
However,
core, like the concept of Job Corps
I
is
actually
fantastic.
have some experience with the Job Corps.
Oh, really? What did you learn for job corps? I might go.
Me and my friend went to Gary Job Corps. He got beat up
My
like
mother taught there for
he
a
got
couple of
jumped like
years.
maybe 4 or 5 times.
oh
Oh
jeez,
my
Because
god,
it-
Goku.
Yeah.
No, for real. This is what happened because he like I stopped going there
Dang,
because
Job
of
Corps
that.
in the wrong
It was terrible. Yeah, it is all in the different neighborhood. But over there, they had their own crews. It was just like I would say like
A click.
a clique.
A
Yeah, they had
borderline
their
prison.
own. Yeah. It's just like
Yeah.
a borderline prison, and he got beat up for wearing red shoelaces.
Yeah.
Like they jumped him because of that.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
not going to
and-
job corps.
Again, I will
The-
reiterate, Job Corps is not perfect, but I do personally think that it's a step in the right direction. Yeah, some Job Corps are dangerous. I know the one I went to was also a risk because just as with a lot of people with poverty-stricken backgrounds, a lot of them also have overlap with criminal backgrounds. But take for instance, such as a person like myself, I didn't want to be homeless, so
Yep.
I used the Job Corps opportunity at the fullest. Because I don't know how to explain to you guys, but when you have the threat of homelessness over your head, you don't care about getting
Right,
jumped at
no.
that point. It's
Yep.
like I'm
Yep.
close to if I'm gonna. It's either get jumped in Job Corps or get jumped by some druggie in the corner in the streets. I'm gonna take Job Corps.
Oh yeah, I'm not gonna say that there was like not opportunities there. It was you can get like good jobs mechanic and learning computers, all that stuff.
Yeah.
They pick you up, they drop you off, you live on there. They bring you to malls, but it's every like 2 weeks or something. You only get to go for 2 hours. And you have to be back at the bus, otherwise you get really big trouble.
And I will say that for me, as someone that studied in Job Corps, it was a life changer for me.
See, that's what I mean.
When did
like
you do
for
it?
you, it was a good experience for you.
Yeah, and a lot of other people that went to Job Corps.
Oh yeah.
What about
Yeah,
that guy
Job-
that
Job
got
Corps-
jumped
Yeah,
for
but
his
I feel like
license?
okay, but I
Yeah.
know
The
feel like I know what
concept of
Hikaru's
it-
getting
yeah,
at,
it's
but
not-
I feel like wait, hold on. I feel like it's very subjective. Like I'm not trying to disown your experience there, but I think what Hikaru was trying to say, like when she said for you, like I feel like that experience is very subjective for anyone trying to attempt it. And just as you said, it's not a perfect thing, right?
Yep.
It's not a perfect thing, and
Okay.
there is some room to improve it, obviously,
Yes.
because I don't know about you, but my experience with Job Corps is that you have two types. Wait, no, actually three different types of people. You have people going in there because they have no other options. Hello, me. That was me. You have option number 2, where they wanted opportunities, but they couldn't financially afford it. And then you have 3, where people look at Job Corps as the final step to correct their misbehaving kids' bad behavior. Spoiler alert, they don't make it far. And unfortunately, a good portion of Job Corps students is composed of parents throwing the responsibility of their badly behaving children to the government. Oh, and also, I forgot the 4th type of person, just to shout out, but unfortunately, another portion of people that go to Job Corps are people that, how do I say, defaulted out of the foster care system, so people that never got adopted. They
It
also
is the
go to
final
Job Corps.
place. Yeah, it's the final place for a lot of people who literally have no options. And that's why, it is true, like when you say, and I get it, for you it was a good experience but it's like I'm gonna be honest with you, man. When you're in those situations, it's rough, and that's the reality. I don't think it's a good experience for anybody. It is just life. Like Job Corps,
Yes.
it's just that part of life, and that is just the reality. There are parts of life, places in life it's not good, and you're dealing with difficult situations.
It's
You
not the
know,
best opportunity, but the point is that it's an opportunity
It's not
nonetheless.
the best choice. It's Spacer's choice.
Yeah, exactly.
No,
Rin, you're great. You're great, Rin. You're great. Love the game. Rin.
but Arachna, I see what you're saying. It's not like the down. It's not the best. It's not sunshines and rainbow there, but it's an option that's open.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I think I understand where you're coming from when you're saying it like that.
And if you survive, you might come out good.
Hey, my friend survived, so he came out pretty good.
Good for him.
So yeah, it's like it's exactly what she's saying. She's absolutely right.
I do want
mean-
to mention that, like, I'm not like shitting on the program itself. Like I'm saying, it's in your circumstance, it was a good program. I look at it from a logical standpoint and go, okay, that's something that can be beneficial to people who will genuinely take advantage of its benefits. But I'm also looking at it from a standpoint of people will manipulate it. And like gonna be honest, like I don't shit on government programs because, outside of like ethnic groups, like entirely, I have autism, so sometimes government programs like can actually, help me out too.
Okay.
I can understand that.
So like I get it.
All right, so this goes into
Wait, something I wanted to add is the thing about the artifacts and stuff like that. I feel like museums or countries would have better control over that if they're going over to a family or a tribe or something like that. But there are still people that meet with tribes today that make I knew this clerk in New Hope, Pennsylvania. He owns a African themed culture shop, and he's an Egyptian guy. His name is Mohammed, and everything that he got in the store he got from actual African tribes. Now, to me, that's kind of like, I don't know what he's trying to do there, because to me that looks like it's a little bit of exploitation, and you're getting money from these people's actual culture. Um, but it's like those are like actual artifacts from these people's tribes, you know. So to me, the guy looks like Vulture, but how do you get all that stuff back to overseas in Africa? You know, because
Is
like
that a question to me?
Hey, but Egypt
no,
is Africa.
it's just a general thing. I'm just asking in general, like how would you be able to do that if someone comes off friendly to a tribe and they give them these things out of the guy from the guys that this guy is being friendly and whatnot, and he's selling their things for profit.
I mean, that's fine. They just got finessed.
Yeah, that's called a transaction.
Jesus.
What? What?
To me, it just seems like that's more of, it's more exploitation than what would be considered to be in a museum.
Well, Gemini, I'm pretty sure the things that we got them may be part of history, but we might have most likely stolen them from the original owners, possibly. Who knows? So,
Oh
Now,
no.
on the top of like things being stolen and whatnot. So I wanted to say something earlier. So like we all like Avatar, right? Last
Yes.
Airbender. We all like it. Last
Yeah.
Airbender. Oh.
Yes.
There was a comic, right, which
Mhm.
takes place after the series. So pretty much, there was this colony. It was the first Fire Nation colony on the Earth Kingdom soil, and Aang and Zuko go there. It's like, okay, we're gonna give this land back to the Earth Kingdom. But then everyone's there like, what are you talking about? Our families have been here for over 100 years.
Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, what's the right thing to do in that situation? Do you kick those people out?
No, you just let them be.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So
So
I think at a certain point, once it's been long enough, you just got to learn to let it go and move on.
yeah, which is why I was kind of saying like there's something different than what's already in a museum because it may have been discovered or yes, it may have been taken, but this guy is this guy who's literally going to different tribes in Africa is literally taking their shit and selling it to people for actual money.
Now because that's a different context. Because before you said he's acts nice and they give it to him. That's not taken. I mean, I'll agree they're being finessed, but like I don't think that's I don't know.
Oh
I'm not gonna be
no,
upset about it.
no, I'm just like that's the way I take it because he literally told me he goes to Africa and he meets with these tribes and
They give it to
they
him.
they give them these things,
I
which
mean,
means
if he's
that
unless he's robbing them at gunpoint, I don't
he's
care.
it just seems like he has that thing of a con artist, so
I'm
like
fine with con artists. Just don't get conned.
I don't agree with that though because
I keep
these
forgetting that Rin is chaotic neutral. I mean, chaotic neutral.
Chaotic
He's
evil.
neutral, neutral.
Be chaotic evil.
No, he's neutral.
Oh,
Well,
Yeah.
well,
the
No.
only reason I don't agree with that is because these are tribes that hardly have any interaction with people who are familiar with modern days.
Well, a lot of tribes don't want interactions with modern days. Was that one
the-
Brazilian tribe that
I mean,
kept
that's
shooting
fine.
helicopters?
So he can be taking their stuff and selling it, and they have no idea that that's going on, which I
Yeah,
feel
Rin
is a
doesn't
lot.
care. It's
I mean,
all
that's
about
I mean,
that profit, baby.
like
no,
I'll be real. Like once
it-
once
Gemini.
once they agreed to it, it's out of their hands. It's not theirs
Yeah.
anymore.
Well, it's not just that too.
You could have
Those
said no.
people. You know how the saying goes, another one's trash could be another one's treasure. That's your prime example. The people giving it to the foreigner that can make a profit out of it, they probably don't think that's worth that much. Obviously,
There's
they don't know
actually
any
a
better.
story about that.
So
He's not a foreigner. He's from Egypt, though.
Yeah, so he's
Oh,
living in Africa.
And then like
okay, so they
he's
they can.
originally from Egypt, and then he moved to America.
Okay, so
Oh, he's getting artifacts from his own people and going back home and profiting.
Oh my
shit.
god.
Hashtag glitch.
All right. Everybody. Next question.
Okay.
Fin and finesse.
Do you think America is more racist now than it was back in 1940s? If
No.
so,
In the
absolutely
1940s?
not.
No.
Absolutely
No.
not. If someone says otherwise, I will question them. I'm sorry.
I think
I'm
it's more
gonna
complex.
say
I think we can
I
all
think the
agree that's a
racism is
no.
just more complex. Like,
I'm
There was no such thing as rights back then. Let's put it that way, or lack of
yeah
thereof. More
I'm,
The National
exactly.
Socialist Workers' Party of Germany was defeated a long time ago.
I'm
All,
gonna
all in
say
agreement, say aye. Aye.
you guys feel
I'm
satisfied with your answer?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
literally.
think it's unanimous.
It's
I'm gonna
unanimous.
say
hold
I
on.
agree with it to an
I
extent
I kind of
Mm,
also agree to an extent.
okay,
because
do tell.
we're in a situation now where some people are okay with the way things are racially and this that the other thing, but then there's some people who get offended easily by every little thing
Okay.
and
Yeah, it's okay. It's all right. You can
it's
call them out.
getting
Yeah.
The
no. I'm
rightoids and
just
leftoids. Yeah, you can call them out.
no. I'm not doing that. I'm just saying
We're talking about liberals.
that
no, Falcon, no, stop.
no. I'm just saying that these types of people, it seems like, and I was talking about this with Los the other night, but it seems like they're kind of bringing segregation back in a way, and it doesn't make sense because we already went through that. We had the civil rights movement. We had the whole speech of I feel like you should judge someone based on their character, not on how they look. We and then we have people who are piggybacking off of that, like uh, Reverend Jesse Jackson and Al Sharpton. So it's like
Why'd you have to put the
I feel
reference
like it's a
there?
mix because that's what they were.
Respect my man's name. Like he earned that. The whole thing,
Yeah.
like Tribe Called Quest, Reverend Jesse.
Wasn't it
Come on
Evergreen that
now.
had black only
No.
events, like black
Okay.
only classes?
Wait,
and
I just
that?
have to ask, just to make sure. Is everyone satisfied with your answer for it?
No,
Oh, yeah.
I didn't get to say my answer.
Okay, Hikaru, you go.
I want to
So-
say afterwards.
So similar to Gemini, I agree to an extent. I agree that it was more racist back in the 1940s than now. However,
Yeah.
I'm not just including race in my answer. I'm also including, LGBTQ as well. And I can also say from personal experience that I have people around me who are not okay with trans people or gay people or lesbians, and it's disgusting.
Okay.
So
Agreed.
I will add into that, while yes, it was more racist in the 1940s, specifically about, like
Race.
racial groups and all that stuff. I
Yeah.
think now we're more like racist and discriminatory because we're including LGBTQ in the mix.
Was that part of the question?
It could
That was
be.
that was not, but I'm hearing out what Hikaru is saying.
Okay.
So yeah, that's why I say I agree to an extent.
Okay. I mean, I can see that.
I can see what you're saying. And
Yeah,
Falcon,
when you put it that way, yeah.
Falcon, you can say your answer.
Yeah, wasn't it Evergreen College that had like black only courses or like black only events?
Yeah, the ask all the white people on the campus to leave.
Yeah, and they're also, I know for colleges, if you're Asian, you might have a tougher time getting accepted to the
Harvard and Yale.
Ivy Greens.
Or was it Harvard or Yale? I think it was Harvard. Yeah, that had the for that.
Supposedly having a culture that succeeds in making successful people is now a detriment thing.
Oh, sorry. Lynn. Falcon, are you good? I just wanted.
Oh yeah, I'm complete with my statement.
Okay. Hikar, I just wanted the only thing is with that. I know because the LGBTQ is going on right now that it could be more because it involves them including
Yeah.
it. But imagine if they were back then, it would be a lot worse though. We're kind of comparing that notion to anything
Might as well
else.
throw them in the Middle East at that point
Yeah.
if you're talking about.
Oh my God.
That's what I'm saying.
There it is.
I
When they throw
I
Wildcat
agree
in
that
there,
in the
then they had to be
1940s
hanged.
it was a lot worse.
Yeah, of course,
Oh,
and that's what I
yes,
mean.
yes.
Like, imagine, but if they were the LGBTQ now going to there and
I
putting
know the
them
Germans
there,
don't like them.
Oh
it'll be
God.
yeah.
If
That's
they're-
exactly. They will not live. They will literally not live at all.
Well, there were reports that
They
the
make good
Nazi
spies,
Party,
though.
specifically Hitler, anyone that was gay, he would burn because he think they have like a mental issue that they couldn't solve.
Yes.
So
Or the demon is inside them. Literally, that's one thing that he
That's the thing
believes.
that people are forgetting. Where people are like, oh well, like it's more discriminatory because gay people are in the mix now. It's like, honey, gay people were thought to be
There was no
possessed
mix.
by demons.
Yeah.
Yeah,
They were
literally.
chained up in the
There
attic.
was nothing.
Still
Like-
think still they still think
Yeah.
that. They still think that.
Yeah, there are still some people out there that are.
But the reaction of it is literally you cannot
I
compare.
mean, it's like as we enter the modern times, the reason why LGBT people are in the mix now is because they finally let them out of the house.
Reach.
I forget. I forget.
Oh,
I forget what president it was, but he was in the Middle East. I think it was the president of Iran, and
Do you have
he
a
said that
president?
yeah, okay, he's obviously a dictator, but he calls himself a president,
No, I
and
didn't know.
he's
Well, not every place has a president. I mean, the UK has a prime minister.
Oh,
well,
don't
yeah,
forget Japan has an
but
emperor. Oh, well, yeah, right, prime minister, right?
Yeah,
Prime
What does
Minister.
Korea
but
have?
emperor.
They used to have an
No,
emperor.
they do
You
still
would-
technically
I
have
know,
an
I know,
emperor, but it's
but you
not.
jump straight to emperor before prime minister. That's the funny
No,
part.
no. I meant to say prime minister, but I was like, wait a minute,
but
wrong era.
my 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 point of bringing that up is that he said that there's no gay people in his country
Oh,
because
I remember that. Yeah,
if
that was last week, right?
that was a long time ago when he brought that up, but it was
Ooh.
because
Oh, my bad. I'm thinking about the one comment from that one
the
guy when we had
the
Anton.
president of Iran.
I know what you're talking about, Rin.
Yeah, remember when there was a president of Iran or something, and when he was asked a question, he's like, "Oh, we don't have any gay people in my country."
Oh yeah, no, they don't. Most middle
Yeah.
and like okay, so most Middle Eastern countries, and you know what, I'm gonna say every single one. Um, gays are not allowed there. And this is due to a religious thing.
Is it the Quran or is it like something else?
It is in the Quran.
Yeah, it is.
They're very hostile to anyone that is gay. Because it is in their pillars that they will stone them to death.
Yup.
I
Yeah,
understand
it's
not
very.
agreeing with someone's lifestyle, but being like so disagreeable with their lifestyle, you're gonna throw rocks at them. I'm like, dang.
Oh my god.
I mean,
Yeah,
I'll tell him to
that's
kick
why.
rocks, but like throwing rock, nah.
No, but like okay, I'm not trying to say this lightly or make a joke out of it, but like it is true that's a thing. Even I know there's a lot of
Shivware?
I know I'm probably please don't hate me for this. I'm just saying for what it is. Um, I know that even Muslim women that are there that appreciate their culture, their religion, and whatnot. From an outside perspective, the women there are very much oppressed. You're not allowed to show skin. If you show skin, that the man is allowed to hit you.
Yup.
The man is allowed to dictate what you do. A woman is not allowed to drive unless a man is accompanying her. There's a lot of very strict rules over there.
Yeah,
No,
like a woman's
definitely.
not allowed to leave her house without without the company of a man, things like that.
Yeah. And I know. Okay, so and this goes towards the Egyptian viewer that is now with us. Yes, there are. I know our last special guest speaker, Ant, said that there are gay people in Egypt. Um, I had to look this up, but I see that there was news that they were stoned to death. So
Jesus.
Like
yeah,
recently or like something that happened a while back?
Well, if they were to like, they'd most likely be
they
caught.
traveled over there and it was revealed there.
It was
Yeah.
recent then.
Why would you travel there knowing that what the country's views are?
You know
Family.
what? I don't fully know the story. I don't want to get fully into that. Again, that's a very hot topic to even talk
Are
about. Um,
Yeah,
do they even care if it gets leaked out? That's the thing. Like,
Probably
I
not.
would
probably not.
imagine
Obviously.
the political side would care, but
If it's done by a random crowd, you can think the country would basically feign like, oh, we didn't do this.
all I can just say is that they're very hostile to gay people.
I'll just be different.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you see, I'm keeping my black self inside America. I don't feel like going outside.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. Okay.
God.
All right, we're gonna go on to the next question, which is a returning question and highly requested to be talked about again. Unfortunately, I'm sorry, Ant is not with us. So we'll just go right into the fray with the question. It's two questions that the viewers really wanted us to discuss over again. Now that there's more of us, we're going to see different perspectives. Mind you, I know that some speakers here have already answered these two questions in particular before. So if anyone here, I don't know if you guys see it, but I'll just go right ahead and read it. do you think it's safe for a child to undergo a physical gender transition in between ages 6 to 11? In what ways would this benefit them? Should parents be involved in the decision making for their transition? Explain.
Safe? No. For my enemies? Yeah.
No.
What?
Fuck you mean enemy?
Oh my god.
I might agree with him on this one.
Like,
Oh
fuck
my
all of you.
god, Goku,
Fuck
stop.
my god.
Goku, stop.
I was not
Goku.
expecting that whatsoever.
Oh my god.
I mean, are
Okay,
you
If I
really
was like
surprised
Thorfinn
at
living
this
life, I
point?
have no enemies.
All right, so since it was highly requested, Arachno, please answer the question.
We get this question
What
every
was the
podcast.
question again?
The same question.
What is the dominant thing
It's
in
literally the
cultural
same
sphere at the
question we
moment?
asked you like in our one of our first few episodes.
I mean, the way you worded it is different, though. To
The-
say
the-
that whether
this is not me that worded it. It's actually a viewer that did.
Yeah. So the question of whether it's safe for a kid to have surgery is obviously no. Every surgery is going to have a risk. And even with gender reassignment surgery, there might be a risk that you might not come out of it on the other side.
Yes.
So to that, that's my stance with any surgery.
Okay, and in what way would it benefit them?
How do I word this one? It's not supposed to be beneficial. Those type of surgeries is kind of a last resort
Is it like a
deal.
mental pacifier or something?
And I'm just gonna add on to it
Assumption.
because the viewer was very interested in when you said you would transition your child at 6 to 11 in the 1% extreme.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, a 1% extreme, as in as like again, I see it as a last resort. It's not supposed to be the first
All
option. It is
all
the
other options
last.
has failed.
Yes,
That's the whole point of a last resort.
it's a last resort option.
Okay. Does anyone else want to add on to the question after Addie?
Nah, I'm
No,
done with this topic.
I'm done with this topic too. but I do kind of agree with Addie on that one. But just I don't want kind of want to be done with this question too.
Okay, but we have new viewers here, so we're gonna go right to Hikara.
Oh hi.
Oh, okay.
I'm going to state this from the beginning because I actually got this question regarding teaching trans education to little kids in the education system. And my opinion on it is, and I want people to first hear me out. I definitely am a trans support person. My best friend is transgender. I support them all the way. I'm a trans ally. I'm also an LGBTQ ally. However, I feel like transitioning should be something a child and the family should teach on their own when the child is a little bit closer to a double digits age, so like 10 or 11. To
Well,
talk about it, just to talk about it.
okay.
That being said, surgery should be something that, and I know all the steps for it is, you're supposedly supposed to get like a psych evaluation and then you have to go through hormone therapy. I feel like you're supposed to like take those steps first before even considering surgery. To actually answer the question, no. A child should not be getting gender reassignment surgery from 6 years old to 11 years old. 11 is like maybe 11 is a maybe. Is like a borderline maybe, but not from 6 to 10. And
And should parents be involved in that decision making?
I feel like if the child trusts the parent enough, like if they have parents that are super duper chill and are like they're willing to open up about it, then yes. But if you have a parent who's kind of like super dickish, like parents who don't like support that stuff, they should maybe like hold out on it. And I only say this from personal experience. Like my best friend is going through a very hard time right now, and they're my or like around my age, and they're still having a hard time with it with their mother, who's like, that's my daughter, that's my daughter, and I'm like, no, 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 they want to identify as your son, and as such, I'm respecting that. But you can't get mad at me and like rip me a new one for being respectful, but they continue to do so anyway. If you have parents like that, I think you should maybe wait until you're an adult and don't like when you're able to financially live on your own and do what you need to do is when you should probably do it and not tell them.
Okay. Thank you for that answer, actually.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna point this question to Los as well. Do you want me to repeat the question?
Yeah, repeat it for me.
Do you think it's safe for a child to undergo a physical gender transition in between ages 6 to 11? In what ways would this benefit them? Should parents be involved in the decision making? Please explain.
Nah, man. I don't think children should go through any kind of reconstruction surgery at all unless we're talking about like burn cases or
Disfigurement.
extreme. Yeah, exactly. Like I think that should absolutely be out of the question. I mean, we don't really trust kids to do much else. I would not trust them to decide for themselves whether or not they should go through a crazy process, a long process that's filled with medication, filled with, talking to a bunch of different doctors of all kinds. No way. I don't think that kids should go through that at all. I think that until a person is emancipated, is that the word I'm thinking of
Yeah,
here?
yeah,
Yes.
no, it's
Yeah.
emancipation. Yes. Hmm.
It is, right? Until they're able to do that, I don't think that anyone has a say in whether or not the parents could or should be involved. They will because they're the parents. Once you're the age where you can go off and live on your own, then I think that becomes the question of do you want your family involved? But until then, I mean, let's just be real here.
You don't get a
I don't
choice.
know. Yeah, I don't know any kids that have health insurance without through their parents who could even afford that type of stuff if it isn't you know what I mean? Because of their parents. And so at the end of the day, it's like, yeah, it's true. It might not be the most ethical thing to say that, well, because you don't have money, fuck you, you don't get to decide. But it is something where everyone
Yeah,
has to
there's
be
a factor
paid.
to it.
It's a factor to it. And children cannot pay that expense. And so I don't think that parents should be pressured from the outside of society that doesn't have to deal with the negative repercussions
Oh,
internally
that's a big one.
that come with
No, of
yeah
course.
that come with the mood swings that come with things changing. What if I mean, you're talking about 6 to 11 years old. My god, what was I even thinking about when I was 6 to 11? Super Smash Bros,
Pokemon
like,
cards, Smash Bros, video
yeah, you know
games,
what I mean, like
cartoons.
Get it.
it's like and then you have all that fun and whatever, right? And then you have the depressing side of things that could be just loneliness or dealing with the loss in a family and all this other stuff. And then on top of that, you're gonna put gender and all this other stuff, and I got to go see my doctor again because it's like, dude, come on. The medication that's involved is extensive, the different
And
doctors,
expensive.
different and expensive, right? It's just I you know what I mean? It's like I can't.
Financially and
I just
mentally.
can't see it. Yeah, I can't. I just can't see it. I can't support it in that regards. Not for children. Not for children. I can't, man.
Okay. And how about for you, Inari?
So, actually, working at a doctor's office, I actually came across this very case, I believe 3 years ago. Um, One of my patients, their son, I believe they were 7 years old,
Doctor?
um, decided to, said, you know what, I want to be your daughter now. And the parents were super supportive. I'm talking like day one, change wardrobe and everything. They even made like little postcards and the announcement saying our son now wants to be known as our daughter. And her new name is so and so. And they sent those postcards to all their doctors, family, everything. Like they went all out. Last year, apparently the son had a change of heart and is back to being a boy now. So they kind of look a little bit silly. But my point is definitely not kids that should be getting this kind of procedure
Yeah.
done. No way. Because
Absolutely not.
absolutely not, because they can barely decide what they want for breakfast. So something like this is too it's still serious, and they don't even know what they want at that age. Even I'd be willing to listen to them if my kid decided to do this.
I wanted to
When
be a cop and eat cereal every morning for breakfast.
Wait,
I don't know
how are
about
those
the
two
cop part,
related?
but
How
boy,
are
you
those
better
two
eat a
related?
cereal.
Wow.
But
No, I look at
around the age
cereal and it scares me.
like late middle school to high school, that's when we can have the conversation if they still feel that
Okay.
way. And I'll definitely support them all the way. If that's who they want to be from now on, by all means, I'll help you change clothing. I'll help you change your name if you want. But kids,
I think
6
there are
to
other.
11,
That's
no.
a good point. Yeah, there are other routes that can help
Yeah,
prepare them before you even enter surgery and all that other stuff. Like, I
exactly.
mean,
So,
to jump straight to
Like
that is
Arachno said, it like gender reassigned surgery isn't a first solution. It's
no.
supposed to be a last solution.
Yes.
If they want to do this,
And I
let's
will
put them through
also
the
say,
trial. You
for
know,
me, if I were to have a trans kid, preferably if I'm able to, I would wait until they're independent. But I'm
Emancipated,
open
actually.
to, having them socially transition before considering,
Agree.
yeah.
yeah, they'll
If
be
they,
allowed to socially transition. But if I could delay it until they're independent, where, their brain is fully developed to the point where they're like, yeah, I'm sure this is what I want, then that would, for me, would be the ideal.
exactly. So when their kid and they're thinking about that, support them. Say yes, of course you can. If you want to talk to me about it, we can. If they want to buy some certain type of clothing or items or toys, by all means, hell yeah. Let them know that it's okay. You know, and if it keeps going throughout the years and they're still sure about it, go for it. You know, at least you let them know. You let them try the lifestyle out to a certain degree. That if they're sure about this, then it's 100% for sure. That's what they want to do, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Okay. Everyone's satisfied with your answers. I know a good bunch of us already like tackled this question like a good 3 times in different podcasts, but um, if you guys feel
Get off the
satisfied,
podcast.
yeah, we'll go into another returning question, but this will be the second
Oh, is it a
time.
fun one though?
Just shut up.
I'm just wondering if it was a fun question. We had some fun questions.
Okay, so should it be allowed for trans women to compete in the women's league for any sport, including combat sports?
Not
If
a fun
yes, then explain why you think there is no unfair physical advantage within those sport leagues for trans women.
Yes, they should, and yes, there is an advantage. That is unfair.
Okay.
You know what?
You know,
No. I think.
at least he's
I
consistent.
think. You know what? You know what?
Agreed.
I can't even argue.
Should all just be
He said
sports.
yes, they should, and he said yes, it's unfair. At some point, it sounds like women are the problem. I don't know.
Wow.
Oh
Holy
goddamn!
crap!
No, I'm
Mask
kidding.
off!
Wait, I'm
You
kidding.
got
I'm kidding.
you got two women in
Yeah.
here
Okay,
right now to fight
I'm
with
kidding.
Los.
Rip.
Los, you have two people you have to
I'm
fight with.
kidding, guys. I don't want my mother to walk in the room and start
Wait, what
beating
did
me up.
Los say?
I hope she walks in the room and beats
He
you.
thinks in the end it's a women's problem, Falcon. That's all you need to know.
There goes our Hello Fresh
Lift more weights.
sponsor.
Oh my
Oh
god.
my
Ooh,
god.
all right, I'm good.
All
I
right,
didn't see that coming.
Run,
Well,
baby, baby,
let's
run.
tackle.
Run,
Wait,
baby,
hold on,
run.
time out. Wait, guys. Let's tackle this one time. Rin, you start.
Okay. Trans women competing in sports. Like I said before, I am against it for now. Those 3 reasons I said. A fairness issue, a safety issue, and a moral issue. The safety being, is it safe for them to compete? I'll admit, Ant has convinced me a little bit, moved me a little bit on the end, but still not for it. The moral issue, um, should women be entitled to women-only sports, like sports divisions and leagues that are only for biological women? That's the thing I'm still hung up on. That's going to be the make or break it for me. Until someone can convince me otherwise, my answer is no.
Okay. And I will say this just to defend all the speakers here. Yes, I think I think women that are in sports should also have a say in this. because I know
Absolutely.
last time we got a lot of angry viewers. So I'm just gonna say that right now. Yes, I would like if I can find a speaker that is a woman that is in a sport, I would like their opinion too. So
The esports
uh,
count?
what
Yeah, see
happened?
if we can get Ronda Rousey on this.
Oh my god!
Good lord.
um,
But okay, go
Oh
on.
wait. All right, I'm gonna choose. And Inari, you're next.
Um, this is because I'm sure you guys heard the story of the Olympic swimmer,
Leah
trans female
Thompson?
swimmer,
Yes.
in that whole story. And I'm like, when I saw that, I'm like, I really don't know. She should have been there. God, it feels weird. It's a very, it's tough to answer this because I love my trans friends. I really do. I don't know if having their own division would probably help alleviate the
It
problem.
It
it
would.
would have it would absolutely.
It would help, but the problem with that, and I think we
There's just
discussed
not
this in
enough
our
Just
last
people
not
for
podcast.
a
enough to
It
competitive
will
just not
division.
segregate them from what they believe in.
Yeah,
well, but
that's true. It'll make them
that is
feel
true.
it'll make them feel alienated in a
Yes.
way, and I get that. But
What about the women that are all that also need a
Exactly.
say in the
yeah,
as well?
Exactly.
Do you
Because
uphold their view or do you just allow them?
okay,
I say the
ignoring
best way
Falcon
to
for just a second, um, there have been a lot of reports, and mind you, last time when our special guest Ant that was
God
speaking
bless
on
him.
it, he didn't also take in account of even the minor sport leagues, like the women that are in the high school and college and whatnot. He didn't take account for those as well, and um, there have been a lot of women, especially in track and field, that even do shock put and whatnot. They come out and say, this is all over the news too. They come out and say that they feel that it's not fair, and that they feel that trans women should have their own division. But again, when they interviewed the trans women, they feel that that's an unfair thing to say because it's alienating them. So how do we reach this middle ground between these two, between the group here, right? That's the I think that's also the
So,
extension to this question as well. But you know what? The next person I'm going to choose to speak is Hikara.
So I'm gonna go based off personal notions and whatnot. I have a relative who is in disagreement with trans women being in, you know, women's sports. And while, yeah, I can honestly say that having a trans woman in a women's sport is disheartening for like actual women. Going back to what someone stated as well, um, them having their own division would make things fair, but it also wouldn't make it fair. And it's kind of like a gray area of, well, do we just eliminate men and women's leagues entirely at that point? Or do we suck it up, Buttercup, and make a trans league for transgendered individuals? That is literally my personal experience and counter question.
Say that last part, your counter question.
My counter question. My counter
Yeah,
question is:
restate it.
Do do we get rid of men and women's leagues entirely,
There
or
isn't a men's league though.
do we suck it up, Buttercup, and make a transgender league which isn't fair to trans people?
Yeah, and that's the tough
Wait,
question.
I have
I
a
know.
question.
Yeah,
Basically, I'm
Um,
right.
is it implied in your counter question that the trans league is unfair to
No,
them? Oh, into okay,
no.
okay.
It is implying that you're not treating the trans people as, so like, trans women. You're not treating a trans woman as a woman, which is what makes it unfair.
Okay,
As opposed to, well, a trans woman's competing against a regular woman. That's really unfair.
Right, because
That's
I think you understand this already with the physical difference in their biology.
yeah,
Yeah.
of course.
Yeah.
Well,
So
So when I
where do
state
where do we where do
unfair,
we draw that line? Are we drawing the fairness in what they want to represent? Are we and trading what's fair in the sport itself, or are we doing the vice versa? Because I think that's what boils this down. Like, where do we draw that line? Where is it fair? Because we know that trans women want to be represented in women's sports because that's what they are, right? They're women.
and the
But
same could also be said about trans men too. Trans men who compete in sports aren't as physically strong as an actual
yeah, but no one
man.
cares about that.
I care about it.
Right.
I care about it. I wouldn't have stated it otherwise
Red,
if I
Uh,
didn't
Red
care
is
about it.
savage. Oh,
I know. I'm just
oh,
being. That's never the topic of discussion
there's
in
a
public.
viewer that
That's
said,
my joke.
wait,
I'm
hold on. I
going
find
after
this
you
funny.
men.
I find this funny.
what I
One second,
do.
Hikara. There's actually two viewers that said this towards Rin. Answer the question, pussy.
Wait,
Sounds about
what?
right.
Who you called the pussy? What was the question?
Yeah. Meet them at a Denny's parking lot. Yo, Ray will kick your ass right now. On God.
Denny's,
My
Denny's
raise no
parking lot.
Oh my god.
Get your ass on League right now. Rin will take you out.
Oh, I
Damn.
don't play League no more.
My,
I
All right,
quit.
but go ahead, Hikara.
I'm clean.
I just have to say that funny comment.
then Gemini can go afterwards since he didn't know Gemini.
I'm glad that the viewer liked my question.
Yeah.
But if you're done with what you're saying, Gemini, you had a word.
No, I was just going to acknowledge that it is true that it's usually trans women are stronger than other women, and no one usually looks at the other way around of how trans men aren't as strong as other physiological men.
That isn't really talked about as much or seen
Yeah, that
often enough in sports. So it's hard. It's
yeah
a hard thing to even bring up or mention because we haven't seen enough of it yet.
that's all I'm acknowledging. I'm not
Bone density, baby. Bone density.
I know I brought that up with
Yeah.
Ant.
That's good. I was
Did that
wondering
just?
why.
I know that conversation didn't go
Ant doesn't.
anywhere.
Well, see, the
Yeah.
thing with Ant doesn't believe that the bone density would,
Make a
still stay the
difference.
same. He thinks that it will decrease their bone density, but I'm
Okay,
gonna
so
say
I
this
will
for
say this.
opinion.
He's not wrong, but there is a difference between someone who trained in a sport as a male and then transitioned and someone who transitioned and then started training.
You're
There
right.
is,
There's a
but
huge difference there.
there is, but he is a bit wrong when it comes to the bone density part. There just isn't enough data to support.
Yep. That's what we covered last time.
Yeah,
Right?
we covered this before. So Ant
Yeah.
doesn't believe that the bone density would stay the same, which is not true because he cannot. As Ant states that he cannot prove it himself either. There is just not enough data.
That's the
Um,
only that's the only reason why I like, because I know we talked about this before, and my stance on it.
It's like moving a pond in front of your
Uh,
pond.
for
yeah,
new
but
viewers,
I just want to say, none of us here agree with Falcon putting everyone in one league. That's incredibly
He's
dangerous.
on his own.
Yeah.
Okay, let them have
That's
their
I do
debate,
not
then.
agree
that,
with
Yeah,
that
no, I don't.
whatsoever.
this
Boys
sounds
down.
like good TV to me.
I
if anything, I agree with Hikara, um, because,
Wait,
and
but
I
didn't
know
she
I
come to the
probably
same
said,
conclusion though?
I probably no, she did not.
What?
I was gonna say that it is either like for trans women, um, it is either because you're gonna have people who are transgender, who are transition, who they want to feel special. They want to, feel like they're different. So they'll accept that there is that if hypothetically there is a trans league for them, and they'll love that because it separates them from everybody else. But then there's going to be another portion of trans people who hate that because then it's going to make them feel like
It makes them
they're
feel othered.
freaks. Yes. So like Akara was saying, like you either group everybody together and not give a fuck, or you're going to just bite the bullet and you're going to make a trans league.
I just want to be completely clear here. Are you both technically agreeing with Falcon?
That's what
No.
I'm saying.
No, I'm saying
That was
no.
my counter question. My counter
No,
question is either where do we draw the line splitting everything up or putting everything together? That was my counter question.
Yeah, we're not agreeing with Falcon. I'm just saying, like, you
There's a
either
line in the sand, dude.
you either go to one extreme, which is putting everybody together, or you go the safer route, which will admittedly piss some people off, but it will be safer.
Unfortunately, there's no
less
right
of them.
answer. Like, this sucks. This really, really sucks. But there is no right answer without pissing somebody off. That's kind of like the bottom line. Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
life.
That's
It
life.
is live.
It's
No,
life.
it is live.
I mean, Falcon might be right, you know?
No,
that
I
in.
live my life by whether or not I
Goku,
offend
be
somebody.
quiet. Goku, be
I live by
quiet.
whether or
Don't
not I
even.
offend myself.
Goku,
Falcon,
don't
what
even
you're
say
asking for is the Hunger
Yeah,
Games between
it
all
is Hunger
genders.
Games. That's
literally.
That's actually funny.
Natural
knows.
selection.
I
as
mean,
long as I get
If
a
I-
bow
He
and
knows
arrow,
full
I'll be okay.
let me
I
Taking
let me
gender
ask this.
equality to new heights.
Let me ask this. How many of us watch the Olympics?
I do.
I do.
Okay.
Oh,
My
you
mom is just
liars.
like watching the
Oh,
Haitian
hold on,
team.
hold on.
Yes, I
Okay,
do.
Lose, they
hear me
can't
out.
even win. But
Hear me out,
Haiti
hear me
never
out.
wins.
How many of those instances include split groups of men and women? Sometimes there's men and women on the same team as one another.
You
Am
mean
I
track,
wrong?
right?
Track and field.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter.
Track
Shot
and
put,
field, right.
swimming.
There
There,
are those really put
those are
together though.
all gymnastics even.
You're talking about men and women.
Yeah, in the Olympics.
Gymnastics, no. Men and women are separate on that one.
Oh, they are. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
There's
Okay.
some which you just
For the most
mentioned.
part,
Men and
they are.
women are definitely separate, and I watch those.
Okay.
You watch
I know that-
gymnastics?
Yes, I
Yeah.
do.
I do.
I'm
Okay.
What's wrong with
glad to know that
gymnastics, Ren?
Ain't
I'm
nothing
It's
wrong
glad
with
to
it.
know that
Gymnastics is
there are
pretty
some
nice. It's
sports
like volleyball or tennis.
I'm surprised.
have everyone together. But
I'm just,
yeah,
surp- I'm just surprised
Can I just
Akami
say one
watches
thing?
something other than MMA.
What?
I watch various combat sports, not just MMA.
Gymnastics
Hey.
is a combat sport, though.
No, but he watched other
don't-
ones. Ren, just
I don't-
shut it up, Ren.
He's
I don't
just
watch
trying to
enough.
nitpick, but Hikaru, go ahead and finish.
but anyway, it's nice to know that there are some sports where like everybody is in one group. However, that being said, again, where do we draw the line? Where do we put the extremity or where do we put the discomfort for everybody else is essentially what I am saying.
Well, yeah, that's the
Alright,
hard
well, what
thing
is
when
it?
it comes to sports.
I am not agreeing with Falcon because while he kind of has a point, it is not
No,
the
The
point.
rule of nature.
Oh my god.
Okay,
Oh
all
my
right.
God.
Can I say something to it?
Wow.
Can I ask a question?
You guys ever heard that song?
But
Ask your
Yes, it's
question.
from Metal Gear
Well-
Rising. Yeah.
So my question is, what would be the requirement for the trans women going into the women league? How they try to the criteria to be, you know how they usually do physical requirements. What if they fail? How would that be accounted for to try to go in there? What would that be the boundary for?
See, I was gonna say, and I think my answer kind of leads in that same direction. There has to be lines drawn where a person who is transitioning is allowed to compete in the transitioned final gender sport. There has to be lines drawn. I mean, we're talking about medical procedures here that
Mm-hmm.
are very complex. I think that if a person wants to be trans, but they want to compete in the female league, then they have to undergo surgery in order to do that. Because I feel like that has to be a requirement. Not to say that we don't respect trans women who just say I'm a woman, but I'm not going to go through surgery to become a woman. But to say that for the fairness of the sport, we have to start drawing lines in the sand that say, listen, people cannot just say that is the reason and then go and compete and then come back and then switch and it becomes an issue right there. I think there just has to be lines drawn in the sand.
Just
I
think
think
about those rules, how brutal those would be. To
I
actually,
think
Yeah, of course.
I think
You
I
know
have
what
a
I mean?
solution, but women wouldn't like it.
Oh.
What is
Okay.
Wait.
Raise the
No, no,
volume
no,
on
no,
your
no, no, no,
microphone.
I want to hear
no,
this.
Let her speak. Let her speak. What is the
I
solution?
Okay, so my solution is, and most wrestling groups use this, is use a weight class system.
Yeah, I could.
Yeah.
I think that could
But
work.
women won't like
That
it
makes.
because
Oh,
that means the
That
sports
it,
group
isn't
needs
that a
to
thing
know their
already?
weight. For
The
Oh yeah,
wrestling,
it is.
okay.
But like,
Wait,
no,
wait,
but
hold on. I'm gonna interject there real quick. So if we're talking about weight classes, depending on what sport is we're talking about here, because if you're gonna say for combat sports, I think it's complete asinine to do that.
no,
I'm
I'm
down
saying
for
for
it.
all sports. Use it for all sports. If in that regard, if you want trans women to be able to compete in women's sports and not feel like they're being segregated or judged or separated, go with a weight class system.
weight classes for a luge.
No, I'm gonna
Weight class basketball.
I'm gonna oh wait, I'm gonna humbly disagree with that. If it comes to combat sports, that is very dangerous.
That's fair.
That is an incredibly dangerous thing to do. That's almost as dangerous as Falcon's Hunger Game there.
Almost.
Almost.
I will
Damn,
not
being
deny that
compared to
my
Falcons
statement is
Hunger
dangerous.
Games.
Oof.
Because you're asking like a Mike Tyson type of man to fight, let's say a transition man, right?
Yeah.
There's obviously going to be a huge problem there.
Well, that's what I mean. They want a solution to be fair. Yeah, in combat sports, I can see that, but like a sport like swimming or well, maybe not basketball. No, maybe basketball too.
No, I don't think not basketball.
Weight class
No,
based
no, no.
basketball.
See, I
I
think
Weight
mean,
class
there
basketball.
there
so
is
many. I
there
think
is a
there's so many other
solution.
aspects that you
There
have to
there
look at when you talk about that.
there is a solution, and it's coming from the days of when I used to play soccer. And when I used to play
Football.
soccer in my elementary school days, our soccer teams were unisexed, where both girls and guys were on the same team competing against other schools. It wasn't like, just boys or girls separately. It's, a unison of both girls and guys together on one team. Now, taking little snippets of Falcon's idea there, not the entirety of it, I'm only saying this for team-based sports. That's one solution for that. And taking a little bit of what Hikaru said as well, if we get a bit of regulation where weight class is a thing, because usually they mainly use weight class systems in combat sports, because that's why we have welterweight, featherweight, mid heavyweight, super bantam heavyweight, and such and so forth. We have weight classes like that in especially boxing, MMA, and whatnot. If we start using that for every sport, you're going to start seeing a lot of balance issues. So you're gonna see like 2 6 feet tall towered people that are like what I could say maybe like 280 pounds versus someone that's 5'3".
Everybody going all cracked up with the latest patch.
You shut up. So if we're making that kind of suggestion, there's going to be a lot of team balancing issues if we implement that fully as just
Ooh! I have a perfect idea, and I know exactly who we're gonna have balancing.
don't. Oh god. Okay, let's entertain it. Who is going to balance it?
We get the Overwatch development team to balance
All
it out.
right. So
Oh, there
I
it is. There it is.
I
Whoa.
knew he was gonna go there. Los, go ahead. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there, man.
No. You're good. I mean, like I said, I just feel like there just has to be regulations in place. Like And over time, they'll iron out the numbers. We always do. But I think that you have to. I'm sorry, man. I feel like if you are biologically right, if you are still 100% man, you should not be allowed to compete in the female league because a social transition is not a physical transition. And that's just not fair to the women who have to devote like their life to training. Not to say that the trans women don't. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that in certain sports, there is undeniably an advantage that you get for being a male. And if you want to compete against females, you have to go through some type of physical change that goes beyond just saying I'm trans now. I feel like you have to. There has to be regulations on that.
And I agree. I completely agree because we've seen tad bits of this in the UFC. Well, not UFC, but in MMA in general. Um, and this is kind of why the UFC doesn't do this yet because they're kind of like testing the battlegrounds for this. But and I'm gonna reference Joe Rogan, and I know people get triggered by his name because it's like Voldemort's name everywhere, but Ben Shapiro as
He
well.
who shall not be named.
Um,
Bebo.
Yes.
so I know I'm referencing those two, but they have a really big point. And I'm not saying that they're doctors. I'm not saying they're medical experts and whatnot. But like, let's look at this logically. A man will always have a physical advantage over a woman. That is true. That is a fact. And no one here can dispute that. So if you pit a woman against a man, especially in, let's say, for example, boxing, that woman will sustain more damage normally than when it comes to fighting that man. Like that woman's going to be significantly manhandled in the ring. We already had some cases where they had a concussion and they're stuck in the hospital. Some of them they developed that I forgot what it's called, but Freddie Roach has it as well. Muhammad Ali had this issue. I forgot what it was called, but you
Uh,
know,
Parkinson's.
yeah, these women
Parkinson's?
will, yeah, they develop Parkinson's, and Parkinson's are just no joke.
Or
That's
CTE
But
for
okay,
football.
now not that I disagree with the overall point, but I have to ask, like, as far as your argumentation goes, if you say like Muhammad Ali sustained these types of injuries, and he never, he's not a trans, he's not a woman boxing against a trans woman or something like that. Then wouldn't that be against your argument? Because then wouldn't that be saying that they can sustain the same injuries that men do?
no, that's not what I'm trying to say. I'm just
Because that's
saying
what it
that
feels like. 'Cause when you say like, oh, they can suffer dangerous injuries like this injury that this one guy suffered in this.
I'm what I'm trying to
Yeah,
say is that they're
you see
more.
the. I
Wait,
guess
wait,
that's
hold on.
the issue with the
I'm trying
argumentation.
to say is that they're more susceptible to more damage if they fight against a man.
So you're saying that these injuries are more common.
You're going by Ant's point that he was debating with me last time on, and that's why I'm saying like if you see a man versus a woman, right? Let's just use this as let's just use this example. We have a man and a woman fighting in a boxing ring. The man,
Okay.
and I'm not going to say their weight, I'm not going to say their height, but an average man versus an average woman. Usually, the man would have that high physical advantage over the woman. Oh yeah, go ahead, Hikara. That's fine.
Thank you. Take care,
All
guys.
right, take care, Hikara.
See you,
Thank you
Nathan.
for coming. Thank you for coming. What I'm trying to say is that they will sustain, not. I'm not just saying common injury. I'm saying they would be sustaining, a much more dangerous injury than normal. Like, let's say
Yes,
that.
I understand that, but with your argumentation, the same like this is the counter argument that could be made. You don't give the same credence for men.
So,
That's the flaw in the argument.
okay, so you're saying if it's a man versus a man, it would be the same thing if it's a man versus a woman.
Well, when the argue with the example saying Muhammad Ali, yeah, that's exactly it. Yeah.
So, do you believe that a woman would be, you know, would not sustain any serious damage when it comes to fighting a man?
No,
Okay, so that's not what you were saying.
no. No, I'm saying like your argumentation. So like in the example, like I'm saying that I agree with you. I agree with your point. I think your argumentation.
I kind of, I kind of see what Ren is talk. Yeah,
Because like
I
if
can
you're
see what you're.
saying like a
Yeah,
trans woman
I get
shouldn't
that.
fight a man because they can suffer severe injuries
Oh no,
like
I'm just talking about
Parkinson,
man versus
like
woman.
Muhammad Ali. But
No, no,
then
no, no,
people say,
wait.
wait,
Hold on.
Muhammad Ali,
I can see
man,
where the
he suffered
disconnect
this
is.
injury.
Wait, hold on. I see where the disconnect is. I'm saying for now, in this example, man versus woman. I didn't even get to the trans woman yet. If that makes sense, but I see what
Okay.
you're saying about what I'm saying.
Yeah, there's a hole in your argumentation. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, no, I get you. Lois, did you want to add on to this?
Oh yeah, no, I mean, I don't like to pull out the Mike Tyson card. But I was just saying like, because you know that I don't want to be that guy to say it, but like, I don't want to get punched by Mike Tyson. I don't think anyone does. But
No,
realistically speaking,
he's a
man,
powerhouse in a different level.
yeah, they're way up there. But like, the truth of the matter is, I know there's weight classes and I know there's those kind of things. Don't get me wrong, but I don't know.
Imagine
Maybe there's
Christina
just a
Aguilera
disconnect.
boxing Mike Tyson.
Yeah,
It's and here's the thing, right? I'm just thinking about the
she beat his
size of these
ass.
individuals, like the size of them. Are there women that are professional athletes, even if even within the same weight classes, that can meet the size of those men?
Uh,
Like,
I can answer that actually. Yes, but not in the sport. They can meet
yeah,
like
and
there are women with that size, but I don't think they've ever competed in the sport to fight against that
Mhm.
exact person of size. I'm sure there are women out there that are like that. I'm sure.
Yeah, and maybe that is, and maybe that's a part of it too. Maybe we have to restructure exactly how people train for it, how people look for people, how it's all kind of put together. I'm not saying that the whole trans thing isn't possible, bad, whatever. I'm just saying that currently, right now, I cannot approve of a person who is like a heavyweight, up and coming, hardcore boxer trying to be the next Mike Tyson, says they're trans, goes in and starts boxing women. I cannot support that. I'm sorry. I
No,
don't.
and that's where I was trying to make my argument earlier. I just couldn't structure it right, but yeah, no, that I agree with you completely. I don't. I'm not in support of. I'm not in support of that at all. I think it's highly dangerous. If I were to say.
Mhm. I think it can be explored more, sure, and maybe we'll find out. You know what? You guys are just wrong, and that'd be cool, and all of that fine. But right now, currently, I just can't. Mm-mm.
Inara, you want to add?
So you're saying fuck around and find out?
Fuck
Yeah,
right.
I
Yeah,
was
we're
saying that in
gonna
my head.
find
Fuck
out.
around and find out.
Fuck around and find out. It's like I don't
Fuck
know.
around
I
and
mean,
find out.
I mean,
Okay.
I guess we'll get more statistics if we just fuck around with this. Like, let's
For
go the
real.
Falcon route and have Hunger Games happen.
The thing is, we're missing, like everyone keeps saying, there's so much data missing. This does not happen so often. It's so hard to,
Yeah, there is
to a
data,
concrete conclusion. So, yeah.
but that's why I brought up the example with a man versus a woman,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah. All I know is,
So
though, if I see somebody like Marissa from Street Fighter 6 walking down the alley, I am turning the other way. I'm
Well,
not
that'll be
dealing with that.
that's a skill and that's a skill in the what do you
Nope.
call?
Got bye.
Mhm.
uh, we'll go
In
now
this
to
discuss.
Arachno. Do you wanna add anything on this?
uh, I personally believe that the science, when it comes to gender reassignment, it's not advanced enough for there to how do I say this? There's for a trans woman to be indistinguishable from a woman yet. We're getting there. It's not there yet. But if there isn't
No.
an insistence of, you know, having trans women and trans men wanting to be a part of sports in a professional level, for now, there might need to be consideration of a trans division just up until the science has caught up where, if you were to go under gender reassignment, you will be indistinguishable from the sex that you choose. But for now, we're not there yet.
I think that's a good idea, actually.
I
That's a good
I
point.
actually
That's a
think
good point.
Yeah, I could agree with you actually.
Yeah, in that mindset, absolutely. We're doing the whole transgender division because we want to gather more data on it to see if we can actually go through with putting trans athletes with everybody else. So
I
that
actually have a question, and I don't know how much you guys know about genetics and DNA coding and whatnot. So I'm going to ask this question to you, Arachno. I don't know if you know either. I'm not saying I'm a professional, so this is a question towards you. So when it comes to transitioning, right, and when it comes to sports and women or men that transition, should we dabble in the idea of altering their DNAs to make them as strong as fighting a man, and would that be considered cheating?
I think Erectals.
Altering the DNA for a competitive advantage.
No,
Yeah,
no, 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 not
competitive
for an
parity.
advantage. It's just to like, let's say, for example, a woman that transitions to a man, right? A
Mhm.
trans man, um, and you alter their DNA so that can be at least in equal footing with a man.
Like, let me put it like this. So if a man is at like an 8 and a woman when they transition is like at a 4, would you be for genetically altering them so that they can be at an 8 so
Permanent
they can
muscle
compete?
atrophy.
If I'm for like bioengineering a person to be on the same competitive level as so you're asking me, would I be okay with somebody to bioengineer themselves to be closer to the sex that they choose? Or are you saying more so that, oh, well, if bioengineering exists, would you be okay with if everyone chooses to bioengineer themselves so they can like max their athletic prowess? If that's the question, then yes, I'm okay with that.
Well, there is some form of DNA tampering, but it's not
Yes.
perfect. But we're not. That's a whole other topic there. But okay. So your answer is that you're for it, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Can I answer the same question?
Yeah, sure.
I'm against it because if you're just because the idea that you could just biologically engineer yourself to be an athlete at a certain level, then what's the point of athletes?
I agree with Rin. I agree
You're
with Rin.
absolutely right with that as well.
EA Sports is going to become literally
things
EA
such as
Sports.
the point of things such as athletics and and like sports on a wide scale like Olympics is technique. You're seeing a professional
It's
that has
about
trained
growth and it's about growth and development and it paying off at the competition. If the growth and
yeah.
development is artificially created
Oh,
at
and
any
take
point
care,
in time
DD.
You have
easily,
to
then it
keep in mind that can we just acknowledge the fact that most people that are in the Olympics are already genetic anomalies? If
not
we're at
necessarily.
really, but anyways, the point I'm trying to get at is that if everyone could genetically alter themselves to the point that everyone's a genetic anomaly and their athletic potential is at max, then by that point, what's going to be the determining factor of a victor will be technique.
May I add an extension to this topic for to be answered after the main topic?
Yeah, yeah. Go ahead, Falcon. What do you
If
have?
you had to genetically alter one thing about yourself, what would you alter
Oh.
or
Okay, hold
enhance?
on. Before we get into that, continue your statement, Ren.
Oh, yeah, pretty much. I was just I think I said it already, but pretty much like let's just say even if someone has better athletic potential due to their genetics, it's not that it's still a matter of training, like years and decades of training. And if you can just go ahead and artificially, generate someone or boost someone to that athletic potential, to the same outcome, then it kind of defeats the whole purpose. It cheapens competition.
Then you and I look at athleticism differently.
Like, for example, if I so okay, so I may not
It's
be
like
born
testosterone boosters.
able to deadlift 500 pounds, but I can train to be able to deadlift 500 pounds. But if someone can just get an operation done, and they already have the potential to to just deadlift 500 pounds, it cheapens all my life of training.
So basically, genetics is just a starting point, but effort is the finish line.
I mean,
Effort is
I'm
efficient.
not gonna dismiss the fact that sports is gonna evolve as bioengineering advances.
I mean, we have breathable water.
But just
Oh
just
no.
like with everything in life, as technology evolves, so does society, and sports are not going to completely disappear. It's just going to change to something different.
Um.
Go ahead, Gemini. Go ahead.
So I agree. I agree with Ren, and I agree with Falcon that so the genes that you start off with when you're young, you inherit those genes. Um,
If you're lucky.
yeah, if you're lucky, you can have terrible genes, but you can still train enough to weigh, carry, run fast to a certain extent. This, that, the other thing. It's the end goal that you're looking for, but again, if you can just bioengineer your way to be like this, like if every person can just become this superhuman athlete like Ivan Drago or freaking
Captain
I don't
America.
know, like yeah, like Captain America or something, then what is the true point of having the Olympics? Because everyone would just be the same, and if it's just going to be a contest of technique,
Yes.
then
But that's
you're
not what
just
it
It's the Olympics.
that's
that's not
not
the
what
point.
it's about. That's not what
No,
it's about.
that is what the
I
Olympics is about, though. The Olympics is
uh,
about technique.
well, yeah, to a certain
Yeah,
degree, but
technique
it's also
acquired
about
how?
their yeah,
Three
it's also
training.
about the athleticism and how they get to do where like Usain Bolt. Yes, his technique got him to do remarkable things. Same thing with Michael Phelps, but also their athleticism was better than other people. That's what made those moments special. Uh, Not that they were these anomalies that it was the years of training. It was the years of doing it over and over again and them wanting to be at that level that made them gold medalists. Uh, but if you have everybody at the same level and then you just base it down to technique, then you're going to have the judges just looking at every minuscule little thing, and
Don't they do that for gymnastics?
it's not going to
But
be watchable.
yeah, the
I
thing
mean,
about it is, and maybe we're mixing words here when we're talking about athleticism and technique, but it's all of that plays a part in it. But at the end of the day, Usain Bolt is only the fastest person in the world at any given moment. And the second fastest person will probably have moments where they're faster than him, and the
yeah.
third faster than both.
Yeah.
And so, all in all, when you start looking at the brass tacks, they are very different, but very much the same in the fact that it could really be any one of them. He's just the fastest at that given moment.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But like just try to like quantify it like in a sense. Like for example, let's just say your power level is like 5,000, right? And this person's power level is 3,000, right? And the person whose power level is 5,000, he trained for 10 years to get his power level to 5,000. Now,
Mhm.
person whose power level is 3,000, he gets a sensu bean and his power level is now 5,000 too. Does that not
It's similar
cheapen
equal.
the training of the guy that had, that trained to get to the 5,000? That's the argument that's the
Double
argument I'm
Yeah,
cheating
making.
all
and
is
you know, and
bad.
I
Yeah.
like that. Yeah, I
I
like
mean,
that
the
analogy.
answer is yes, but at the same time, it's
it's like
not a big deal.
I
it's
think it's a big deal.
I
No,
think
that's
it's a
definitely a
huge
big deal.
deal.
Yeah,
I
it's
think it's
definitely
a huge deal because, like Rin is saying, like if you put it into terms of like Goku from having a power level of like 10, and then all now you see how he's trained and all the struggles he's went through to get to where he's at now. And
It's
then you
less.
see,
Yeah, it becomes less so about the
and
actual
then
number and more about how they got. That's
and
what
then you
that what becomes
see,
really important.
I don't
and
know.
then you see Frieza, right? Who Frieza himself is a anomaly, right? And then he trains for like what, 5 months,
I think it was
and
one
then
day.
he literally like was
Hey,
half the
but yeah,
power
at
of
least he
fucking
trained.
Goku.
At least he trained.
Yeah, yeah.
How lazy is these species that after one day of training, he got that much power and he just never noticed?
Yeah,
It's
Frieza
not
apparently
that
never trained a day in his
5
life.
months.
they're born
I
strong.
yeah.
That's the thing. But I digress.
And I think I think that I guess the end result is what is
We need
the
to have an
end
anime
goal
section
of the
one day.
power level, right? Like, what is the end goal of the power level? Like, when you talk about athleticism, when you talk about physical feats, it's in a competition sense. A person that trains for fire, let's say 10 years to reach 5,000, they're going to beat anybody who just walks up and takes a sensu bean because there's skill and tactics and patience, and there's a number of things that go into the technique for the competition. Now, it's true, being able to lift 300 pounds is being able to lift 300 pounds. And no one, well, I mean, people make the argument point, but I'm not going to lie to you. If you're getting paid to lift it, nobody cares why you can lift it. You're getting paid to lift it. But if you're talking hand-to-hand combat, I don't care like how strong I am. I'm not stepping into a ring with a person who has 10, 15 years experience of fighting, and I don't, even if our strength is equal. Because the technique is really what they're looking at when you're talking about competition, how they run, what they wear, where they train, what they eat. I mean, billions of dollars go into investing into that stuff. Because that's what really matters in the competitions. It's not about all that other stuff is superficial to make people feel like, okay, those are numbers that are cool. But at the end of the day, it's really the training. It really comes down to the training.
Yeah.
Like,
And I
you guys see that? Oh my god, this Davey scared me. Oh my god.
Wait, what? What?
No, I was looking at the right and I saw this bubble pop up and I was like, what's that?
Wow.
I was like, what the heck is that? I was like, what? All right, my fault. Go ahead.
But continue what you're saying, Los. I'm sorry.
No. I mean, that's just it. Like, that was just my point. Was that it's like I feel like technique matters more depending on the circumstance. That's all it is. You know. That
Right,
really is
but
what
then
it
when
is.
it comes to DNA
I
and
will say
genetic
in a lot.
altering, yeah, go ahead, Red. I'm sorry.
I'll say in some sports, yeah, technique is the end result, and that's all that really matters. But for a lot of others, it's the training to get to the peak. Training to get to the peak that matters to the athletes themselves the most.
Yeah, of course.
It like to the athletes themselves, it's the training and the journey that matters the most. But to us, the spectators, I guess I can understand the only outcome that matters is the only thing that matters is the outcome.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
Yeah.
I can understand, like, oh, I don't care how they got there. It's the fact that they won. But to the athletes, this is what matters. Like even for me, like me being be on a high school rifle team, practicing twice a week for a year. I'm
Like a
very
true
proud
American.
of my third place regional championship.
Oh, third?
Third.
It's okay. You're a true American nonetheless.
I feel like that's
I
like
don't know what
the
that's supposed to mean.
that sounded so condescending.
Yeah, go ahead, Gemini.
No, but see, like, it's kind of like what you're saying, Ren. Like, you're proud to like have trained and everything to get to that spot. But if somebody just was better enhanced than you, and all of a
Yeah,
sudden
it's
just
not even like naturally better, made better.
yeah,
That's the issue.
and all of a sudden they go into the same competition and just make better shots, and all of a sudden they come out with the gold medal. It puts a dampen on that sport.
Yeah, I
can
think
see
that's
it
the
right
real
now.
thing. The connotation of whether or not someone you say like Usain Bolt, other people, yeah, some people, yeah, just born naturally, yeah, but not everyone's born the same. What you gonna do, right? But when someone is just artificially made to be as good or better than me, fuck them.
Yeah, not everybody me.
Mm-hmm. And we have that issue with steroids already.
Oh my
Right?
god.
I mean, like
Yeah,
when you like that's pretty much what we're talking about anyway. We're talking
yeah.
about steroids, which
We're
is
talking
already.
about steroids. We're not talking about steroids.
I
Yeah,
like
yes.
that's running. That's
No,
really
no,
what
no,
it is,
wait,
right?
no, no.
Like,
You're not wrong, but I was more going towards like DNA and gene enhancements.
no, I know it's a different type, but it's like I feel like The rules probably should apply the same way, like the same
Yeah,
way.
pretty much.
Yeah, yeah.
External influences to achieve
Yeah,
results.
external influences. Yeah.
I smell blue cosmos in the chat.
Coordinator
But I
scum.
I can see it
How
now.
dare you?
Apple-born babies. Are you a
Yeah.
are you a native-born baby or are you an Apple baby?
What the fuck? Okay.
You know, Apple will be
Anyway,
the first one to try that.
anyway,
Applebee's.
I
we're gonna get
agree with that one. Apple would try to genetically engineer
An
people.
Apple baby or like a natty?
okay. Stop. All right.
Oh,
Next
no.
question has been requested, and it's something because of what Arachno said in passing. Is it ethical for parents to choose to have their children circumcised when they
Oh.
have no say in the decision? Explain your reasoning. Is it beneficial? Explain why so.
Personally, for me, I don't. I already have my. How do I say this? I personally see circumcision, even so far as piercing your baby's ears at an early age, as unethical.
Okay. We'll
The
start.
only thing that, for instance, I had this talk with Drew. The only thing that would slightly move me towards specifically male
I haven't
circumcision
seen him in a long time. How you doing?
is from what my boyfriend told me, is that there's more health benefits towards male circumcision from what I looked up. But other than that, personally for me, I find male circumcision and piercing your kids at an early age to be unethical.
All right. So hypothetically speaking, if male circumcision reduced the chance of getting testicular cancer by 100%, you'd be for it?
Yes.
Okay, got it. As long as it's beneficial.
Yeah, as long as the pros outweigh the cons in terms of health, longer lifespan, then yes.
All right. Well, I'm gonna select Inari. Inari, do you have anything to add to that?
Honestly, not. I don't really have much of an opinion on that, to be honest.
Okay.
Like, do if you do if you don't. It's whatever.
I mean, you work in the health field, so I
I
would.
know. So like, it's I don't know, the parents get to. It's whatever. It's a preference. Parents' preference, but preference. That's all.
Okay.
Outside
So
of
you-
religion, I don't really see a reason to do it.
Though I will say one thing, and this is something that people have debated with me with. I do think that gender reassignment of intersex babies is unethical.
Wait, say that one more time.
What is an intersex baby?
Gender
What do you mean?
assignment surgery of intersex babies is unethical.
Isn't that a collector argument?
What
Because they're
do you
so
mean?
rare, it's really a kind of like a shame to actually
Wait.
What
get
you mean
surgery.
We'll
by
start
What
with
is an intersex baby? I don't. Are you talking about like?
yeah?
I don't even want to use any terminology. What is that? Can you explain what that is?
Babies that are born with
Both?
sexual
Both
traits of
genitals.
both sexes.
Yeah, but
Okay.
The hidden third
okay.
human sex.
Okay,
I
but
don't think that's reassignment because they're still usually either male or female.
Doesn't matter. I think it's unethical to have surgery on your child just because they're the closest to a female. You should modify their body to be that of the female. I think that one requires the individual's
I
consent, whether they want to remove their
I
testes or not.
I
Go ahead,
think that's
Gemini.
a whole. I think that's a whole different conversation to have. Honestly,
I think it's relevant to
and
the conversation.
uh, the conversation we're having is about circumcisions, not
Yeah,
intersex
but we're
children.
talking about conversations such as childhood transitioning and stuff, and that's why I feel the need to include that. Where it's like if we're talking about modifying children at an early age, I wanted to throw in that tidbit of intersex kids getting assigned, like basically having their bodies modified at a very early age to be the gender that's closely resembling their body. I think that's unethical.
What's the process of making the call? Which one you decide on?
Okay, so if you okay, sure, let's use the term intersex, I guess. Since other terms are, I guess, not safe to say. And I'm gonna entertain this because just because it was brought up. But if a child is born with both genitalia, or if genitalia what is where something else should be, that's not reassigning them to a different gender. That's something health oriented. That's for the child.
Okay, what's the health benefit?
Getting rid of the thing that's not supposed to be there.
W- So, like
Don't
for
you think
instance,
don't
a
Well, if
baby
God
that
put it
has a
there,
vagina
don't
with testes, and you're like, oh, that those testes are not supposed to be there, so we should remove them. Like, you're not giving me a health concern.
that
both
is a
remain
health
functional, or is there
concern.
like a case where one just rots?
Like, what is the health concern? Like, is it blocking their urinary tract?
I kind of wish Trini was here to say something about this, but unfortunately, she's not.
And this is why I said it was a different conversation all by itself, because
No, I believe it's a
circum
relevant conversation.
circum you can believe that.
Okay.
That's fine. Onto the topic of circumcision, parents usually make that decision because the child is too young to make that decision for themselves. And if, let's say, you're uncircumcised, let's say any person is uncircumcised, and they decide, okay, yeah, I'm 20 years old now, I want to get myself circumcised. They don't use any anesthetic.
What?
I'm talking about in Jewish cultures.
Oh
In
yeah.
Jewish
yeah.
Oh, I
cultures,
mean,
they
that's
usually don't
that's,
use
uh,
anesthetic.
you mean they be doing that no anesthesia?
Yep.
Yeah,
Yep.
Oh my god.
and it like why would you get yourself circumcised at a like older age when the health benefits of not having, I'm going to say the word, foreskin outweigh the benefit, it just, the health benefits outweigh not having it. So that's why doctors, it's ingrained, it did start as a Jewish tradition, but it was later ingrained into our culture of, hey, they ask the parents, do you want this to happen? And it's up to the parents. Now, to your one point, kids getting piercings, that depends on how old they are. Because, like, if they're 5, 6, that, whatever, no, they shouldn't get pierced. If they're 10, 11, 12, whatever, you're a preteen, you're about to be a teenager, you're going to see your friends getting, like, they're going to start dyeing their hair, things like this. You're going to have to let your kid know that getting a piercing hurts like a bitch, but and as long
Right.
as, you don't get any infectant, sure. I don't see any form of that as a type of mutilation to the child. Um, Now, intersex, if you really feel like this is so important to the conversation because of the topics that we were having earlier, and we're moving on to different topics now. There are health disadvantages to being born a different gender or sex and having something else there. And if you let the kid grow up while having those things there, they're going to be very confused. They're not going to know what they are.
But that's the thing that bothers me. You're more pointing out the social aspects more so than the health concerns. Like, for instance,
No, I'm
I
not
even have an
pointing out the
example.
social aspects. I'm not pointing out the social aspects. I'm pointing out what will happen to them mentally.
Yes.
Mentally is health. Mental health is health.
Would having both
Okay, so
active when it comes to puberty, will the hormones be turned up for both testosterone and estrogen?
now let's say someone
But
was born a female
yes.
and you have a shaft covering the vagina.
Sure.
You want to keep you would rather the child have the dick covering the vagina there, and when the child grows up they would have no idea what the fuck is going on down there.
Well, what's going to happen is the same thing that happens with trans kids. They're going to come up to you as like, "Hey, why is my genital different from everyone else?" And you will say, "Oh, you're intersex," and they could either make
No,
the decision to, go through surgery to have it removed or not.
but that
Simple.
but that's the thing. And intersex people are not trans. Trans people are trans because they transition.
Yes.
What intersex people decide to do, or what their parents decide to do, they do it for their child because they don't want them to be confused at a later age. And they
Yes,
do
but
it for health benefits.
the thing is that there are intersex kids that are resentful of their parents doing that surgery on them. There are some intersex kids that wanted to stay
If
intact.
they were intersex, they wouldn't if they were intersex and the parent did have a doctor do the surgery on them, they wouldn't know that they were intersex unless their parents told them, "Hey, you were born this kind of way."
You do get
Yes,
access to medical
and
records at
when
some
they
point.
find out, and newsflash, that's not the only way they find out. Sometimes they get a health concern later in life, and they're like, "Hey, why I have this? This is usually happens to only men." It's like, "Oh, because you're intersex," and
Yep.
that's another way they find out they're intersex as well.
Yeah, I agree with her on that.
Now,
That
I
falls
didn't see
upon
this
the parents
example, but
and
I
the
could give you
doctor.
an example where intersex can be a health concern. For instance, there have been some cases of intersex where if you, I think it's a combination where uh, a an
Are you now
intersex
agreeing with
baby,
me?
where an intersex baby, um, there have been cases where if they have a vagina and some testes, it does give them a chance of having testicular cancer. And if there is a significant scientific backing saying that this is a health concern with this particular intersex combination, then yes, it would make sense, just like with how I feel about male circumcision, that if there is scientific proof that removing would have a clear health benefit and prevent health risk later in life, then yes, it would be deemed inappropriate. However, the only examples you've given me when it comes to intersex surgery have been strictly social or
No,
psychological.
psychological is health. And
Yes.
I also
And
did
it
say
really
that
bothers me how you're way more defensive of intersex people having, surgery done to them at infancy more so than trans people. But that's there then and there.
because trans people aren't born that way. You're not born
But
trans. I'm
But you
sorry.
are not seeing it. You are not seeing how the concerns that you have for intersex children later in life is the same issue that trans kids face later in life. And you don't see it.
No, I completely see it, and I would really like it if you were not putting words into my mouth, because a second ago you were agreeing with me that there are disadvantages of
Specific intersex
intersex.
combinations.
See now you're saying specific,
Yes.
so we don't agree.
Yeah, we don't agree.
Okay, so if you just want to feel your way about something, that's okay.
Next question.
All right. Well, this one is also a doozy for the next question. This one was asked by one of our viewers. Should
Yay.
we force churches to allow for gay marriages and make it a law? Or
Is this-
should there be an alternate way for gay marriages to take place without the
shit.
need of the Christian church?
You don't need a Christian church to
All
get
right,
married. So no, we
yeah,
shouldn't
I was
force
gonna
churches.
say I work in religion. I work in religious systems. You do not need a church. No, and I want to make this very clear. Marriages done by churches is for religious and cultural purposes only. Marriages can be officialed through legal means where you never have to touch a religious institution at all.
Yep.
And when they made gay marriage legal, that was the primary focus. Churches are private institutions. You cannot force private institutions to do anything that goes against their moral grounds. You
They
cannot
just
do
stopped
it.
it from trying. It's not like they haven't tried.
Tell that to the cake man.
It's like, and that's just really how that goes. You do not need a church. You do not need any religious institution. If you want to do something and you look at a religious institution or any institution, and that institution simply says, I do not support your way of being, you should not support them. You should not be around them. You should not engage with them. And, there's other things like maybe trying to dismantle it, maybe trying to politically disrupt it. Those are completely separate tactics that you can utilize, but you do not need a church to get married whatsoever. And that's just the bottom line. You don't need it.
Couldn't you just go
Okay, so I
to
have a
like a
question.
court just to get married? Like I don't understand the
Yeah, you
need
can.
of
Yeah, but this I have an interesting question. Los. So if it's true that marriage has its origins with religion, should there be a separate institution for civil unions out that's not called marriage?
Marriage. So that's a great point. The religious institutions that originally where marriage where it stems from, were some of the earliest forms of structure among humans. And so while marriage has its origination within those structures, it does not need to be restricted to those structures, right? We
Okay.
have other structures that exist, and those structures say, you know what, we like this concept of union between people, and over time it's grown, and we say, you know what, this union between people can go beyond just culture, race, gender, and they're slowly but surely opening up. Now, how far it opens up, like people marrying animals, that's a whole different conversation.
Okay.
But at the end of the day, so you don't need to change anything. That issue is actually already solved. Thank God.
So my question is though, like would it be fine if there was a separate institution that's not called a marriage but functionally the same? It just doesn't
They
have the
those,
religious connotation.
It is there, and there's a name for it. There is one. It's a union of sorts. It's not called a marriage. I forget what it's called, but it is a
Civil
legal
union?
union between two people. But there's a part of it though. There's like an actual specific terminology. But yeah, it's pretty much just a union. Yeah, and it has all the same legal and all of that. It's just not called a marriage. Yeah.
All right, but would that be fine?
No,
Or
I
is
think it
that fine?
exists.
No,
No,
but is
I
that
think
well?
it actually
Is it fine?
exists.
Is it fine? Is that okay thing? Is that
I
okay the thing to have?
I mean, I don't think it matters. It's just a word.
Okay.
The concept is entirely the same. Just some people don't like the word marriage, so they go with that. I think it is what it
Okay.
is, man.
All
It
right.
exists.
It was an
think it's
interesting argument I
fine.
heard. there should be a separate institution that's not called a marriage, so that it
I feel
yeah,
like
for
there-
people who
yeah,
aren't
I
religious
gotta
can
look-
partake in
I
without
gotta look.
offending people who are religious.
Yeah, I think it's fine as long as both people are on equal grounds. Like if a gay couple goes to a church or something like that, and the church is okay with performing the union, then that yeah, that's cool. But they obviously do have other options to choose from that wouldn't make everybody uncomfortable.
Civil union.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
you
there
looked
go.
it up?
It exists. Yeah, I had
Oh,
to,
it was
I
civil
had because I
union.
know. Yeah, I know. I was like, yo, I know
Yeah,
this.
there's that one
'cause
movie
trust
where the
me,
guy from Paul Blart Mall Cop was in it.
Yeah, it was Adam Sandler and
Yeah. Mm.
Wait, Adam Sandler was in Paul
uh
Blart?
Oh, the
no,
voice
no, no.
actor.
He's
Well,
in the
the actor
he's
for
in the
Paul.
That's
movie. He's in the movie with that guy that he's talking about. It was
Kevin
called
James.
I now pronounce you Chuck and
Why
Chuck
didn't
and
you know his
Larry.
name?
Oh, that's what you mean. Okay. Wait, Kevin James. Who? How do you not know Kevin James?
Oh,
Well,
wait.
I just know him as Paul Blart Mall Cop guy.
What about common law marriage? That what the other one you were looking for? And you both live together. You're
Common
married.
law.
Yeah,
Common law.
because it
Common law
actually
is yeah.
because you
Yeah,
can
yeah.
if you have some bills together, then legally you can't like kick the other person out or anything like that.
Oh, you think of like
Mhm.
the UK?
Common law is a common law, and it's chill. As I say, man, trust me, they've done this. Like,
Like if
Yeah.
you leave your
believe
girlfriend
you
for
me,
X
church and
amount of
state.
time,
Like,
she can get alimony if she leaves.
yeah. So common law isn't in every state, and so there's different states where it's there, it's not. Common law marriage is a type, but since we were looking for a word that's outside of marriage to avoid the entire religious part of it, civil union. There you go.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, this country, for some reason, we've got that figured out.
Yeah.
I don't know why we don't got anything else, but we got that much.
Right.
Like that's why that's like, wow, we got
Get
the
some
answer to
things
this.
right.
Wow,
We got
yep.
something going for us. Alright.
Well, it seems you guys are satisfied with the answer. Arachne, you want
a
to
lot
add
of these
anything?
questions are just throwbacks to episode 1.
Yeah.
What happened? What's the throwback to episode 1?
A lot of these questions have been throwbacks to episode 1.
Yes.
Some deja vu. Deja vu.
Anyone else have anything to add to that before we move on? No? Going once, going twice? All right. So,
Sold.
all
Somebody
right.
over
So
there
here
in
we
a big
go.
shirt.
Different topic, different thing. This is an interesting question. It's coming from another self-proclaimed feminist viewer. Is there
You
an
said
actual?
self-proclaimed?
That's a wild sentence, by the way.
Yeah, I know.
Self-proclaimed feminist?
I had to read it that way. I'm sorry.
That's weird to say that.
It is weird to say that again, I didn't even want to say it to begin with. Is there an actual wage gap? If so, please show us your sources and explain why you believe there is a wage gap. If you don't believe in a wage gap, please explain your reasoning why you don't believe in a wage gap.
Oh,
With-
there's not a wage gap. Oh, you're done with the question? My
What
bad.
happened?
Oh, you're done with the question?
Yes.
Oh, there's not a wage gap. It's a wage choice gap, where men are
So
just
what?
taking jobs that pay
Wage
more on
choice
average.
gap.
Wage
I
choice.
think we
Okay.
need more women in here to
The safe
kinda-
jobs are
to
comfy
kinda
jobs,
speak
like
on some
office jobs.
experiences.
Women are mostly in, while the harder jobs like oil mines, you're in a sea somewhere drilling for oil. Big chance you might die, or like crab fishing. Those jobs pay a lot, and engineers and plumbing pay a lot. But women just don't generally gravitate to those jobs because they're kind of like the dirty jobs.
That was a good
Okay.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's a good show.
There's just so much to just take away. But okay, you know what? I'm not even gonna. I don't think that anyone here, except for Arachno, has experience in, if there is a wage gap, the existence of one, since everyone else is a guy.
Yeah.
So Arachno, you actually are the only person who is qualified enough to say whether or not you feel there is a wage gap and if you've experienced it.
Ragnar, what's the male to female ratio at your work?
It's male dominated, but we're getting more and more women involved into the
wait.
IT
Well,
field each and every year.
wait. Before we go any further, Lois, I mean, I guess in a sense of way, I disagree with you there. We all here can say any part to it. Just because we're not women, we do have a say as well. Because when it
I
comes
can't.
to
The thing is, I can't. Like here's my point. Statistics are not going to speak for the general experience, because if the statistics are being controlled by men who are controlling the industries, then once again, that's what I said. Me personally, now maybe that's just me, guys. I don't know. You guys can speak on that. I can't. I can't, because I don't know. I will never know what it's like to walk into a place, be a woman, be offered a job, talk to my coworkers, see that all the men around me get more, go back, fight, not be able to get it. I don't know that experience. That's all I'm saying. Now, maybe you guys, and the statistics, I'm sure they're out there. And if people want to debate that, they perfectly can. I'm just saying, me personally, I can't. And that's why I said maybe I shouldn't speak for everybody. Just me.
that's fair.
And I do apologize for that. I do
Okay,
apologize.
that's very fair to say. Okay. But go ahead and continue, Arachno. My bad.
When it comes to the wage gap, if we're talking about there being like this, how do I say, like this concrete, corporate or legalized thing that is set to make women get paid less than men. No, I don't think that exists. However, what I do think happens is a lot of societal and cultural factors that prevent women from being paid equally as men. For instance, there are some statistics to say that women are actually more how do I say it? They're more hesitant to ask for promotions compared to men. There's been other statistics that says things such as one of the reasons that after a certain level, it's really hard for women to be in high uh, corporate positions such as a CEO or a or like a private. How do I
Yeah,
say
it's when
this?
they
Well, why
become
is
mothers,
that?
I believe, around that time they tend
But
to
but
quit.
yeah, but
Why
there's
is that?
many reasons for that. Most is like social. Some there are some in the
Worldwide
private
networks.
sector that don't see women responsible enough to handle such high roles. There's also other factors where companies are more hesitant to give these women these types of roles, especially when they're of childbearing age, because they're worried about, maternal leave for when they do have kids and they have to be out of commission. I know that's like a big issue for a lot of women, including
Is that wrong?
myself.
Is that
What
unjustified though?
It's not.
not to say
It's sad,
That,
not
that that
justified.
that's the thing where you say, "Oh, isn't it not justified that a company doesn't want to take a risk?" Yeah, sure, you can say that, but then you have like this also bleeds into population issues, like you see with uh a lot of countries are going to population issues because you're seeing a lot of working women that are, refu- refusing to have children because they want to maintain their high executive position, because there's like
Because
this untold.
that's what's required.
Yeah, that's required. Yeah, sure. But I'm just saying that because it's required, um a lot of women have this unspoken rule where if you want to have children, you're basically expecting to get fired from your job. Like, this is that
You're not gonna get
unspoken rule
fired.
where
Just
it's like,
most women just choose to
no,
just.
most companies will throw you from the job if they have a hint that you're pregnant or planning to have children.
All right,
This
take care,
this is a
Gemini.
reality.
All right, thank.
There are certain industries that already have like an intricate maternal leave system, but unfortunately with a lot of male dominated industries like the IT industry, it's an unspoken rule that if you're planning to have kids, get ready to lose your job.
They're looking to replace you.
I think in these situations, most of the time, women just choose to like
But
abandon their job and go over to
that's
the raising a
the
kid.
the thing that
But it's
especially
still
as it
manageable that
bleeds
way.
into a grand scale, that's why you're having some countries that are trying to challenge this issue, because when you have women that are like, well, I worked decades of my life to achieve this high position in this company, I don't want to give that up, so I'm not having kids. And if you see that going on in a grand scale where the country's having a population issue, there has to be some sort of cultural readjustment. And I know
Okay,
that
so now let me
I
ask you
know
this.
that I'm not done yet. And I know in some countries what they do is, um, especially if the woman currently still has, like, a partner, what is agreed is that whoever takes on the caretaking role will get the leave to take care of the child. So, for instance, this gives room for women that are VPs, and let's just say that their male partner earns less. They can agree that it's like, okay, you take the leave, and I can still maintain my work position, and vice versa. And that could be argued whether or not that's a step in the right direction, but currently that's where the situation is when it comes to the pay gap between men and women.
Okay, so let me ask you this. So you also understand that in the same scenario, a man has to sacrifice the majority of his life to the career in order to achieve these high positions, correct?
Yes, I
Right?
never
The
discounted
natural
that.
complications
And
Okay,
and
just
so
like,
longevity of
why?
the
So
workforce.
circumstances be different for women?
I'm not saying it is. I'm saying that's how it is.
No, I'm saying no because it seems like you're advocating that the circumstances should be different. Why should they be different for women?
I never said that. I'm saying that this is
That
the
seems like the
reality,
implication. That
that
seems like
if
the
you.
implication.
Okay.
The way you talk about it seems like there's something should be done about it.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so all right, so
This is kind of interesting, right? And this is why this is kind of like it's this is why I said it's a really touchy subject. Women, single mothers already do that, right? They work, they end up, if they're in a relationship, they get pregnant. A lot of times the father bails, then they have to work while they're pregnant, then they have the kid, then they have to work post recovery. So it's not to say that women already do not do that. And I'm born from a generation that has a massive amount of single mothers. And
yeah,
so it's like it's one of those
over
things where it's
60%.
like, yeah, it's a lot. Like it's insane. And it's like I feel like that women do that same exact thing. I think the question becomes when you're looking at maternal leave and baby leave, all of that, right? It's like, should that something be offered to high executives? Do they have family leave specifically for when they have kids?
Personally, for me, I think that what should happen is that there needs to be a transparent negotiation between the employee that plans to have a child and the company. So, like, for instance, say it's like, hey, I'm a VP in this company. I know that you guys are worried that you're going to take a loss with my departure if I were to have a child. I just want to let you know that I'm negotiating with my partner, and they're planning to take the caretaking role so I can resume position to the workforce. I do believe that that should be an option instead of assuming that all women are going to uh, be at a loss for the company the moment they have a kid. I do
So
I do think that a step in the right direction is transparency and negotiations between the company and the woman, and to an extent the partner, on, because
okay,
let's
so
just
wait, hold on.
and I'm specifically talking about situations where it's evidently clear that the woman is the breadwinner of the family.
Okay, because in the other
And
Okay, all
situation,
right,
you're just
hold
not
on.
making.
Before you move on to something else. So
sure,
so you're saying that businesses should make accommodation for women, at least, or in general, or maybe in specific high positions in business, should they choose to have children?
again, I'm going to repeat myself. What I'm saying is that um, that if a company has hesitation of hiring a female in a high position role because she might have a kid, I do think that a company should try to like give a chance to at least like negotiate with the woman
So
on
make a
whether or not-
combination.
Yeah.
Okay. Why should they have to?
Because, as I say, a motivating factor to try to negotiate with a woman that's highly qualified is that there's already a skill issue gap when it comes to high positions. And if you're willing to negotiate when it comes to, you know, like time coordination in order to fill that skill gap, and the employee can assure you that the company's not going to be at a loss, why not? It's easier to negotiate with the employee and coordinate something more so than, you know, keep the company at a deficit with a skill gap that's rarely going to be filled.
So to maintain the diversity hire.
No,
That's
that's not
not
what
what
she
I'm
said.
saying at all, but okay.
All right. So, um, so as a business, let's just say I'm CEO of Renco, right? And
Mhm.
Rencorp, work in progress. And let's just say you want to apply to the general manager position, right?
Sure.
Now, you come in, you're at the interview and whatever with the board meeting, and you say that you have plans to have a child soon, right? Hypothetically.
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that you as a company have concerns of hiring me because I'm at an age where most women typically are of childbearing age.
Okay, I see it.
And
So
you make
okay, I get
you
what you're
make
saying now. You're saying,
assumptions.
wait, hold on. So you're saying is that you just being a woman, companies assume that you're going to have a child and don't give you a chance.
Yes.
They don't
Okay.
even like they don't even like the chance of you possibly having a child.
Yeah, but that's the thing. Like,
Yeah.
if you are going to have a child and you are going to be out of work for those, like, because as a company, hiring you on is an investment. And if there's a
Yes.
chance that that investment might be shaky or might not, pay back, at least in a timely manner that I find acceptable as at Ringco, why should I have to?
But that's okay. What I'm arguing for is that I'm just talking about like hiring in general.
Yeah.
That
Why should I take the risk hiring you? Why should I have to take the risk?
Well, and that's why I'm saying is like there should be a bit of transparency where like the company says, "Hey, I'm concerned about hiring you because I'm worried. Are you planning to have children? Because we don't think we can take that loss." And if the woman says, "No, I'm not planning to have kids while I'm with this company," then boom. That's all I'm asking for. All I'm asking for is that
Okay,
conversation.
She actually gets
so
pregnant though.
okay,
It's gonna take a
so
contract out thing over there.
okay, so you would prefer the scenario and the situation, like in generality, be, hey, we're not going to hire you because, like, would you prefer them to say it, or do you want to, like, you said transparency, right? So
Yes,
would you prefer them to
transparency.
say, or would you prefer them ask you, hey, are you going to have a kid or not?
Yes. Yes, I would prefer that they ask.
I'm not sure about that.
I
Hmm.
would
Yeah,
rather that they ask
here's
on
a
whether I'm going to have a kid or not than assume I'm going to have a kid and not hire me.
yeah. I think the other issue is I don't even think most companies have a plan of action for maternity leave and stuff like that. It's
Yes.
just flat out. If you're in there and you get pregnant, you have to work through it. I know for bartending,
Yeah,
waitresses,
you
and
work through it or you
housekeepers.
take your leave.
Yeah, you work through it or you quit. Yeah, that's exactly right. For a lot of it, that's what it boils down to.
Yeah.
And I
You know.
understand, like, that's a unique circumstance that women have to deal with, especially when it comes to the workplace. But
Mhm.
should the work world as a whole have to change to accommodate?
I think that depending on the supply and demand, it will dictate the answer. If there's a large supply of skilled workers and a lot of those people that can fill those gaps are women, then yeah, there should be some accommodation in terms of transparency.
Back in the
But
old war
again,
days.
it's all dependent on the supply and demand environment of the economy.
All right. Is there any more to add to that?
Yeah, but I'm ready to move on.
Okay.
Well,
Everyone
what about my last question that I asked?
What's your last question?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, the one I asked. If you had to choose one part of your body to genetically enhance or mutate, what would it be? My answer to that is a kidney that keeps repairing itself, an immortal kidney.
Oh, is this
Pancreas.
from
An
the?
immortal kidney
Ooh.
within
Genetically
a
engineer my
mortal
kidney to
body.
never die.
You said pancreas. That was
I'll take
that's good
a
one.
perfect pancreas.
Yeah, you need
Why you
that.
put pancreas on a higher state than a kidney?
I'm a diabetic asshole.
I would take a forever spine.
I feel like I can
A
understand why you'd want
no
pancreas,
problem
man.
spine.
Oh, you'll go for a forever spine?
Yeah, no problem spine.
Can
Nothing
I
deteriorates.
brain?
How
I
about
don't
no
know.
problem heart?
Bruh.
No
Best
problem brain.
athlete, no problem heart, genetically engineered heart.
Okay. Let's move on.
The pancreas over a kidney. My pancreas is already broken.
Okay, so here's another doozy of a question. With gun violence at an all-time high in the United States, do you think the solution is complete disarmament of the civilian populace? If
No.
not, is there a way we can make much more stricter gun control laws that don't affect law-abiding gun owners? Explain your solution.
I need to get a time on this off sometime. No gun violence. Guns should not be removed, and there should not be more restrictions on owning guns. I do think the best thing you could do, believe it or not, it's like it's like the Chinese finger trap. Give more guns. How you
I,
commit a crime when the person has
I'm
a
a bit
Glock?
dubious about the gun violence being at an all-time high.
Maybe in blue cities or cities in general, because like highly concentrated people, and we have a lot of people concentrated in small areas. They come
They
cray
were
cray.
highlighting in parentheses school shootings.
Okay,
Well, that's a whole different. I mean, that's a whole different issue.
that's
There
a
was a
School
that's a
period of
more
shootings.
time where
narrow
people could bring their
focus.
guns to school.
Yeah, the thing about school shootings is it doesn't matter. Well, for shootings in general, right? Most people that commit crimes, like yeah, okay, they go and they buy the guns, but let's just be honest, people who want guns, they will get them. And so telling people who aren't actively hunting for illegal guns, you guys can't have any guns at all, that doesn't solve any issue whatsoever. It just makes it so guns are more expensive, and then everyone wants one illegally, and then everyone potentially becomes a criminal. With school shootings, there has to be a lot more rigorous security in place. These people put security to protect the students from the students and not protect the students from outside dangers. And that is the most ridiculous part. A school shooter, does not care about a metal detector. I don't know who thought that putting metal detectors in every single school would stop school shootings. Something tells me when I'm a school shooter and I walk through the front door, I'm shooting whoever is next to the metal detector. Like, detect me. I'm here to make a statement. It's like I don't care, or I'm
Okay.
going through a side door or a back door, right? Like, it's a security issue.
All right. Also, there's a joke I make every time I walk into the mall and I see that sign that says firearms are prohibited beyond this point. I always make the joke, darn, I gotta go do my mass shooting somewhere else. Because
Yeah,
that's not a
because
deterrent. It's not
that's
a
not a
deterrent.
deterrent. It doesn't stop anything. I mean, you're gonna like that's like saying no, don't steal this stuff that's just lying here and nobody's around to stop you. Like, is it even thievery at that point? Like actually put effort into controlling the situation. You know what I mean? Like actually hire security guards that actually want to do their jobs. Like I listen, being a security guard sucks. I know you got to deal with a bunch of crap, and I'm not telling anyone to put their lives on the line. I'm saying that if the cops won't do it and the security won't do it, and people are running around shooting people all the time, it's a security issue. It's a security issue. All the drills in the world are not going to stop some kid from getting gunned down in a hallway. Prevention will. It's just that simple. Like,
There is an extension of the question, but I want to hear if anyone else has anything to add.
What was the other parts of the question?
Oh, do you want me to read it again, or do you
Yes,
want me
yes.
to? Okay. With gun violence at an all-time high in the United States, in parentheses, school shootings, Do you think the solution is complete disarmament of the civilian populace? If not, is there a way we can make a much more stricter gun control law that doesn't affect law-abiding gun owners? Explain your solution.
Okay, so my issue is where. Okay, so I'm gonna say I take issue with narrowing the focus to gun violence because if you get rid of guns, you don't stop murders. You just stop murders
true.
with guns.
That is
People will
absolutely true.
find other ways to murder people, like how in the UK they have people that go on 8-10 man knifing sprees,
bombs, stuff like
bombs,
that. Yeah.
cars. There's the
Machete.
yeah, like there was another. I think there was also one in Canada. Guy takes a car and starts running down people.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
There was one in
UK
the UK
crack
where a guy
edition,
worked
right.
like he got like 20 people with a truck.
In France, there was a van ran down the street, hit a bunch of people. Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah.
I will say disarmament isn't going to reduce murder. At least not
It's
in
gonna change it
any.
up.
Yeah, it's going to change it up. Because
Ah,
like the way I see it is like because I think some people like I don't think I'm not saying that they think this way, but it feels like they have this blind spot where person killed by knife is not in their periphery, but person killed by gun is where their eyes draw attention. Like
One is
it's
a lot
like
worse.
both one person died in both circumstances, but people seem to zero focus in on the one where a gun was involved.
hey, no
Because
one's
a lot of
talking
people are
about the guy
conditioned
that
to
killed
fear of a
people with a
gun.
chainsaw.
Yeah, that's
I
it.
mean, that's insane. I mean, that is wild. The fact that someone does that at all almost seems surreal.
And then as far as peak gun violence, I looked up a chart real quick. So apparently, there has been a spike since 2017. It looks like, but we are not at the and this is for gun murders. This is not including suicides. We are not as
Yeah.
bad as the early 90s or the 70s.
Wow, no, that
Those
kinda
were
makes
worse.
sense. The drug era and then the
Well,
war on
Newark was
drugs.
bad at the time in the 90s.
Yeah.
That's my hometown right there.
I didn't know you were from Newark.
You survived.
I was. I never
Mom
moved
always
there,
said,
so-
"Don't
The
trust
boy
any of
who
Newark people."
lived.
Oh boy.
Yeah, Newark was a really, really rough in the late 90s, early 2000s. But I
Yeah,
mean,
My
Trenton
coworker
and
from Newark, he's a
Camden
pretty nice
both were the
person.
worst.
Yeah, I was gonna say Trenton too.
Bloods and the Crips,
Trenton
drop
and
it like it's
Camden.
hot.
I don't understand why people forget about it. Dude, Camden was the worst city in the country for years. Like, and people do not remember that. Camden is awful. It's so horrible.
Oh,
Every
right.
local club.
There's an extension to the question. I should probably read this to you guys. Now that we're on the topic of school shootings, should teachers in schools be armed with guns to defend themselves and the students they are teaching?
If
If
they're
no, explain. Explain. If yes, then give us how you would go on about this in a scenario hypothetical you form.
Okay.
if they are trained and they pass the mental health exam that they have to take annually because they're in a school kids, then yeah.
What's the matter, Nara? You want to add to this?
Oh, you're still here.
Yes, I'm still here. I was just out of the audience for a minute. I was doing some stuff. No, children, freaking teachers should not have to go through. I would hope they would go through training, but still, I don't want them to carry guns. That's not what they're there for. They're there to teach the kids. They're not there to handle guns. They would have been cops if that was the case.
What about armed security?
They're not teachers.
No,
I
what
know they're
about
armed
hiring
security. Yeah, what about armed security?
Some schools have armed
In
security.
school, they have them already, I think. But
Some
hasn't
yeah.
that spiked because of the whole school shootings thing? Was that like a major thing before all these school shootings?
A
No,
major
before
thing?
kids
No.
were allowed to bring their guns and pellet rifles. I know, like, I think in Texas it was a thing that you could just do.
Of
But
course,
ever since the whole
Texas.
gun craze, people have been pulling back on that.
Yeah, and there's more armed guards in schools now because of that. But that's because it happened. But armed guards nowadays, I say yes because now it's a thing that can happen on the daily. It sucks.
Yeah, it's
It's
Imagine the
awful.
Mikey with his AK protecting the school, just like the
What?
simulations from COD.
I don't think teachers should have guns.
No,
I don't.
absolutely
Yeah.
not.
The alarm goes off. Mr. Palermo, the woodshop teacher, says,
Yeah.
"All right, kids, get down." Flips
Yeah.
up his desk. No, he flips over the backboard. It's like one of those movie armory.
How has
Oh
Hollywood
my
not
God.
made this a movie?
Just
I'm
think they're
thinking
just
of
I
having
would
a
totally
bad,
watch
just
it.
having a
Arnold
bad
Schwarzenegger,
day.
teacher.
Why is Mr. Palermo the? Why they come with that name off random?
But I don't know, man. Mr. Goldman.
The janitor secretly has a Glock, saves everyone.
Yeah.
That
The
could
principal
happen.
held hostage.
What about AA Ron?
AA
Oh
Ron?
my lord.
AA Ron does not get a gun. No. But to go back to your previous questions, David, regarding gun control, they really should be. I don't know why that's not a thing. I don't think they should take away guns, period, like New Zealand did. I don't know if you guys heard that story that they had one mass shooting and then the prime minister just banned all assault weapons, period, and bought the weapons off citizens. And then obviously there's no more shootings because of that. It's a solution, but I
But see,
still believe
So, we already have, gun control laws. We do have these laws on place in guns already.
they're not clearly they're not strict enough because
A
anyone
lot
can
of them
still
are
buy
very acid too.
Because like the
Yeah.
laws just don't work.
you can
'cause
buy a gun at Walmart, bro. Like
Yeah.
that
No,
should not be a
no,
thing.
no, not anymore. I don't
Not
know.
anymore.
Oh, Walmart,
That's
Walmart's
not
not
true.
doing it all together now, right?
Walmart does not sell guns anymore.
Okay, then
They
Yeah.
will-
dicks. You
Yep.
know,
They
my
want to
main
be
man
wholesome,
Dicks, he can
right?
buy
and
one.
even if they did, it's in select states. But I can tell you right now, the majority of Walmarts do not sell weapons.
maybe
anymore.
only in God country.
But
But
shop
still, you can
smart,
still
shop
buy
Pet
guns at
smart.
PetSmart.
That's smart.
I can tell you for sure, nobody trying to go rob a Walmart when you can just buy guns in a Walmart back then.
Right.
Because like
Just walk in there. Can I buy that? I'm gonna rob you with it.
It's like
Yeah, but
robbing a store in Texas. Why would you do that?
even
I like
outside,
Go to
that. You have
Cali.
anything to add?
yeah, but even outside of that specific circumstances of say school shootings, I say no teachers shouldn't be armed. I don't think that that responsibility should be put on them. Nor do I think most teachers would. Even the few teachers who would be capable, I don't think that they should have to have that responsibility put on them as well. But moving past that narrow focus of school shootings, disarming a populace, um, I don't think it makes them safer. Well, at least
Every
not in
governor
America.
would love that idea.
And you got to keep in mind that America is a very unique country. It's so vastly
Yeah.
different from places like
In every way.
Australia or Canada or the
Mhm.
UK,
Or New
because
Zealand.
Or even
no
New
other
Zealand.
country that I can think of has such, I'm going to say it, a large amount of evil and violent disposition people.
True.
It's because we
Like-
don't have a
Saying it
common
too.
culture.
True.
It's not, you don't have roaming gangs of people in the UK willing to shoot a guy for a hoopty just to score a few $100s.
Like, girl, I like your
I'm gonna
sneakers,
be
mate.
honest now. Hold
Like your
on.
coat, G?
Wait, hold on. No. The gangs in Europe are insane. Do not get that twisted. Like they
Yeah.
absolutely will kill
Yeah,
you for
but
a
they don't
pair of
have them in
flip-flops.
such. Yeah, but the
They
quantity.
no, they do. No, they do. Trust me, they do. And there's a lot of political discourse about that. Gang, like no, do not make the mistake. They run in larger numbers over there because there are no guns. And so 10 guys with knives jumping one guy by himself on the street or a couple or three, there's pretty much no way you're getting out of that.
Okay.
It's
Even if-
very violent in those countries.
Even
Yeah,
when you're
it's very
true,
violent.
my point still stands. Doesn't make people more safer.
Yeah, and that's the entire point is it just transforms into something else. That's really what it is. It just transforms into something else. Like, yeah, you're right. There's less shootings over there. You're absolutely right. But I'm pretty sure they got more stabbings and,
The thing is, you
robberies,
can't control
slashing.
human beings. So if you
That's
take one thing
exactly right.
away, they'll replace it with another. I get what you're saying. And when they replace it with
Mhm.
another, you're gonna have to deal with that. So what are you gonna do? Let's say they start using chainsaws. Are you gonna start banning all chainsaws?
The
Like,
UK had
Eventually,
a
you're only gonna have hands.
There was
And then
a-
what are you gonna do then?
There's a really funny story in the UK too. So in London, they had these drop boxes where people, put your knives in here to help stop stabbing. Someone broke into it and stole all the knives.
That's funny.
Well, they
Hilarious.
use the knife to get more knives.
That's
Almost
actually
like
ironic.
weapons can be tools.
That
That was
is
actually kind of funny.
yeah,
That is actually kind of funny.
is
For
pretty
why America
funny.
has a lot of like devious people, it's mostly because we don't have a shared culture that's one single culture. The more
know-
shared a culture is in a place, the
The
more
the
peaceful
less
it generally
friction
is.
there is. People.
Like take Islam for example. When it was in its heyday, it was very peaceful, and basically provided a lot to humanity. Nowadays, it's no, most people don't want to travel to the Middle East. It's just
But you know what's really crazy to me? So why are nunchucks still banned in New Jersey?
Because movies.
Whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. How dare you try
I
to
say it's because
are
movies.
you crazy?
No, no, Rin is right with that. It is because of movies.
A lot of
Movies?
the gun laws are sometimes based, especially in Canada, are based off of like in Canada. Like there are guys who'll tell you like, oh, how do you know if a gun's legal? Was it in a movie? No. All right, then it's legal.
can that
Yeah.
be funny? Because I'm pretty sure there's a video of Trudeau saying we're not trying to take your guns away, and then out of nowhere it's like, you can't have no more.
Just like
Like
bringing out a slingshot in New Jersey is considered a firearm, and you will be arrested for the same charge as holding a gun.
That's insane. Yeah, you're
Really
right. I
trying
remember
to stop innovation before it even happens. Because you probably make a slingshot action rifle.
There is a lot of
Probably.
strange laws in New Jersey. Like if you wipe your car with underwear and the police happens to see it, you'll actually get a fine for that.
I can wipe my
So
car
many
whatever
laws,
rag
huh?
I.
It's specifically underwear, in okay.
Underwear is a
Or just
rag. Let's be
Saturday
real.
laws.
But like the gun laws are crazy. Like for example, you can have the same semi-automatic rifle, but if it uses a wood furnished stock, it's fine.
Mhm.
If it uses a like how was it, plastics or any
Polymer.
polymer material, illegal. Even though it doesn't functionally change anything, but it's illegal. Oh, you
What
have
makes
a
those scare people feel safer, I
oh, and then the
guess.
other thing, shotguns. Whether you have a stock grip or a pistol grip will determine whether or not legal or not.
Ooh, this is actually interesting.
Oh,
So, a viewer
silly.
said, should we legalize the idea of having a bulletproof vest for children and teachers in schools?
That's
Oh
a
my
crime in New
god.
Jersey, surprisingly.
Yeah, it is. You can't wear a bulletproof vest places.
Wait, what?
Yeah,
I
you're
mean,
not
at
allowed
this
to have a
point,
bulletproof vest. It's illegal. And the
Imagine living
police,
in Detroit and they tell you you can't have a
there's
bulletproof
actual
vest.
police reasoning behind that. And the reasoning is, what if the shooter had, you know, a bulletproof vest? Then it would be harder to take down the shooter.
You can't have a
That is
gun because it's
Most
legal.
oh my
Shooters
shooters,
still
most
carry
god.
mass
guns.
shooters
Like,
don't wear
okay,
bulletproof vests.
Would
I
I
thought
say
they
that
did.
again? I'm
Most
sorry.
mass shooters don't wear bulletproof vests. I thought they did.
No, they
Most
don't.
don't.
They don't.
Well,
No.
if you look at like where most
There's
of the
no
mass
way that
like
can be legality purposes, right? That's just
Didn't the
they
guy in
just
most
know
Virginia
that.
Tech wore a bulletproof vest?
No. And even if they somehow obtained it, it would be illegal. Like they would have obtained it by illegal means.
I don't even
It's not legal to purchase a bulletproof vest.
I
That's
mean,
that's against the law.
is it just Kevlar or not even ceramic plate either
Not even
in
ceramic
New
plate.
Jersey?
what if you make
Just
a
any
bulletproof vest?
form of bulletproof vest. You're just not allowed to have.
What if you craft one? Like, you just put a plate over your shirt, put a string over it.
I don't know.
I
You
think
know
that's a
what?
different. I think that's a different
I
situation.
don't know in
Not
that field. If
advocating
you
for making.
craft your own, I don't know whether that's illegal or legal because that's
We're not
your own
lawyers or
craft.
legally.
There's so many bigger issues. Like, how do you know how to do that? Where are you getting the resources?
None of us
Why are
have
you
legal
doing that
experience.
with
I'm
that
just a free thinker who the state has yet to put down.
I mean, here's the silly part. I mean, we can buy plate mail armor and you technically use that as body armor. It's just not as
Yeah, it'll
effective as
protect
Kevlar.
stabbings. I'm not sure if that'll protect you from a 9mm.
Wait. Isn't there anti-stabbing
Yeah, there are
like
anti-stab
materials?
vests. Yeah.
There are, right? Can we
Yeah,
wear
there is.
those?
No.
So I can't even protect
It would be
myself from
like
getting
only the
stabbed.
cops and the government should have guns.
The way the
Trust the
police
government.
structured this is that you're not allowed to have that kind of protection. Only police are. police and government personnel.
Yeah, only the government and
Information
their
that fuck.
armed forces should be allowed to have weapons.
Hmm
That's a bit goofy. I'm be real with you.
So
Well,
we
we
can
can
have
just
guns, but we can't protect ourselves from them. That's kind of wild. Okay.
no, but
Imagine,
because they believe that guns are already that deterrent.
imagine you live in a rural
Detroit.
city, and like cops are like hours away, and they're like, "There's someone in my house."
Oh, I looked it up. It is legal to purchase and use a bulletproof vest in New Jersey.
Illegal to die with it on.
Oh, in New Jersey. Okay, that's interesting.
Yeah.
Because before it was not illegal.
No, it's illegal to die with it on.
Okay, I was about to say that's a funky law.
I know there was another I assumed it was because I remember reading weird laws, and one of them is like it's illegal in New Jersey to commit a crime while wearing a bulletproof vest. So I just imagined that wearing a bulletproof vest
To
was
commit
also
a crime,
illegal.
I thought it was just dying with
Isn't
it
it
on.
illegal in New Jersey to commit a crime?
Additionally, in New Jersey, a civilian can be charged separately for wearing a bulletproof vest, while carrying out criminal acts. Yeah,
That's absolutely New Jersey is just
What if
it
you
is
wear
a
a bullet?
qualifier to a crime. So
So
if
what if
you
you wear a bulletproof vest and you commit one of these new hate laws that are like hate speech laws that are going around?
uh,
Oh,
we have
well,
okay.
New
I,
Jersey, I
I,
don't
I
believe
guess.
New
Oh,
Jersey
okay. So I
has
was
those,
wrong, but
but
there is a lot of ifs to this. So if you committed any crime, even if it's a small one, you're not allowed to buy a bulletproof vest. Oh wow, they
yeah,
can.
you can't be convicted of a felony.
Yeah.
So it's not
Uh,
any crime; it's a felony specific.
no. They specified it. It is illegal to wear a bulletproof vest while committing a serious crime such as murder, robbery, sexual assault, or kidnapping.
Yeah,
Who's
Um,
gonna
yeah.
mhm.
sexual assault while wearing a bulletproof vest? Now that
And
sounds
for
like
some reason, breaking and entry is for some reason subcategory under robbery. So if you break in someone's place, I guess that's considered robbery.
It's still a felony.
Well, that's a good thing that I don't have to worry about, getting arrested for, having a bulletproof vest while committing fraud. So that's
oh,
Well,
Reagan, what you got in your house? You got
hold up.
bulletproof vest?
Is
for
fraud a
instance?
felony?
I don't know.
Is fraud a
Oh,
felony?
is it New York State is the only state restricting citizens' constitutional right to purchase body armor, according to the overreaching New York
Oh yeah,
State
it's New York. I'm not
criminal
surprised.
law.
State, not city.
It's the whole state.
Oh, okay, so it's the city. Yeah, I'm
No,
not
no.
surprised.
Yeah, it's a whole state. Yeah, unlawful purchase of body armor is a Class A misdemeanor for first offense and Class E felony for any subsequent. Oh, okay. Wow, that's crazy.
You can't have in New York.
I
They
mean,
say no drones
Cla-
illegal.
okay. Unlawfully wearing body armor in New York is a Class E felony.
that's insane. That's so like man, New York is just a goofy.
Like the rules for it's still very janky.
So I have a summary here. A civilian is guilty of, for New York, a civilian is guilty of unlawful wearing of body armor or vest when acting either alone or with one or more persons, committing a violent felony, offenses while possessing a firearm, rifle, or shotgun, and during and in furtherance of such crime, he wears a battle vest. So if you put the vest on afterwards, it's still illegal.
Oh my
I would-
god!
You may have not been wearing it at the time those events happened, but if you put it on afterwards,
Why
it'll
don't we
count.
just let it where it's just legal straightforwardly without the side rules here?
These are funny.
All right, so we can jump into the next additional question to the whole gun topic. Should we enact gun safety classes to both children and adults in our educational systems? Would it be beneficial? Please
Optional,
explain. If
yes.
not, then explain why you don't think so.
I agree. Optionally,
It should be
optional.
opt-in
Yeah,
because there's probably gonna be families who don't want their kids to have guns. I'm like, okay, that's their family choice.
yeah,
to
that's
have.
fine.
Oh, that's
Optional.
perfectly fine. Inari, you want to say anything about it?
Definitely agree with the optional thing. Some parents will, some parents won't. Yeah, definitely opt in for that. It should be a choice.
What are the big three rules of gun safety?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, there you go.
You know what my gun safety is? The trigger
thing.
finger.
Shut up, David.
All right. Any additional answers to that question? No? All right. So this is going to be an entirely new topic. I know this is actually a revisited question requested to be asked again. So here it goes. In cases where a man is accused of rape, should we automatically believe the woman's word regardless of no evidence? Or
No.
should we go by the book and allow the guilty to be proven innocent
Never.
in the court? Explain why you think so.
You should never go through any side
I say
that
go by
says
the
it's
book
not
because this is
fair.
America.
Yeah, no way. Like, there's no. I don't care what it
They
is.
say in
You
Europe.
should never go against, like, be like, nah, we're never gonna listen to evidence. We need evidence. It took us a long time to get to where we are with the shitty law system that we have. We do not need to backtrack at all. Like, no, evidence is necessary.
Okay, so this viewer is actually repeating something that Ant had said, and I think Ren knows exactly what that is.
Are you gonna
Um,
say it?
yeah, if you want to reiterate what Ant said, I think you already know. We discussed this.
I don't remember it well enough.
Okay, well, let me. I don't know if that's word for word, so I'm just gonna say it the best way possible. And our special guest speaker from our last podcast, good guy. He's not a bad guy, so please, guys, don't kill him.
We love him.
We love him. He believes that, you know, he does believe that we should always believe a woman's word regardless of no evidence, because his statement was the woman wouldn't be preaching rape to begin with, and no woman has ever falsely made a rape accusation.
Wow, those are
I don't think
some
he said that.
wild claims.
No,
I don't think
I
it's the
remember him.
latter because
I
that's
remember him.
easily disprovable.
I remember him specifically saying that it doesn't happen often. He didn't say
No,
that, like,
there's 3 viewers are saying that's what he said.
no, he didn't say. No, he said that. No, because when I I asked him.
Oh, sorry, there's 6
specifically.
viewers now saying that.
No, I specifically asked him, do you think false accusations don't happen? He says, they do happen, but they don't happen enough. Like, they're very rare.
He's just not thinking about the weight of the issue itself.
Here's the thing, right? When you are, this shows with any sexual assault crime, and I think all the guys in here definitely understand this. When you are claimed to commit any acts of sexual crime, whether it be rape, whether it be molestation, whether it be any other types of forms of SA, once it is claimed on you, regardless of actual guilt or not, you are forever damaged with that label. Some
Yes.
people do not care from that point forward. Even if the court, the judge, and the woman herself comes out and says, none of that happened, I lied, all of that's false, there are still people who will say, I don't know though, he kind of looks like he could have done it. And so you never, ever want to go with the school of thought that simply states that you should take opinion or subjectivity over facts and evidence. Never. Because
Yeah, so long as
you're
those
already,
cognitions exist, just don't.
like, just, mm-mm.
Arachno, Inari, you want to make a comment?
I just want to make a comment that yes, there's false accusations, but if we're going strictly by statistics, yes, false accusations happen, but when it comes to whether a false accusation goes so far as to actually be reported to the police, it is less than 5%. Yes, socially, it's way more common for a false rape accusation to happen socially, but to the point that it leads to court or the police involvement, it's way more rare.
I agree with that.
Yeah, well, I
But
think that's a fact. But
yeah,
I think
but then then the same question gets carried over to like a social aspect. Should the court should rape accusations be handled in the court of public opinion? Absolutely not. My answer.
yeah, never. Yeah, never. Mm.
But yeah, I do agree with the as a person of science that
As a
when
person.
it comes to it, when it comes to any sorts of crime, there should always the judgment should always be decided upon evidence. Lack of evidence, you don't have a case.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
so
I agree with that.
I want to touch on something. This is something I didn't bring up during when we were talking with Ant. So when it comes to, are we all familiar with? I believe it was Title IX.
Yeah.
All right. So when it comes to like Title IX, where, for example, like for specifically when it happens in like schools and colleges. Schools are allowed to divvy out administrative punishments based on accusations without actually having to take the issue to the police.
Title 9 is bogus. I'm be real with you, Chief.
Now, should that be a thing?
What? I'm sorry. So when you say, I know this is not really, when you say punishment, are you talking about like suspension and expulsion?
Like for example, like Mattress Girl, right?
I had no idea what that is.
Okay, so there was this. It was a college setting. There was a girl who claimed that she was raped by another student. And the reason why she's called Mattress Girl because she carried the mattress that the alleged rape happened on her back until the administration did something about it, and it blew up on social media. And the school was pressured to and eventually expelled that student. It later turned out that she admitted herself that she lied, and the reason she lied was because she called it a rape because she didn't want the guy that she actually was interested in to think less of.
Sounds like familiar reasoning.
Stop.
Okay.
Stop.
So God, all right. And okay.
So yeah, so in the situation where if a student accuses another student of a crime like sexual assault or rape, should the school be able to administer punishments without going to the police?
I have a this is gonna sound really stupid.
You know what? I'm gonna say
Can the
absolutely
school-
not. I think the police should handle that.
Yeah, here's the question though. Can a school expel somebody for no reason at all? Like what are the actual legal
The schools have
how
expelled
does that
people.
work?
Schools, for the most part, every school has a charter, which is their set of rules or whatever. And even they can't they don't I can't think of a school that would I'll put right into their charter or their constitution, school constitution, whatever you want to call it. We reserve the right to expel anyone for any reason.
But
That's
legally
insane.
can they though? But
Wait,
legally
but
can
Can they?
yeah, can a school actually just tell you, without definitive reason, you are no longer allowed to return?
I'm pretty sure there have been cases like that, and they just say Title 9, and then that's it.
Without a reason listed, I don't believe. I can't think of a situation where that happened. That'd be
wait,
crazy if it
so
did.
what if they do that on the basis of racism? Like, well, then again, hold on.
Well, that would be giving a reason.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Yeah, like for example, like race hoaxes. Like a girl sets a garbage can near her dorm on fire and said it was a race hoax. Like, said it was a hate crime. Someone gets in trouble, gets expelled for it.
It's like that one year where false hate crimes were just going on fire.
There's capital and victimhood.
Modern
And you know what?
culture.
And this goes into something too. Where does that fall with public versus private educational institutions? I think a private school
That's
actually
what I was
can.
thinking about too.
Yeah,
Like
I
when it
think
comes to
private
public, if
school
you
can do
have
it for
government funding, you can't. You actually can't.
Yeah, no, yeah, I doubt you can do it if you have government funding, but I bet you private schools can just expel you without reason.
Yeah. Hmm.
Hard one.
Like, is it really without reason, or is it just no good for
Yeah, and that
Yeah,
this
that's
becomes kind
that's
of
what I think about it.
yeah, you're right, and then it becomes the kind of thing of
There's
if they really want to
a
get rid of
reason.
you, they'll find a way. Like
Yeah.
that's
Like,
the other thing
oh,
too.
we don't like you. Get out of our school.
Yeah, they'll just
Oh,
make some shit.
wait.
That's still a reason.
I actually
Not a
searched it.
good one.
It's very rare, but like there has been a case where the school was trying to throw out a student, and they apparently they had allegedly they had a good reason for it, but then the student fought back by saying they're throwing him out because he's black. I need to look more into this case.
Wait, is it recent?
No, this happened in 2013.
Said he had a good reason. Was he selling drugs?
Is he on drugs? I don't. Maybe.
Not
I
on, but
don't
was
know.
he selling? He said they have a good reason. Like I'm trying to think of a justifiable reason to take a student out. Crack
Okay,
dealer.
so I'm looking at it. Private schools can expel or reject people on any criteria that they want.
Yeah, that makes sense. They retain that right just by being a private institution. Right. So Title IX, we
Yeah,
kind
it's a
of
private.
debated. Sorry about that. I didn't mean to take us too far off. I'm gonna be honest with you. That's crazy. That is absolutely wild. I'm not gonna hold you. I think Title IX is something that becomes a weapon that can be used by the court of public opinion. And so it's like I cannot approve of that. I really can't. Um yeah, I don't know, man. That's insane. That's really crazy. And then Ren is over there looking at private schools and trying to
All
figure
right,
out.
man, while you're looking at that, I'll move on to the next question.
Oh, I'm done.
Okay.
Wait, how do you know what I'm looking at? Oh, I said it. Duh. Don't worry, people. I'm here. I promise.
Unless Inara you and Arachno, you have more of an opinion on that.
On what?
The question of should false accusations be criminalized or something? I don't know.
Yes, I do think it should be criminalized, especially if the person ended up being incarcerated.
And possibly ruin the career like that poor basketball player.
Yeah, I do think it should be criminalized.
Same.
Which one? The one who took their life, or the one who basically is no longer allowed back in the sports because the team wants to become?
You know, I think those people that were accused of rape and they went to jail, and then evidence rose that they were actually innocent the entire time. I think they should be able to at least sue the school for getting
I'm
rid of
pretty
the.
sure Title IX protects the school.
Oh, Title
That's
IX
crazy.
protects the school.
Everything
pretty sure
about
it
that is
does.
crazy. It's just crazy. It's a crazy law. That's so crazy.
I think that
What?
gives the schools way too much power.
That's just wild.
You think?
Yeah, I think we should take down Title IX and execute Order 066.
Elaborate
That's
on that.
crazy.
Oh, Star Wars joke. Anyway, next question.
Nerd!
This guy in the viewer audience gets it. Okay, anyway, here's the next question. It's actually a revisited question. Kind of. In what ways would you make abortion able to cater to both pro-life and pro-choice individuals? Explain your solution.
I got an
That's
easy
never
solution
gonna
to this.
happen.
In states that are pro-abortion, you let the states have it. In states that aren't, you let the states not have it. Basically,
Wow.
over a
Almost
few
like people.
generations, the states that naturally wanted it will have less voting power as they have less people in general. And then down the line, about 5 or 6 generations, it won't be a thing anymore. There you go.
I don't even know if it's possible in reality, man. Like it's such a definitive thing. You either let people have the choice to get it or you don't. I don't even know if how do you middle ground walk that?
You don't. I think that's a really difficult or near impossible thing to do. There is no
Yeah,
middle
like
ground.
Yeah,
you
pretty
can't.
much.
Is that
You
your
just
infanticide or no infanticide?
yeah. It's all right, man. It's next question. It's just
Wait, what was the question?
Next question.
Okay, all right.
Unless you want to add on, Rin.
I went to the bathroom. I don't know what happened.
In what ways would you make abortion able to cater to both pro-life and pro-choice individuals? Explain your solutions.
The way it was before, safe but rare.
What?
The way it was before, safe but rare.
Oh my god. All right, next question.
Wait, what? What's wrong with my answer?
No, nothing. It's beautifully answered. Anyway, next question.
Fuck you.
I wouldn't trust that beautifully answered statement. That's gonna be so.
Now that marijuana is completely legal in certain specific states, those that were arrested on the notion of having and selling marijuana should be released, or should they not be released? Explain your reasoning.
Possession, yes. Selling, no.
I don't like potheads, but let them go. You just smell funny and think funny.
What the hell?
Okay, all right. Let's start with Arachno.
You know what
And if it
Falcon
does-
reminds me of? That inner frat boy from Billy and Man.
Oh my
yeah.
god.
Everyone has an inner frat boy.
If you want me to repeat the question, let me know.
I agree with Ren when it comes to well, actually, yeah, when it comes to
Yo,
possession
Doc,
of
stay away from that.
when it
Doc,
comes
I
to
got it.
possession
Doc
of
avoid.
marijuana, at this point, since it's been legalized, just let
Doc,
them
you
out.
cray.
If they were
Okay.
actively selling it prior to its legalization, then yeah,
What do you mean
I would
fucking? Oh,
say
don't tell me
you
that
can
it's
keep them in jail.
Okay, so the sellers stay in jail, and then
this. Oh, it is on.
the
That's
ones
not
that
good.
are using it or just simply have it, they should be released, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Inari, do you agree with that?
I do. Yeah, if they have it, they should be released. If they
Arachno,
were
that
selling
statement was
it,
not targeted
yeah.
towards you. It's towards a third-party individual.
I wasn't even paying
yeah.
attention.
Okay. Anyway, we're gonna go down to our last few questions. Are you guys ready?
No.
Should we have laws that enforce the idea of everyone must follow everyone's preferred gender pronouns, and if they're not followed by those individuals, must pay a fine or go to jail? Do you believe this is extreme or beneficial? Explain why so.
How are you going to enforce it? How are
No,
you going to
because this
enforce
is
it?
not Europe.
How are you going to enforce it? Don't even get. How are you going to enforce it? Please.
Yep.
How are you going to
exactly.
enforce it? That's it. Just how are you going to enforce it? How? You know how wild that would get? Dude,
I'm
like
gonna be
how are you gonna?
completely honest. There are some times where I misgender myself, so I would go to jail so quick. It's not even gonna be funny.
Right.
Like it's like how you gonna? Dude, you know how you know what happens when you have so many fines? Eventually, the court's just like we don't even. All right, man, you're just gonna go.
Yeah.
How are you gonna enforce
get
it?
out of here?
Like you're gonna garnish all my wages for that? Please don't even. Oh my god, you can't. You just can't enforce.
You can't make it illegal to be an asshole.
Right.
They'll try though. They always trying.
Like to quote our favorite Wesley Snipes villain, Simon Phoenix. It's their right to be an asshole.
I agree.
Demolition
There's no
Man,
way
great movie.
you can enforce this. Ain't no way. Like, yeah,
Yeah,
no way in hell.
as much as it would be great for us to not have to deal with those kind of issues, it's just like any other verbal issue. How are you gonna enforce it?
You just gotta choose not to be an asshole. That's it. It's free. You know,
Conform to the state's
hard,
demand of
though.
social norms, or
it's
else.
hard. Agreed, but just don't.
This
And what
guy.
if you?
But going to what Los is saying here, how do you enforce that? Like,
Can't.
you can't enforce that because wouldn't that thus infringe on everyone else's freedom of speech?
There you go. That's
Yeah,
the
Europe
main
doesn't have
issue.
First Amendment, so I know there's some places in Europe where it actually is illegal to misgender.
But it has to be intent behind it, right? Like if I
Even
walk
if
up
it's
and I
in
say
his
to
intent.
someone, what
It's
do you
basically the
mean? No, there
empowering
has to be
of
intent.
minority groups to create minority tyrants.
But it's like, what if you just don't know?
Good luck explaining that to them.
Like, I know we had this conversation with the podcast with Ant, and I know me and Falcon had it out there. But even then,
Yeah, we
I
knew
don't
different
think
culture.
Falcon should, criminalized for being an asshole.
Not being an asshole, I'm just not conforming to your worldview.
You're being an asshole.
Oh no, none of this.
Oh my god! Oh, you know
Yeah,
what? Now I remember that conversation.
It's the exact same argument.
It is the exact same argument.
Should one be penalized for not conforming to the worldview of another person legally?
No. But you also have to acknowledge that you are being an asshole.
So I am the
There is
moral
such a thing
lesser
as
for
being an
not
asshole.
complying to the viewpoint of
No,
another
you're the
individual.
moral lesser because there's someone that is upset by something you're doing, and you don't care enough to actually not do it.
That
You can't-
something
you can't
is whether
spare
or not I comply to
You can't
their
spare the
view.
modicum, the bare minimum of effort on your end to not offend them. You're being an asshole.
I am not
You're
obliged
being an
to.
asshole. No, yeah, that is the definition of an asshole. Yeah.
I will say this, that personally, the way I see things, the block button is a very beautiful thing. Um,
Say it
other than,
again. Woo!
other
Nah,
than
block button
that,
is toxic.
if someone, I feel like the only extreme scenario I can see where legal intervention would be concerned is if someone's like actively harassing you to the point that they just don't leave you alone. But I think that falls under the category of harassment.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mhm.
But that's the only scenario I can imagine where legal intervention would be necessary.
The only time we're saying nothing is harassment.
But I think the block button is almost as toxic as COD hide and kill death ratios.
You would know.
Well, how would you use the block button in real life, like when you're physically interacting?
Oh, you do the talk to the hand part thing.
People
You
still
just
do
Oh,
that?
I have
you
this
just
thing where
leave
if I
the
do.
want
room.
to,
You
I just
just
stop
ignore
listening to
them.
people.
You just slowly
You
put
have to have your
everybody
inner
in
voice
your
be
Just
louder than the
disengage.
outer voices.
and one by one just knock them out.
And if they're constantly up on your face, then they're treading the lines of harassment.
Now, would it? So, if somebody's constantly on your face doing something that's harassment, so if someone's constantly requesting of you to comply to their worldview and will not take no as an answer, is that harassment?
No,
How
it's
often has that
okay.
happened?
So in a situation where you do something that upsets them. Okay, wow, this is some dissident shit here. Like you
Found
can
you in the
understand.
logical
Okay,
error.
all right, no. So you see it as
Uh,
harassment when they ask you to stop doing the thing that bothers them, but you don't see it as harassment that you keep doing the thing that bothers them.
The request of me to diverge from what was once
So
social
what's
norms to comply with their
Yeah,
new
this
request
guy
of
here.
what should be their
Oh my
norms.
god. It's just so funny, bro. This is like you just can't even make this shit up. This is so funny, bro.
some clown roll shit?
Oh my
Them
god!
asking you to stop being an asshole is
I don't
harassment.
request people
That's
to see things as I see it, and I don't think they should be
No, you just request
penalized
people
for it.
to put up with your behavior.
It's just
I
oh
request
god.
people to not be so tyrannical.
Mm.
Okay, so them not wanting to be subjected to your worldview doesn't makes them tyrannical.
Them demanding that I subject to their worldview or face legal or social penalties
But
is
what if they're
tyrannical.
not demanding that?
Then there should be nothing wrong with me not complying to their worldview. But to suggest that I must comply is a demand.
But there's a problem with them wanting you to, right?
So I have to comply to them wanting me to.
Is it only an issue if you have to do something?
Lost stop.
David?
Damn it.
Copy?
I don't know.
Ref?
This is so
Ref?
funny.
Real
Ref?
I
combo.
was trying to hold it in.
Referee.
Referee! Hello?
Ren, you
It's
killed
like-
Ukami. Are you happy now?
Kill the guy.
What are you saying if I'm happy for? What?
Oh, he's alive. Never mind, Ren.
Oh my god. This guy was-
I didn't mean to accuse
He's-
you of murder. I just thought he was dead.
I think we should go to the next question.
About damn time.
Oh man, too much.
Should the United States amendments be updated and changed due to new political climate that America is currently in? What does that even mean? Or should we stick to what the forefathers of America left behind and leave it untouched for future generations to come?
There's
Is it-
already
Is it-
been amendments added onto the Constitution. It's
Wait,
not
what?
something that could, yeah.
I think the question is, should we erode the rights of the
I'm gonna be good faith, and I'm gonna assume that they didn't know that all the amendments a part of the Constitution weren't there at the start.
No, I'm assuming the latter. But it's not good faith. And that they mean
You
what they
admit you're
say.
being bad faith. Yes, I win.
Me bad faith or they bad faith?
Okay, guys, just answer the damn question. Oh my
Yeah.
God.
I think the Constitution is long overdue for an update patch. That's my opinion.
Yeah.
I think
don't
there
even
should be
like
two
the politics
countries. One that's
now.
America, and one's whatever they want. And we see which country lasts longer.
You know, I like what Inari said. The Constitution is just patch notes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it needs to be patched right
That-
away.
that
We
is
need that
pretty funny.
2.0 patch. It's been too
Oh
long.
my god. I was like, dude, it's just it don't even matter. We don't even like the people we got now. Any changes they make, we're gonna hate them regardless. You're just asked out, man. We're just-
Okay, so here's the interesting thing. If you think you should update it, explain your reasoning for it, and what would you update on the amendments?
Yes, I'll go first. Definitely should be amendments either up like added. We should put out those new patch notes that about the Constitution's lack of clarity or foresight in internet security and person privacy. Those I think those need updates. Pretty much the whole
Elaborate on that. What do you mean by internet security?
like I mean like in the sense like so now that we're in a digital era, there's our I think that the Constitution should have another look at to reassess what our rights are in the new digital age and online.
yeah.
But you got to be really careful with that, Ren, because we already had someone trying to do that, and his name is Ajit Pai.
I remember
And
that.
Wait, is that the guy from Google?
Reese's
uh,
cup.
he was
The guy that owns
formerly,
Alphabet,
he was
right?
actually formerly for Comcast and Verizon.
Oh, he's a
And-
piece of shit.
Yeah, and now
Work for
remember,
Comcast? Oh, that
if
The
you
evil.
look
Reese's
up,
company tried to sue for having a Reese's cup.
because I had to, I had to dive into this, especially in cybersecurity. Ajit Pai tried, controlling and regulating the internet, and that didn't sit well for many people.
Oh no, I'm not talking about regulating the internet. I'm talking about like in the same way how for example, the government like take for example, I forgot which amendment it was, but like no quartering, right? The government can't force soldiers into your home, right? So I think that there should be another look at that and how the government's interaction with our lives on the internet is.
But then that would be government intervening into the cyberspace.
No. It's setting what the government can't do regarding us online.
Oh, okay, that's different. Never mind. I
Yeah.
agree with you.
Like for example, like let's just say there's we had an amendment that's rough draft. Don't yell at me. The government shall make no law that restricts or inhibits someone's ability to participate in online forum.
I actually could agree with that. I agree with that.
Because there are other countries which the government can literally, like for example, China, right? China has laws that restrict your access to the internet.
Well,
I don't think.
you need
Yeah.
social points to access the internet.
Yeah, they place legal restrictions on who can and can't access the internet. I think that's immoral.
Yeah, it is. I mean, those people are starving for porn. I mean, they can't access the porn.
Yeah, they need to get those Brazzers account.
Damn.
Wait, don't they have manga? Can't they just draw it?
Wait, okay, hold on.
That's
Hold on a
wild.
second, Falcon. So you're
That
telling
is
me if they're feeling horny, they have to draw their art to fap off to?
I
That
mean,
is literally
insane.
90% of art history.
But what if you can't draw well?
You're
I
gonna
feel like
learn.
that
You're gonna learn. You're
gotta-
gonna learn.
Is that racist? I don't know. I don't know how to take that. Why would you say they have to draw it? I don't.
If they have no
If
other
you want a
means
good
of
time,
getting
you have
their
to learn the
stuff,
good of those hands of doing something else.
yeah, I mean,
Right,
if
right.
you have no
Perhaps he
access
just
to-
wait. Perhaps Falcon is just assuming that they don't have the means of filming porn, so they have to and distribute it, so they have to draw it privately.
You can
They
film it
have
too, but then again, like,
pornographic
isn't
magazines
drawing it
over
more
there?
ethical?
Porn existed before the internet. We can all agree with that, right?
Wait. I'm ignorant to this part, but is porn actually legal in China?
No, no.
Probably not.
I don't want to Google
I'm
search
actually
that.
ignorant in that subject. Porn legal in China.
Make sure you're in the incognito tab.
please
Uh,
incognito.
The
Incognito.
Chinese government has adopted a
Crazy.
zero tolerance policy towards so-called sexual content, commonly defined as sexual, pornographic, obscene material.
You got to start drawing that stuff now. Keep a secret book, hide it under the tables, and make sure
Oh
you got a
wow!
new one.
Almost everything from Japan is banned in China. Okay, got it.
Well, that's
Oh no.
definitely not
Oh
That's
yeah,
on
that's right.
brand. That's
That
on
makes
brand with
sense.
the
They ban
history.
Japanese anime because they start making their own.
Japan do be a bit weird though, and has very weird laws when it comes to sexual content and who's allowed to engage in sexual behavior. I can understand why it'd be like Japan first, big no.
Oh yeah, they do have a. How do you like? You know what? I'm not gonna ask that. I guess that's a different question to
It's
ask.
made in China and it's Chinese, but it's the same topic. Is it allowed then?
I don't know.
You know what? I know this viewer is from one of our old podcasts here. They're like, "What about breathable water?" Shut up.
Oh yeah, damn.
Shut up.
Telling you, this is a
Yeah.
thing.
Throwback.
The planks?
Yeah, everyone gets breathable water from the government. Absolutely, I
That's
agree.
What
That's
about drinkable
amazing.
water?
Oh, drinkable water. Oh,
Oh,
Hey,
you're fucked on that.
wasn't there a
disease
story
that we
about a
created.
man who collected dust in China and made bricks out of the dust because there's so much
Okay.
smog, you can make a brick.
You weren't there for the drinkable water part. Well, breathable water part. Were you, Falcon?
I don't recall.
No, he
No,
wasn't.
he wasn't
Yeah,
there. He left
He left.
before that happened.
Yeah. Oh, you missed out. It was
I
great.
have labor obligations.
Here's the very last question before we get into Q&A because it's flooding with people right now. Should we allow all the illegal immigrants that are seeking safe asylum free access to United States, including health care and free homes?
Absolutely not.
No, that's silly.
No,
No.
no.
That's not
Go back and like
sustainable.
prepare your country.
Yeah,
There
exactly.
you go.
Yeah, go fix what's going on over there.
If it's a war, I pick up that rifle.
Mm,
Show them
Yeah.
bust.
Oh,
hold on.
okay.
Yeah.
Damn.
We
All
went
right.
from 0 to 100 real fast there.
Yeah.
Like
I
I,
guess
I
I'm
don't
the only-
subscribe to what a lot of
Then he
people
was
just said
like-
right now. I
Only
just
South American here, I guess, in the podcast. Hi, how you doing?
To the government you built
That's crazy.
That's insane.
That's-
Listen.
Listen.
The little bit part of that where they said it wasn't sustainable, that was me.
Mm,
Everything else after that's all whoever said that. That's not me.
That's
I'm like,
crazy.
right?
Yeah,
That's
it's not
insane.
sustainable. We
That's
can't
what I
even do
thought
that
about
for our
Taiwan.
homeless.
No,
Like-
we just throw them in California.
we're okay.
Do you just think that California is just a junkyard for all?
No. He
You're saying it's not?
You know exactly what he wants.
What does he want?
What does he want?
I don't know.
You're asking the wrong question.
California is where you put the homeless people.
Oh my
All
god!
of them?
no.
All of the homeless people, you want to put them all in California? Every single one of them?
Damn.
From everywhere?
Wow, that's gonna be amazing. Austin's gonna be looking good.
Okay, Falcon. Would you say that the reason why you want to send the homeless to California is because the liberals there always talk about how they want to help them? So it
I
gives
just
them a
want
chance to
them
do
to
it?
live in a world where their policies are ignored.
Stop! There's too
And
many.
every
of
day
them.
to be
They're
reminded
down the
of what
street
they
from
vote
me.
for.
Okay, stop.
Oh, this guy, bro. This guy is.
In short,
Bet
I
the
want
comments
California
are
to
coming
burn.
in.
So just send them
Oh, my
there.
God.
Why here? Stop!
What do you mean why here? You better take them in, open your doors, okay?
mean? Stop!
They're a new
Oh, my
best.
God. That's crazy, bro.
Do you know how many of them are flooding like the streets of Little Tokyo over here? Stop! There's too many.
They make Little Tokyo 2.0. Patch
Oh
update.
my God, you are in California.
Jesus.
That's
What
the
do you
funny-
mean that
that's
you
the- that's
are in
the funny part.
California?
Yeah, that's why this is so funny.
When he said over here, I said we have a little Tokyo in Jersey. What? I was like, wait, what?
No,
Oh,
If
no.
we did, I'd be going to Little Tokyo every day, and be honest with you. Get some good Chinese food. Wait, why is it called Little
Some
Tokyo?
good Chinese
Piece of Chinese food in Little Tokyo. I'm
Crazy.
dying.
That's
My
gotta
bad,
be-
Japanese.
that's-
I'm
Okay,
dying.
I'm
is the
dead.
Japanese food in California
Wait,
good?
Rose, did you not remember I told you I moved to California?
Yo, I didn't. It slipped my mind when you said that.
He
I was
left
thinking
us
to
and
myself,
abandoned
yo,
us.
that's
It's okay, don't worry.
He said Cali was better. He learned different
I
now.
did not say. Oh my god!
He learned different now.
Okay.
Looking at home like he missed.
Are we
All
okay?
right,
so
to
let's
get back
go
to the question, it'd be really nice if we could, but that's just not a feasible thing.
Oh shit! Okay, so
oh.
all right. No, we're not fascists. I don't know where that's coming from. Just
Don't-
because we're
don't
not
say it.
accepting. Okay,
Don't you say
let's
it.
highlight this part of the question first, though. Illegal immigrants. Right?
Mhm. Go on.
Let it be
Well-
noted, I was once an immigrant. Then I nationalized. I was not born here. I was born in Haiti. I didn't become an American citizen until I was done in high school. So I don't have any problems with illegal immigrants. Well, I have problems with legal immigrants. I have problems with illegal immigrants. I like legal. I don't like illegal. I worked hard for my citizenship.
There we go. That's the
Paid a lot of
simple
money.
answer.
I fail those
You can
tests.
speak
You
on
gotta
that.
pay for it again.
Anyone else want to add anything to this?
No, I
If
think
I
everyone
may.
agrees that. Oh, sorry.
If I may, just real quick,
Go ahead.
do I think they should get the housing, free healthcare, and everything? I don't think so. Should they have the ability to work the jobs most Americans don't want to do so they can start paying their own due? I think they should be given the right to work, at least to earn those perks. Not give them out for free, but, you know, speaking from family that's, went through this situation, they work to get what they have. So asylum means that their home country is in a
Dangerous
really
to
bad
them.
place. Exactly. I would love to say go and fix the problem. I can only hope. That's
Oh, that's another
the goal.
point.
Yeah, that'd be
if
great.
I can interject you to ask you about this.
Hmm.
So, there's what do you feel? How do you feel about the argument where if everyone is just allowed to leave their countries once things start getting bad, their country they're from gets worse. Wouldn't it be better if they could stay and fix it? How do you feel about that argument?
To stay and fix it. Some people have that power, some don't.
Yeah,
Majority
yeah,
don't.
yeah. I feel
Yeah,
the same
I
way.
hate that argument so
Yeah,
much.
that's the thing. And I hate to say, but speaking from my own country, which is Peru, the government is corrupt as fuck, and no matter who ends up getting into power, eventually they all end up corrupt. It's horrible. I wish it could be fixed, but that's at this point it's just wishful thinking. There were riots in Peru daily. Riots in other countries are now becoming more common, unfortunately. But it's not just as easy to say go and fix it, or
Yeah,
aid would be nice.
I hate that argument too. Because like, what is the guy who doesn't own anything, even in his own country, gonna do to fix it?
Exactly.
Like,
And I don't know. I can
I
agree.
understand the moral argument, like don't let don't let these bad people take over. But at the same time, like what can you do?
That's
It's
the
not. It's not that simple. Yeah.
yeah, and I can't say honestly, I really wish it didn't. This wasn't a daily thing, that corruption was so easily spread in these countries. It's bad, but some people really can't do anything but flee the country they're from. And
Yeah.
hearing about here nowadays, I don't think it's not much better here. But all I'm saying is I can agree with not giving asylum seekers housing, free healthcare,
Pony.
because we don't even get that, bro. Like we don't
You
get
say a
that.
pony?
So
Damn.
like, should they have the opportunity to work to get those perks? I think so.
Yeah.
I do, because they're
I
here
agree
to
with
work.
you there. And I may not come from like South America or and whatnot.
But
Well, yeah, go ahead.
I was gonna say like there is a limit to how many like not even like on just like on a pure like economic like reasoning level, like we can't take everyone. We just it's just not sustainable. Like
How
you
about we
can't take
take the
Agree.
everyone at once.
scientists?
Like you
I
can't take
agree.
everyone all at once because that just puts a strain on supply chains and everything. Like gradually letting people in over time. We do the best we can in the way that we can facilitate. I think we should do.
Yeah, I agree with that. Letting everyone in all at once is just chaos. It'll be
Yeah.
literal chaos. But at the same time,
I mean, look at Snow Mexico.
Oh, Canada.
oh my god.
What you got
America
against New
adjacent.
Mexico?
But yeah, that would be my opinion. Earn work because they're here to work and earn the perks. Don't just give them out for free because we don't get that. And
If they
we don't-
earn their take, then I think that's more than fair.
yeah,
They're here to work. Believe me when I say they're here to work. They will do the jobs that no one else here wants to do.
But that
Yeah,
will affect the
exactly.
politics of the nation over time.
And you
though.
know, it's very interesting you brought that up because there are plethora of jobs that a lot of Americans here do not want to do. Actually, like going down into the sewers.
Guess what? The immigrants are there taking because they need that job. They need their job.
Or
Need that
You gotta
being and I guess
farming
this
in
goes
farms. They work in farms too. They
yeah,
pick out the
or
crops and everything. No
I
one wants
know
to
this
do
goes
that.
into indentured servants, but or being workers on a cruise.
Yeah.
That they're technically like butlers and maids when they go into cruise businesses where they need a good amount of people to cater to every guest's needs because I don't know how many people can fit in like a big cruise ship, but consider that number for a second, and you need a lot of staff people to hold it. The asylum seekers that want to become Americans can take jobs like that because normally your average American won't apply for that kind of job.
Oh,
Es- Especially the dirtiest and unsafe jobs and jobs that people don't even really look at or consider as jobs, like being a garbage truck collector. Like
Yep.
they do get paid high too, which is interesting, but
right.
they have it rough.
All right. Oh, I have another question for Inari. This one might cause a little friction.
Hmm?
Should, like, regardless of where they come from, if they're coming here, should they have to learn English?
Yes.
Yes.
I think we
Okay.
should do what
Yes.
the Canadians do.
But
Because when at my last facility at Amazon, there's a bunch of people who don't speak like pretty much any English whatsoever.
Mhm.
And there was an instance where I see someone is about to get hit, and I'm calling out to her like, "Hey, watch out, watch out!" She doesn't understand a word I say, and she gets hit.
No, I think if it would be a good thing to say, hey, we're gonna let you work here, but you do need to learn the language. I do think that should be something mandatory.
Most
'Cause-
cultures. Apologies. Finish
Yeah,
saying.
no. It's just I was just about to finish, but
I-
yeah, you definitely I agree 100% that you should know English.
Most
At least
culture.
basics.
I'm bad
Yes.
at timing. I have a social.
No, it's
issue.
okay. Go ahead.
Most cultures tend to have like this way where they basically find members of the group that don't speak good English and they bring them to specialized English courses. I know for my mom, English was her best language, but at JPM, which is Jefferson Park Ministries, which was an after school program for Haitian youth, they offered courses for parents to learn English for free, and you get a certificate from it. And she took that course for like 5 years and got her English is now good, and she now understands what people were saying most of the time.
Good. But yeah, definitely learn English. You're
Okay.
here. You made the effort to come here. You need to adapt to where you live now.
You
So
literally
at
make
least
less money if you don't.
yeah, for sure.
It's money on the table.
Yeah,
Don't
okay.
leave money on the table.
Yep. Don't want to learn. See you later.
Oh shit!
Life
Goku's
is going to
here.
be harder for you if you do not want to
Yeah.
learn.
I thought Goku fell asleep.
Only in my head.
All right, so we're gonna go to my co-host Rin's favorite thing in our podcast.
Yes.
The Q&A, and I guess we'll start with the
I sit
person
through
that
like
keeps saying
4 or 5 hours of bullshit just to get here.
excuse me.
This guy.
Tries his best.
I just want to do a podcast where nothing but Q&A. Ask me anything, I'll answer any question.
Which is funny because the same viewer is saying answer the question, pussy.
Yeah, I remember that.
What was
Back to
okay?
that
Which
again.
question? Which question? I forgot where we said that.
I don't even know.
It was so far
That's the
back.
problem. I don't know.
In general, he says in
Where do we
general.
even begin with that? But there are a good bunch of questions for Los, Inari, and Arachno. So we'll start with
Inari.
Los. With Los, they're asking, why do you not think it's racist if black-owned businesses state that they're black owned, especially if they have a food stall. That's very
Okay.
specific. What does that even mean?
That sounds racist, but I don't think
What?
it's racist because what okay. Who's being impressed by someone saying that the business is black owned? Racism is all about oppression.
That's your question towards them. We're gonna
Yeah,
have
yeah,
to wait for
that's the answer. Yeah, that's the answer. Who's being oppressed by it? Because racism implies oppression. Who's being oppressed?
I'm with Lowe's. I think it's kind of cringe, but I don't think it's racist.
Yeah, it's like shitty marketing, sure. Racist now.
shitty marketing. Yes. Why is it shitty marketing?
Okay. Imagine, if you will, there's a restaurant, right? And the restaurant has like a little sign in the window that says, "Made by furries," like furry owned.
Oh.
I
That's a
don't know.
lot of courage.
I don't know if I'm comfortable walking into that restaurant.
Why does the whole
Coward.
My question,
Like,
themselves?
knowing,
my
Like,
question is, do they wear the fursuit when if they cook the food? That's all I want to know. Like that's
like,
I just want to know. Like
Kami, you're a coward.
food's not gonna be like
Why
tainted or
are you calling
anything
me a coward?
as
First
it's
off?
made
It's a
by a
fairy
furry.
restaurant, man.
But it's like, it's a very weird thing to point out, because when people go to eat, they're not thinking about, oh, is this restaurant owned by a black person? That's not exactly like,
They just called you racist for
top
saying
tier
that.
marketing. I don't know. No one
Okay,
thinks
so first off, viewer, I just want to say something. Rin is black, so let's live in that.
wait,
was
Rin,
pretty
you're
funny.
black? Oh my god! How come you didn't tell me this?
Oh no, does this mean I don't get into the country club now?
Sorry, boy. Looks like you're not coming in.
They called you an Uncle Ruckus. No,
Wait, how am I? Nah, that ain't
Bruh.
fair. That ain't
Bruh.
fair.
that's
How you gonna,
funny.
how you gonna
That's
call me an Uncle Ruckus? I'm
You
all
know
about
what?
the same stage as Falcon.
Rin, I
Yeah.
want you to think about it. It's like you were called an Uncle Ruckus before Len was.
I know, that's why it's so setting.
That's crazy.
Okay, so this is for Los Arachno, and this is for everyone. Wow. Okay.
oh, I was gonna say that's crazy.
It's not even a question per se. It's more of a statement. Okay. So I'm a feminist, and women are raped almost every day. No man should be believed because the man always rapes the woman.
Okay.
Is there a kid who had
There's
to
a
pay
lot of
child support
wild.
for his teacher who raped him?
There's just you don't even got to go down that conversation. There's a lot of wild statements in there, but the craziest one is the fact that men cannot be raped, and that is there's just we cannot even begin to
Or
touch
social
upon
culture doesn't
anything.
let her suck that dog.
Wait a minute.
I don't think that's a good faith question. I'm just not gonna
I don't know.
engage.
Some people
with that.
actually believe that
feel
men
like
can be
that's
raped.
Okay, but that's the thing, Arachno. It's not
Bait?
even a
Let them believe it.
question. It's not even a question. It's their statement
It's
or
like a
opinion.
statement, yeah.
I don't know why they're saying it like this.
Yeah, that's
People
wild.
be who they be.
Freedom of speech and all that stuff.
And what's with the whole I'm a feminist declaration thing? Like, why is that?
Yeah, it's strange, ain't it?
I don't understand the idea of declaring you're a feminist. What does that even mean?
It's signaling to your team. That's what it
It's
is.
signaling to them though that this is my flag.
Yeah.
Okay, another interesting statement once again. If you're not pro-choice, you're fascist.
Don't say it, Falcon.
Falcon.
I don't know. It
What?
just sounds like a capital L.
Oh my God.
Okay. That's not what I was expecting him to say.
Is that it?
Oh
Who
boy.
the heck is in this chat? Antifa?
Nah, probably a moderate or a capital D.
What is the capital? Oh, all right. You know what? I'm not even gonna ask you to
You need to
explain
go
that.
down that road.
Yeah, I learned how to
I'm really not
circumnavigate
going down
things.
that road.
I'm learning social skills.
Okay. Let's get some legitimate questions in here. First off, like, let's
Well,
not.
that was a legitimate question. They did ask it with
That's
honesty.
not even a question. They're making like an opinion. And
Yeah,
stop
yeah.
declaring that you're feminist. We don't care. Okay. Good job. You're
Well,
a
they should be
feminist.
allowed to make their statement.
Wait, it's the
I'm
same
sorry.
person?
It's the same fucking person. Stop. Okay, like we don't care you're a feminist, okay, and we get that you have your opinion. We're not fascist people. You obviously heard everyone else's opinion on here. Like,
all right, because like the issue we have with it is because when you say as a feminist, it feels as though usually when people declare like something like that, a title or an allegiance or anything like that, it's kind of like to put like putting in a position of authority, like as a professor, as a blank or whatever, right? Like
As a collegiate.
yeah, like as a feminist, like claiming to be a feminist, like declaring yourself as a feminist, doesn't really give more authority or credence to any argument that follows.
I hope they understand that. I really do.
So adding it in doesn't actually help the argument.
Okay, so here's a legitimate question. So, do you guys believe if we hypothetically disarm the entire civilian populace of United States, we would go medieval on each other and start using swords, axes, and spears? What?
Okay, we
I
didn't
mean,
say swords,
first,
axes, spears. We said knives and machete.
And also, chemicals are more frequent than all of those things. I think we just probably interstate. I mean, bleach is everywhere. Like you see bleach prices start to skyrise pretty quick.
someone just said mustard gas.
All right, well, nope.
I
let's move on
mean,
I don't know. I've seen some YouTubers. They are able to make some pretty crazy stuff. Ever saw a crab walker about 20 feet wide?
I
He
know
got mechs.
Goku's vegan diet can create some pretty toxic gases.
You shut your mouth. He ain't wrong.
Okay, so this is for everyone again. I thought this was mainly for Los, Inari, and Arachno, but I guess this is targeted for all of us. Why do you guys believe that looting and destroying businesses owned by a white man is not beneficial? We riot for a reason. Black Lives Matter.
Oh.
Okay.
I'm not surprised that the latter statement followed the prior statement.
All right, I wanna answer this question. So let's just take the situation like what happened in like Minneapolis or Kenosha or any of those places. Okay, so the Target, the whatever, well, all these places, the Walmart, the AT&T, the Lexus dealership, all these. Well, maybe not Lexus dealership, but any of these places are looted and vandalized, right? These places leave these areas. They leave these communities. Now you don't have a Target. You don't have a local supermarket. You don't have the local Walmart where people usually use as a supermarket because they left because they can no longer operate in your area because it's just not worth it for them. These communities lose out in the long run for these. There are places like the Chicago riots; those neighborhoods still never recovered. It has been like 50 years. When you destroy your community, you don't win, regardless of the skin color of the person owning the building. When you destroy a building, you make it leave, and you lower down the value because then why would anyone want to open up a business in a place where they know full well,
in
hey,
cap,
I can
they
get
said-
robbed
wait,
every
hold
like
on,
3 hours, like every like 3 days.
Expect them to be rational.
Rin, they said what you're saying doesn't matter. They said as long as it's owned by white man, will always be oppressed.
Rin, it's a BLM person.
Oppressed in what way? How does a white guy running like how does a white guy managing a fucking Wendy's oppress you?
I don't think we should entertain these this person's questions.
No, it's important to entertain these questions. It's important to challenge them. Because I think the most important thing is to ask these questions to them, and if they can't answer them, then it proves that they're just an NPC and they don't actually have thoughts.
All
Well,
right. So
most
while
of
you're
them
saying
are.
that, Falcon and Los, do you have something to say as well?
Oh, I think it's highly racist to be like, well, they're whites, so it's okay to attack them. And I believe that person might be a racial identity Marxist, but then again, they did state they are BLM, so I can only assume my assumption is right.
Oh, okay. Los, how about you?
I'm not even, bro. Like, come on. Like, if you think that going and if you think that destruction because of ownership validates destruction, what am I gonna say to you? Like, come on. You're
Well, they're
destroying
chanting
places.
that
There are
Arachno
homes
is
there.
right. I don't know what
I'm
they're.
not listen. I'm not saying that there is not a purpose, and I'm not saying that that purpose isn't effective. I'm saying that I simply do not agree with the outcome. That's it. I mean, if you're trying to make a statement, polarizing actions will obviously bring attention to it, and maybe the statement will be heard and actions will be made. But at the same time, that doesn't mean that I have to agree with the actions that one took in order to achieve those results. That's all I'm saying.
Ren, they responded to you saying you're just wrong.
So they can't answer the question. All right.
Oh my god. Okay,
I
so
Could be that they
tangibly
just
answer.
have a
Tangibly
different
answer.
view.
In what ways does white people owning businesses oppress black people?
Oh, okay. So we got an answer for that. Okay. First off, I think it's really silly to say that because their ancestors enslaved our ancestors.
That's not an
You know
answer
what?
to my question.
No,
To say that
I
are
just,
they're like yes, slavery happened, right? But are you actually going to make the argument that because slavery 200 years ago, the guy that runs that managed the guy that's owns or runs a business and he's white is inherently oppressive?
Wouldn't they then have to go
Slavery?
basically point their
I,
fingers at
I
Africa?
I don't see how that logic follows because you have to prove tangibly how is a black person's or yours or any black person's life negatively affected by a white guy owning a business. If your only answer is he owns the business and you don't, then that's just on you. What have you done to own a business?
Also, I'm not sure if I can add on to this, but how do you even know that this person is anti, Black Lives Matter, or if they're a bad person overall? You don't know this owner. They could be the nicest person on the planet, and you're just destroying their business for no good reason. I don't know. Something.
No, and I agree with you there. Like that's what I'm saying. This is really silly. Like,
It's all about
Yeah.
racial superiority and maintaining.
but
They're trying to
why?
maintain a
But why
black racial
destroy?
superiority.
I want to understand this mindset from this individual that's a Black Lives Matter protester. Um, why destroy businesses in the first place? Like, what does that gain for you? Like, why are you justifying looting? And you're saying because you have nothing, so they loot. Like that doesn't. No, that's a crime. You
Because
live
their
in
culture
America.
advocates them too.
Like, what are you doing? That's not what your movement was originally about. You
Well, it's the
know.
current product of the movement.
There's a book that's on my reading putting in the chat here. It's called In Defense of Looting: The Riotous History of Civil Action by Vicky Osterwell. It's all my reading list.
Okay, so the next question, again, is for all of us. So they're saying, do you guys not believe that we black people that are oppressed should deserve our reparations for our ancestors and the ones that are fallen before us?
I don't believe in the sin of the father, and I basically divorced myself from African American social culture.
Oh boy.
Oh
Okay.
boy.
Oh, okay. I didn't get to talk. I didn't
Oh
talk
boy.
about this.
If I were to say we got a true Uncle Ruckus right up there.
So I will say one. Prove to me tangibly how you are oppressed and negatively affected due to the effects of from slavery.
Oh, they just said fuck what Arachno said. We deserve all the money that was stolen from us.
Nice. I
What?
agree.
Okay.
Yes, that's what I'm talking about.
Wait,
That's the
what?
energy we need.
What money was stolen?
That's what I
Without some
don't
broad
understand this.
general term,
The
without
only
broadly
country.
saying Jim Crow or slavery,
Can
what
I
was
add to
stolen?
this? Because I actually have a stake in this. The only country that can actually state that money was stolen from them directly, and even the person who stole the money acknowledges this, is Haiti. And it's because the French stole money from the Haitians in agreement that they would give it back. If you're not Haitian or you're not from Haiti, you don't really have that claim.
I know. I just find it really ridiculous that
I
like
know they're trying to be like say African Americans. I'm like, you don't have that claim.
like 80 years down the line, or 200 years down the line, or 80 years down the line, you personally have somehow inherited either genetically or habitually, socially, the oppression of your ancestors and are owed something to that. That's insane to me.
Sounds like exploitation, but I don't know. That's just me.
The school of thought of which they are a part of.
Go ahead, Los. I want you to tackle this one.
Oh, I don't even know what the hell's going on. I'm gonna be honest with you.
Oh, it's a
You
question
said we
about
were anti-arachnid. Oh, oh, come on. Like, yo, yo, once again, how, man? Yo, how? How? It's like this is the issue with reparations related to money. How? Where are we gonna get the money? Who are we gonna
who's
take
gonna
the
get
money
the money too.
from? What?
Yeah.
Right? And then here's the thing about it. My family, 100% of my family were slaves here. But if someone else is only 50%, maybe I should get more money than them. Double is so. You see, we can get real petty and pedantic when it comes to the argument of monetary reparations in this country. How long were we enslaved? Were there more field slaves than house slaves? How many
Ooh,
of the members
better
of the
question.
family were lynched?
Another question: how far
One.
back should we go?
How far back should we go? Do
Does
we
80
start
count
the
even though
moment they
we
got
were the
on the
first one
boat?
who fought for our freedom and won?
Okay, that's a ridiculous number. All they said all African Americans that their ancestors were slaves, we all should
That's
receive
not true.
$1.5 million each.
Yo, I agree. You know what? I agree.
Oh,
No,
that's
I agree.
accounting.
Listen,
No.
$1.5 million to
No.
me, I can't even argue. Like, go ahead, man. If
They
they
don't
can make it
know.
happen, I will. I'll
You know,
just, you know what?
you know
I'm
what,
gonna
Los?
sit back.
Los, you're right. Fair. You're right.
My-
Viewer who asked the question, where's my $1.5 million? I'll take it right now.
If they
My
make it
my
happen, then go.
I'll take principles over money.
That's okay. You get a
My
burger and
only
fries, it'll be
response-
$31,000.
Go ahead, Eddie. Go ahead.
my only response to that statement is that if you know any if every single African American suddenly became a millionaire overnight, you're just gonna create a massive
Zimbabwe dollars.
inflation where everybody's
Zimbabwe
gonna end
dollars.
up becoming a millionaire, and then when it gets to that point, it's gonna be meaningless.
Wait, does
wish I
anyone
had
remember that
$1.5
one?
million. I know what I would spend on that.
Does anyone remember that Dave Chappelle skit where like
Go to
they
Nevada.
gave black people reparations? That shit is hilarious.
Interesting. This one person is saying towards Arachno, the people you are referring to are hermaphrodites. Where is this even coming from?
Oh, the
I-
Oh, just
prior
when we were
argument.
talking
Okay,
about
so
the circumcision stuff.
I was avoiding saying that word specifically because from what I've heard from people that were intersex, that is considered a slur. So I was avoiding saying that word for a reason.
The person that said this is a hermaphrodite, and they're also saying it's offensive that you don't acknowledge their existence.
Wait, what? I think
mean,
that's the exact
Again, I don't know where this is
Wait.
coming from. I'm just
Wait.
reiterating what I'm
God,
thinking.
that's
Arachno, you were advocating for their existence the whole time.
Yeah. I've been advocating the exact opposite. I was acknowledging your existence. I thought it was unethical that people did surgery on intersex people, or for you, it's okay for you to be referred to as hermaphrodite. So, like, I'm advocating for your existence and that your body shouldn't be altered at birth unless the only reason I can see it's feasible is like with male circumcision is that if there's abundant evidence that doing the surgery would save your life. But other than that, I personally think that intersex surgery at birth is unethical.
I think they were referring to the title hermaphrodite. I don't. I'm just gonna say title hermaphrodite. I don't know what's going on here.
It's that for me, for my experience with that word, I keep on getting a mixed bag. To some people, they consider hermaphrodite a slur, and to other people, it's not a slur. So
Okay,
that's why I was avoiding that
yeah,
term.
Well, isn't it the
no,
medical
I
term?
get what you're saying. Hold on. Let's not check the speakers here. Arachno meant well. That's why she didn't say it to begin with. It's not like she wasn't, acknowledging your existence. We all know what hermaphrodite is. It's just as she said. She thought it was a slur that wasn't supposed to be used. But now that
Here was
then it's very interesting that they brought up that they said some in the LGBTQ community have been working towards eradicating the existence of hermaphrodites.
Yeah, because it doesn't fit into the social theory of the LGBT community that hermaphrodites exist, because it does bring a big, large question to their beliefs. So the logical thing for them to do at that point is basically erase the concept of hermaphrodites.
So
I
I
you know,
will
I
say,
have a lot of disagreements with LGBT
And
community.
they're saying that that's what Arachno is doing by erasing their existence.
again,
I don't get
as
it.
I said, it was not a place of malice. It was a place of I keep on getting mixed bags when it comes to that term from
All right,
intersex
I'm
people
not going to
themselves.
repeat that to Arachno because Arachno did nothing wrong. So we're going to go to the next question. Let's see what's interesting here. Oh, this is towards um, Inari. So they're saying, so Inari, do you believe that? I think you already answered this, but do you believe that illegal immigrants should become legal once they step foot into America?
That's the wild.
Oh, that's
There's a terminology issue with that question.
yeah, yeah. As soon as they
No, you know what it is? Okay, so hold
No,
on, hold on.
they're not an
I'm
illegal
gonna break this
immigrant
down. There's
until
definitely
they
a
crossed over.
terminology issue here. There's also also a trick question. I think this is a bait question.
yeah,
And
right.
you don't. I'm going to say this right now. You don't have to answer that.
Yeah, I won't.
Okay. Does anyone else want to take the reins on that question, or do you want to skip it?
That's just wild.
You have to have been in the country illegally first in order to be an illegal immigrant. So by definition, illegal immigrants can't enter the country because they haven't entered the country yet to be illegal.
The moment they
Exactly
step
right.
foot, they should just be legal. I just okay, but
Then you're just arguing for open borders immigration.
yeah. So then there is no. I mean,
There's no such thing as illegal then.
yeah. There is no such thing as illegal. Everyone's legal. It's just when they decide to get here.
We have another.
I don't want to assume bad faith. I think they just worded the question.
Yeah. I don't know. I feel like that was a really bad faith kind of question, but I'll go with what you're saying. I don't want to assume that, but this other question is very interesting. Maybe I'm reading this wrong, but they said, let me read this again.
How many of these questions have proper and punctuation?
A lot of them don't.
Good luck.
A lot of them are spelling the wrong. They put TEH. I guess. So they said here, black people can't be racist because in order for them to be
P plus P argument. I already
racist, they
know it.
have
Moving
to
on.
be someone in power.
Move
And
on.
only white people are in power. So
No, it's
they're
critical race theory.
Yeah, that's just it's just bait. It's just bait. It's just bait.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
just
it's
the P plus P argument. I don't want. I don't
yeah.
feel engaging with that.
It's just
There's a lot of bait questions today.
Yeah, racism is privilege. Power plus
Wait,
prejudice.
okay, hold on. I'm not even gonna entertain that, but what are they talking about there?
Okay, so it's the redefining of racism as not being okay. So if you don't so if a black person doesn't like, say, a Latino person, right? They aren't being racist because the black person doesn't have any actual power. It's not about prejudice. It's
But
prejudice
that's not
plus
what
power.
racism is.
Yeah, exactly. That's this the redefinition of racism to the what I called it the P plus P, the power plus prejudice. It's just a way to go ahead and allow people who aren't white to be as vicious and racist to white people as they want, and be justified.
Then what would they say
And
about the
sometimes Asian.
Ukami in the
Yeah.
Philippines? Isn't there an issue where those like lighter skinned Philippines versus darker skinned Philippines, or it's like Latino Philippines versus Asian Philippines?
A lot of people don't know this, but Filipinos are also called very
Pacific Islanders.
similarly to black people,
Oh,
and we were once hated by the Spanish, and I actually don't like that label. I do recall hearing um, Spanish people call Filipinos this a long time ago. But the negritos, in definition, it's
Bro,
yeah. I think you already know where I'm going with this, Falcon.
yeah.
It's the same. It's the same exact thing what white people used to call black people.
Pollo al Sayo.
hmm And what people don't know is that uh, while they did call Filipinos that, Filipinos are indeed Asian, but they're also called the black people of Asia, because there are different types of Filipinos living in the Philippines, and we are heavily dark skinned there. So, and yes, there are different complexions of Filipinos in the Philippines. That is
Yep.
true. People, yeah, and again, people don't know that. They just assume that we're all the same thing.
I had an ex who had a problem with like that.
hmm Have I been called that before? Yes. Unfortunately, yes. Even still today, there are still a lot of Spanish people out there that hate us. Wow, this got dark.
Yeah, the world is a big place.
All right, yeah.
You know what I was thinking, Okami?
What's up?
I was thinking, like, if I'm filling out my social security application, I should be able to put down black as a disability.
Why?
Okay, wait.
I'll
All right.
entertain this. Go ahead.
Let's entertain that. Why?
No, I'm just trying to lighten up.
Okay.
I know a lot of black people be like, oh, we could maybe put African American as a disability.
Oh, okay. So here's this is in retort to what we were talking about with marijuana. Um, they're asking all of us why do we not believe in releasing those that used to sell marijuana, since marijuana is now legal? Shouldn't it be okay for them to be released?
The concept of selling an item that is assumed to be a drug that is assumed to be dangerous to people, knowingly and willingly of itself, is the action to commit willfully a crime.
Uh, does everyone here agree with that? Because I do. I guess I agree with Falcon
I
there.
think I confuse them too much because I tend to have an issue with being as specific as possible.
So like basically when they were selling it, it was a crime. And they were committing a
And
crime in that period of time.
yes, but wait, go ahead, finish.
Well, I was gonna say now, I think that now that things have changed and it's not illegal anymore, if that is their only offense, I think they should let them go because society deemed that that offense wasn't actually offense, and so they should just let them go. Um, for possession, it's a whole different issue.
You mean for selling?
Well, for no, I see. I think when it comes to selling, wait, don't you have to have a license to sell marijuana anyway?
Yeah, exactly. That's why I
Well,
say no.
nowadays, yes, like in licensed marijuana stores, yes, like you have to have a
Yeah,
license for that.
yeah, you have to have the license to
Oh,
sell marijuana
well,
cannabis.
it wouldn't even matter. It wouldn't even matter.
Because
Yeah, it wouldn't.
because even if you were to even if you were to retroactively apply the new laws to them today to them, they still be
They would
breaking the
still,
law.
yeah, they would still be breaking the law. Yeah, I'm not
That's
sure
why I
if
said
that
no.
like, that would be a fine or whatever. But yeah, no, you're right. Yeah,
I mean,
because
they're
it's not
saying
like
this should be
stealing.
reevaluated, yeah, but
Uh-huh.
should they just be
So
let
they're
out
skinning
now?
us to half.
Like if jaywalking suddenly became legal and all the people who are in jail for jaywalking, let's just say there's people in jail for jaywalking, yeah, they should be let out.
Yeah.
But
Even
like,
make it
if the law changes and retroactively you still broke the law, then yeah,
Mhm.
tough luck. I mean, it should be reevaluated, let your sentence. Of course, because usually, and oftentimes, along with selling, there's other additional charges added on. Like
Dogfighting.
it's very it's very seldom that someone is ever arrested with just a single charge of selling marijuana.
Yeah. There's usually other things attached to it.
That's very interesting. All right, we'll go with like a few more questions before we end. I'm just choosing ones that don't seem like a fucking big question. Which now everything is starting to look like a big question. What the fuck?
No, he's baiting himself.
Stop.
He's seeing the mix-up even though it's not there.
All right. So this viewer asked, "Why do you guys not like the idea of having a law where we have to follow everyone's preferred gender and we must call them by their preferred gender? It's not that hard to call them by their preferred gender. So why are you guys being fascist about it?" Okay, so I don't know if that's a big question, but I don't like them calling us fascists at the end of that.
Okay,
Oh,
so
their
the
culture
issue
demands
is
that they do.
okay. The issue is with a law compelling.
Yeah, it's like what I said earlier that disrupts freedom of speech. So if you're forcing someone to adhere to that, then it's no longer freedom of speech. You're making a demand.
I don't believe these people do.
Like, I don't think there should ever be a law that says I have to use certain words or else I face some kind of legal punishment. I think that's
If you don't speak English, what happens
there's
then?
not a law that says you have to speak English.
Imagine if it's like the law is in that you have to use this person's preferred pronoun, but you don't speak English, you don't know what they're asking of you. But because you didn't, in front of an officer, use a preferred pronoun, you now have a court case that you have to go through.
This one viewer has a big, apparently a question for Arachno. They're asking to Arachno, why do you believe piercing ears is a mortal sin? What?
What?
They
She
said
did.
what? They said what incarnation is this bullshit?
She didn't say immortal. She said unethical.
All right, Arachno, you have the mic with this one. I don't know how to answer this.
If you choose
As
to.
I said, I think that trying to enforce a surgery or any type of body modification on your child that is not for the health benefit of the child is unethical. That's where my opinion lies.
And the extended to that question is, so do you believe in circumcising?
We're going back to the men, are we?
Yeah, we are. Do you believe in circumcising the boys when they're at a young age?
As
Or
I've spoken with some people that are pro for male circumcision, there are apparently, from what some information they've given me, there is some overwhelming evidence that shows that male circumcision does have some health benefits in terms of preventing certain um what is the
Medical
right term?
complications.
No, like for instance, if you are uncircumcised, you do have a increased risk of having testicular cancer
I was
along.
joking about that.
No, there's actually some studies on that. And not only that, but there's also a risk of, I forgot what it's called, but if you are not careful with your hygiene, there is a risk that your foreskin is going to tighten up on your dick and you're going to have to get it cut out anyways.
What?
Yeah, you have to clean your foreskin.
Your dick
okay,
actually.
so there's another big question for all of us.
Especially I didn't know that.
All right. I'm scratching my head on this one. Let me search what this even means before I even ask it, because
What's the word? Put it in chat.
transracial.
Oh, that's like what was it? The woman that was the head of the NAACP.
So they're asking, do we believe in transracial individuals, and should they have rights like transgenders do?
I'm going to
Uh,
say something that's gonna make a lot of people upset,
I don't believe
but
him. I don't believe in
um,
either.
I'm just gonna say I don't care if I get backlash for this. Race is a social construct, and therefore I don't think that transracial people exist.
Uh,
What the hell is
don't
a
worry.
transracial person?
Oh, this okay. You know
Don't-
how like in the same way that like a woman can transition to a man, a black guy can transition to a white.
No.
Wait, that's a thing?
It's gonna be really hard to believe
Yes,
one and not believe the other because
apparently
the
that's a
basics of it
thing.
are the same.
Usually it's the other way around. White people trying to be black. Like the lady that was at the head of the NAACP, who apparently people just
Which
thought she
is
was.
insane, by
Wait,
the way.
wait.
Insane.
Yeah, she
Insane.
looked black, but she just
Wait.
wasn't apparently.
Wait. All right, so Los, I know this is gonna blow your mind, but there's an actual British person that identifies as a Filipino woman, and it's blowing my mind right now because I I don't understand how that even works. How do you identify as okay? All right,
But how has it ever worked?
I guess it's racist to say weeaboo nowadays.
Yeah, here it is. The chat lows.
What? Let me see.
It-
Wait, which channel?
look in the podcasting stage chat, like the text chat.
Yeah,
You'll see it.
yeah. That was insane. Yeah, no. I know. I remember I
Rachel
saw it.
Dolezal.
How that was how did the NAACP even allow that to begin with? I do not know.
Wait, I'm gonna get a picture.
Wait, but I don't understand how this works. How can you be
Well, sometimes people can be black passing, you know?
and they're now saying like age is a social construct. You can actually identify as 5 years old.
That's
What?
gonna be the next step. I'm telling you.
What?
Made it work. She made it work.
Wait. Why did they segue
How?
to age as a social construct? What?
They're basing it off what you're saying. I don't know what's going on anymore.
I was talking about race, not age. You buffoon.
Yeah, but like 10 to 15 years down the line, it might be socially unacceptable to say that. Look at the progress of society.
I don't listen, I thought age was pretty straightforward though.
I thought age was straightforward too, but I guess that I'm crazy. They're now saying that human beings is a social construct.
All right, and okay. Yeah, well. Like
I'm not.
They're trolling at this
homogeneous
point.
No, I maybe they are. I don't know. They really
No, there
do
are people who
believe.
believe this.
They really do believe this. Like they're giving me sources and shit. I don't understand. No, I'm not entertaining that.
The whole age social construct thing, I think that's something that the maps came up with.
Wait, what?
Oh, you're right. I
I was
forgot
gonna
about the
say
maps.
that, but I didn't want to.
No.
I
Okay.
didn't want to go out and say that, but now, oh no.
No. Okay. As much as I hate maps, that is not where everything is a social construct. It is general postmodern.
Postmodern.
Yeah,
One viewer's asking Arachno, why do you believe that ethnicity is a social construct?
There's a difference between ethnicity and race.
Okay, so why don't you define ethnicity and race as far as you?
So, okay. So the reason when I say race is a social construct, let's just say, and let's just use specifically the
Just define race.
Americas, for example, right?
Just define race for you as you use it or as you see it.
I can't give a simple definition. I have to clearly state everything I believe when I say race is a social construct. I mean that there's so many different haploid groups when it comes to each quote unquote race. Like for instance, with Black people, if you compare the haploid group of an East African with a West African, they are completely different in terms of like health risks and the latter. To put them all in like, Central African, East African, and West African into one group is ridiculous. And I can say the same thing for putting everybody together in the Asian race. You have South Asians, Eastern Asians, Central Asians, and any Asian can tell you that from one region to the next, they look vastly different. And that's because they're completely different haploid groups. And that's why I say that race is a social construct.
You might have something going on there because even those that are from Asia don't call themselves Asian.
Yes.
This Q&A is the most craziest one we had.
Is it?
I definitely think so. Or do you think the other ones were more crazy than this?
I mean, with the exception of the one argument, like the one person bringing up the P plus P argument for racism, I think it hasn't been much different than others.
Okay, so here it goes. I was waiting for this to happen. They said, why don't we force churches to allow for gay marriages? We're in America, free country, right?
Somebody hasn't heard of separation.
Okay,
of church and
so
state?
that's all right. To answer that question, it is a free country, yes, but also part of that freedom is the freedom of association. The church doesn't have to associate with you for any reason that it doesn't want to. In the same way, you don't have to associate with the church.
They just said that you're homophobic for saying that.
How is that homophobic?
Because their culture demands they call you.
Okay, Lois,
New level unlocked. Now you're a fascist and a homophobic.
Wow.
Oh,
New,
no,
new
alright,
That's
level.
gotta be two of the big three.
Okay, what's the other one of the big three? What's my goal?
Let's see. Fascism.
I'm a fascist. I'm a
homophobia.
homophobe. What's the third one I gotta
An
get?
asshole?
No.
rape
What
apologists.
is
I don't know.
maybe anti God, anti human, racist? I don't know. This is a hard one.
Wow.
Wait,
Anti-
I've been called a racist already. I've been called an Uncle Ruckus.
Yeah, you got the Uncle Ruckus. Yeah.
Wait, so that's all three. What do I win?
What? What? You win.
That's a good point. I'm not sure. I didn't think about the prize. I never thought I'd meet someone who could pull it off.
You get canceled.
Do you
That's
all
the prize.
believe that the government should supply children and teachers with bulletproof vests in case of an emergency?
Yeah, that's
No.
crazy.
Wow.
Like if there's like a
Well,
giant
that's
earthquake or
wild.
like a zombie apocalypse,
That's
the government
wild.
should provide bulletproof vests or similar.
We're
You know
not
what?
talking about
I
zombie
agree with
apocalypse
Falcon.
now.
I agree with Falcon. In the event of a zombie apocalypse, everyone gets a vest, even the kids.
No. Let's not. Okay, let's go back. Stop. Not okay.
So
Mitigate the
no
zombie
eating brains.
apocalypse. What? Why are we even talking about monkeypox in here? What the fuck is going on?
Wait, what?
Monkey things.
Oh, because monkeypox released around the same time as COVID, and
I
monkeypox is
think you've
associated to
summoned
be
the
similar to
trolls.
how AIDS was early on. That is primarily within the homosexual community or LGBTQ community.
This Q&A is getting fun.
Stop.
And we were talking about the LGBT topic, so it would actually ended up gravitating towards
This
monkeypox.
question's for Los. I'm sorry, Los, to put you
Oh,
through
that's
this.
crazy. The fact that you have to say I'm sorry is really wild.
That
Okay.
they're saying what you said earlier about churches is wrong. They said
Oh,
churches should cater to the LGBTQ, and since
That word that
Tell you,
the word you used there, cater. I don't like that.
their culture be like that.
I just, you know what? I'm not gonna finish that question, but let's go ahead and answer that half.
Telling privatized institutions that are separated by church and state what they can and cannot do is crazy. That's a little fucking wonky right there, buddy. I'm not gonna lie to you. That's the exact opposite of a free country. That's all I'm gonna say.
That is the exact.
Okay.
opposite.
Ooh, good question for the viewer. So, free country, right? So I could walk inside your house and take a shit on your coffee table, right? Free country, right?
Free country, free does not mean free of consequence. That's
Oh
all.
no! Why did they bring socialism in this? They said this is why we should go into socialism. That way, we don't own our houses; we can share it with our neighbors, and
Is this an argument so that I can?
I'm not surprised by this
I
tweet
don't know
idea.
where this is coming from, but they brought in socialism in here. I don't know how to.
Wait,
know
so
what?
if we were socialists, then I could come inside and take a shit on your coffee table. My bad. Not your coffee
Well,
table.
no,
at this
on
point.
our coffee table. It's not her.
Our-
It's not theirs.
It's not his. It's ours.
Our
Wait,
coffee table. That's
wait.
damn
What
right.
if I don't agree to you shitting on our coffee table?
Well, it goes to Oh wait.
We're not a
uh,
democracy; we're a socialist country now.
Yeah, it goes by what the state says.
All right. Let's make a
A lot
vote.
of people have the seceding power to the state and do wish for the people to be disarmed,
Wait,
allowing
do
the
we
state to
even
have more
vote in a
power.
socialist country? How does this work?
Yeah, you can. You can
Oh,
vote to
okay.
take the. Yeah, you
So
can.
I vote for Rin to not shit on our coffee table.
All
Well-
opposed? Aye.
Nay.
Wait, no, I mean, I want him to shit on the coffee table.
Yeah,
too.
I'm voting I too. I want to see the chaos.
No, stop it.
Walk away from this one.
Shit on carpet.
Okay, so
I'm really enjoying it.
again, we got another wild thing. We should teach children that are age. Are you taking my other question and just making it about guns? What the fuck? We should take children ages 6 to 11 and teach them about guns. So therefore, when the school shooting happens, at least the children are prepared.
They're gonna be the ones
What
Oh,
using
are
the
you
guns.
that's some
implying?
dark terminology there.
I
Okay.
okay. I don't
Wow.
understand this. What are you
I love the
implying?
implications that we give every child in every school between the ages of 6 and 11 a loaded weapon that can take lives, teach them how to fire it, then take them away. So then when a person comes in with a loaded weapon that will try to kill them, they don't have the guns to use to protect themselves.
No. I think what they're saying is we should give them courses on how to survive an active shooter. Gun safety and how to survive an active shooter lesson for when
They
it
do
does
that.
happen. I think that's what they're
They
saying.
do that. And,
Yeah.
and it doesn't help. That's
Yeah,
the
it's-
problem. That's exactly the problem. Yeah, no, they already do that. And it doesn't
Yeah,
help.
I remember them watching the videos, what to do, in the during elementary school. I remember the fire department coming and telling us that too. Oh, off topic. The DARE program. Fuck the DARE program.
Didn't work. Didn't work. More drug addicts than ever.
The only good thing that came out of the DARE program is that fire ass song that they had. Only good thing.
Oh no. All right. So this is to Inari.
God damn it. I mean, hi.
Crazy.
For those that seek asylum to the United States, should we then move the draft of military service to them so that way our soldiers can come home and sleep peacefully while they
No,
go
no,
out to
all right.
work?
Oh,
I
whoa.
think everybody
And
should
we're
basically
packing it
join
up,
the
baby.
army and do it.
That's
Go full
that's
Starship
it.
Troopers.
That's you don't even subject yourself to that. That is
Oh,
wild.
Hold on. I'm drawing the line. I'm actually drawing
That's
the line on my
crazy.
canvas.
We're gonna
I'm
have
drawing the line, dude.
we're gonna have a great war. It's gonna be the best war ever.
What's going
And they're
on?
gonna and the Mexicans are
immigrants
gonna
are gonna
fight
fight
it for
for it.
us.
That's crazy.
Literally what they said.
I can't.
We're gonna have
What if that
war
army ends up being
being
super
force
cracked and they're
fought
playing for
by an
censorship?
army created by illegal immigrants. Yo,
no,
that
not
is
illegal immigrants.
No, not
asylum
illegal
seekers.
immigrants. Asylum seekers.
asylum.
Asylum
You mean
seekers.
they're running from a
People
war and we're
who
sending them
are
back?
running away from violence. They want to put in the front. Nope.
That is wild.
It just doesn't make sense.
Nope.
Doesn't
Nope.
make sense.
Nope.
Oh,
Yo,
I can't. I
yo,
can't. I'm sorry.
I'm scared.
I'm so dead. What the fuck?
Oh my god, that's hilarious.
That is such a
Remember, wait, hold up,
contradictory
hold up.
statement.
Remember when I said remember the joke I made last on the last sci-fi podcast about like, oh, we're not gonna send the black people into space to build a colony. We're gonna send clones of black people into space to build this
Oh my
colony.
god! Stop
That's worse
instigating.
than that.
Oh my god! First off, all right. So to the viewer that asked that, first off, that is the most fucked up thing I've ever heard. Why would you want asylum seekers that are seeking asylum to fight a war?
that's crazy. Like, yo, that's my God.
Like we were
That's gotta be the
kind of
worst thing I've ever heard.
like we were following, right? Is like, oh, extend the draft to asylum seekers. So that our soldiers can come home and they can fight instead. Whoa!
That's
Oh my
like,
god!
Oh,
That's
man.
crazy.
Wow.
That's crazy. There's an or to this question too. Or we can.
or you mean there's alternative paths?
There's more.
Wow, that's crazy.
All right, let's see. What's the or? What's the or?
I can't, Red. I can't.
Come on, get it out there. Don't be a pussy. Read the question.
I'm listening.
The way they worded this is so fucked up. Or we can weaponize asylum seekers to fight the drug cartel in Mexico.
Either way, you're sending them back.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. So we're gonna take asylum seekers from all over the world and
All right,
concentrate them to fight one cartel from one country. All right, man. You know you got it.
All right. Okay, so you can go die over there, or you can go die over here. It's your choice.
I gotta head out early. I got work in the morning.
All right.
Okay, pal.
Good night, Falcon. Take care.
All right, so that was pretty interesting for our Q&A there. I'm
That's
sure
quite
you guys have
worth
a lot of more questions. What's up?
That's one way to word it.
Yeah, this was one hell of a Q&A.
I'm still up for a few more questions.
Rin, you see how chaotic this fucking thing
You know,
is.
isn't it great?
Oh my god!
It's hilarious.
I'm gonna go now.
Okay, have a good night, and all right. We're gonna
Have a
end
great
this
One more,
episode on.
please. Pretty please. Pretty please with sugar on top.
Oh my god, he's begging.
Just one more.
Fine for you,
Lisa,
Rin.
Please,
I want
can I have some
more.
more?
One person said, "Rin, you are still a pussy."
Yes,
Answer the
that was
question.
me. That was me. Just kidding.
Okay, I'm trying to.
I want it to
I'm trying
be me.
remember. No, I'm not in favor of transitioning children.
Are we really gonna do this?
That's what I think. That's where I think that question, where that comment first came up. That's where I think it first came up. So I'll answer that one. And if I get it again, then I was wrong.
Oh no, I don't want to ask this to Arachno because we've been over this over and over again. It's going to. All right, Arachno.
Yes.
In what cases are there a 1% extreme to transition a child at 6 to 11?
That's wild.
There was like a whole hour I spent talking about this.
Can I answer it for you?
Sure.
All right. Let's just say that I took my child to 100 top professional doctors, and they all tell me the same thing. If your child doesn't transition, they'll kill them. And then there is a robot that descended from the heavens in which God said, "This robot will tell you if your kid, 100%, no doubt, has gender dysphoria," and the robot prints out the response, and it says, "Your child, 110%, has gender dysphoria. Also, you're gay." That would be my 1%. That would be the.
Why do you even need to explain this? This is insane. What answer could she possibly give that would satisfy you? Like, what could it possibly be that you want her to say?
I almost got through it. I
I was going with you until the robot came down, and I was like, I don't think we got that.
The example stopped at all. Like, he goes to a bunch of different doctors, and they all give you the same thing. And there's no other options. But then I went to the robot as just a joke, and I couldn't get it out.
Oh no. Okay. So this is from our last podcast. These few viewers are asking, when are we going to do our hypothetical D&D podcast again? I'm curious, who's going to die next? Will Rin, the dictator, kill his own crew to survive?
Would I kill my own crew to survive?
Probably.
It depends on how the odds are.
Oh my god. And then this is to Los. Los, would you really survive with just your rock and a machete?
That rock killed 2 people. What are you talking about?
That rock got a higher kill count than all my other weapons. All right, that's all I'm gonna say.
Dude, that rock made us help us make a fire. Remember?
And
that rock.
They said they're curious with Arachno. Are you still going to climb trees and make more nooses for traps?
Oh my god.
Yes.
Oh my god. Okay, so we will end this podcast here. Yes, we do have another scheduled podcast coming soon. Actually, it will be a martial arts segment coming this Monday, June 12th at 3:30 p.m. Pacific time. Will the current crew of speakers speak in that podcast? I do not know. I know I talked about this with Rin. Rin doesn't seem like he would be a fit for that, but
I mean, I'll be there. I don't know how helpful. Let's be real. When am I ever helpful?
They also asked for Lowe's because they're interested if he will bring his rock scenario in a self-defense. Oh my god! They're asking if you're going to use a rock in
self-defense. Against who? What do you think I am?
They're asking if you're coming to the next podcast. All of you.
Oh yeah, probably.
All right. I sent you guys the link to it. Should be in your DMs. They're also interested in Arachno's martial art ability, jujitsu and wrestling. You did wrestling?
No, just jujitsu. I don't know where they got the wrestling from.
Okay, that's interesting. They said wrestling. I don't know who said wrestling then. I don't think it was Arachno. Someone said wrestling.
As a lead-in, as a teaser for the next podcast, I believe that everyone, by the time they reach the age of 18, should get their ass beat.
What are you, fresh and fit?
Yeah, get the hell out of here. Get out of here.
What are you, fresh and fit? That's a fresh and fit line. Get out of here with that.
And a teaser question for next week. How many toddlers do you think you could take in a fight all at once?
Oh no, not this again. Not this again.
How heavy are the toddlers?
Yes.
Oh my god.
Do any of them have tiny pocket knives?
Okay, so I sent you all guys the invite link to the next podcast. This was definitely an interesting night for this episode of Today's Society and its Political World. Yes, we do sometimes revisit some questions if it's highly requested. No, we are not going to do that transition question again. I think we covered it. You can watch our last episodes for that. So if you want answers, please watch our old episodes. It's on YouTube. You can find us as Hoshido Eternal. Go look it on there. We have episodes on there. Or if
I'm going to
if you find our Spotify link, that somewhere around here, I'll post it somewhere. It will be also on our Spotify, and if you guys use Apple, it'll also be on there. We are working towards other ways we can get our podcast episodes out there. And yes, Los, Rin, Arachno, Goku, Gemini, Didi, and possibly others will come back and return for our next podcast for martial arts and self-defense situations. We do have another podcast even after that, and Goku would like this one, and so would Didi. We will be discussing about the fast food industry and the types of food that are out there now. What is good
Yes.
restaurants to go for, and whatnot. We'll be covering a lot of that in our next few podcasts coming out. Will there be another sci-fi podcast? Yes, there will be. I have not thought about the questions yet, or the requested questions. I will be actually working with my host Rin and Goku about that. So we will review and see what kind of topics we can get into when it comes to sci-fi. No, we will not be talking about Star Wars. There's too much to talk about with Star Wars. We're not getting into that.
Well, if we narrow it down to a very specific thing, Knights of the Republic 2, I think we can do it.
Oh my god.
Let's slide that in there.
I already answered this. Yes, Los is coming to our martial art podcast. I already sent them the link. I promise they're coming. They want to know so much about your rock. I don't know why that's so amusing right now.
Dude, you got the
It's
rock.
like I gotta make the Rock a backstory now. God damn.
Yeah. Yep.
They're also asking Arachno, what belt were you in Jiu-Jitsu, and is it Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu or Japanese Jiu-Jitsu that you've taken? Oh, there you go. There's legitimate questions coming in. Finally.
Oh, let's keep going then.
What the
Huh?
Fine, we'll just do those 3 questions. That's it. All right, Arachno, starting with you.
I win.
They're wondering about your jiu-jitsu experience. We'll answer more of this in the martial art podcast, but I'll entertain this one. Go ahead, Arachno.
Yes. So I was specifically taught Brazilian jiu-jitsu. Specifically the jiu-jitsu I took, they didn't really have a belt system like karate. It's more so after you reach a certain proficiency that they give you a black belt, but yeah, they didn't have a belt system.
Oh, okay. So they don't have a belt system. They also want to know Los and Goku's martial art background and Rin's.
I actually did do karate way back when I was younger, but then it was like I got flipped really really hard one time, and then I was just like, I can't take this L, man. And so then I stopped.
I can understand that. How about you, Goku?
I used to go to this community center when I was a kid. I did taekwondo for about 10 years. I did maybe 4 sparring tournaments. Came in second in 2 of them.
Oh, one more thing. For the jiu-jitsu classes that I took, it was under the Gracie family. If that rings a
Oh, okay.
bell.
So you did practice in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Okay, the
Yeah.
Gracie family is really good when it comes to Jiu-Jitsu.
That was pretty
Yeah.
awesome.
And for Rin, how about you?
What's my martial arts experience?
Yes.
Well, in middle school and high school, I would get jumped a lot, and I always fought back.
My man. Street fights.
So you were like a high school Punisher.
Wait, what?
So you were like the high school Punisher.
Oh no, it's more like in the middle school on the bus. Everyone's gonna people gonna fuck with me, so I fight back. You know, once you fight back and you beat their ass, you good. High school, got into a few fights too. Mostly freshman year. I was pretty cool right up until junior year when I joined the ROTC drill team. They tried to jump me in to the drill team because that's what they do every time on the way back from the nationals in Florida, Daytona Beach Nationals. Didn't go well for Tilton. I'll say that though. Tilton got his ass handed to him.
Now the last question and we'll end our podcast here. This goes to Rin again, and it's the funniest question I've ever seen thus far. They said, Rin, do you think...
Oh, I thought I was gonna be answering the question, pussy.
No,
Damn.
no. You know what's funny? It's actually from that person. But all right, we'll go straight to it. They said to Rin, do you think you can challenge Fresh and Fit to a boxing match and win?
Do I have to fight fair and by the rules?
Well, they said boxing match.
Do I have to fight fair and by the rules?
think
Just
that's
because we're in the ring and we're both wearing gloves doesn't mean I agree to the rules.
Well, there
Like,
you go.
by boxing
That-
rules, absolutely not.
There's
If you just want me to try to win, I think I can get him.
Oh my God.
I mean, you could stuff a gun in the glove and then walk up and shoot him.
I'm just saying right now, I do not endorse this. So if Fresh and Fit caught wind of our podcast, oh my God.
Wait, what?
Oh my God. All right. Anyway, we'll continue more of these martial art and self-defense questions
It'd be like
in
that
our
Daffy
next
Duck
podcast.
cartoon.
That I'll yes, there
Box
I will
door.
guarantee they'll be there, and Los with the Rock will be there. I promise you.
There we go.
There you go. I
Oh,
already
crap.
sent them the invite. It's just a matter of when they click interested or join. I don't care. Anywho, we're ending the podcast here. Don't worry, there's more of us to come. There'll be more Q&A, I promise. And thank you all for coming. If you haven't already, make sure you hit that follow on Hoshido Eternal on Twitch. Please subscribe to us on YouTube. You'll also find us under the same name of Hoshido Eternal. We have nothing yet on Twitter. We're working on that. I promise. We're gonna get everything situated. We're still kind of new, but finally, this will be our. I think this is our 10th episode. This is our 10th episode. Okay, so this is our 10th episode. So yes, this has been quite interesting night, and thank you all again for coming. Thank you all the speakers. Thank you Los for coming again, and Ghidorah, thank you for listening in as you always do. And thank you Goku and Rin, and for of course just being here as the crew. Anywho,
And then Mark Zuckerberg crawls out of your crawl space and says, "You're a wizard, Harry."
anyway, I'm gonna end this, dude. Thank you. Have a good night, everyone.